I respectfully welcome everyone as the president of this excellent repeat webinar conference, because we have planned with Mr. Navas Sheikh in Budapest, in Hungary, the capital of Hungary, in September, but unfortunately, because due to the COVID viral infection, we were not able to do it. We are living in a very sad times due to COVID pandemic, so we have to miss the personal meeting again. But to look at your faces, we are very happy to come together again. Hoping that we will have some form of pandemic that affects everyone, doctors and patients, or just people, both physically and mentally, I am sure that the series of successes that we can once again owe to our excellent organizer, Mr. Navas Sheikh. Many thanks, Navas, again, many thanks. Thank to you. Organize such a meeting again, because due to being a very close situation, everyone, the depressive mood disturbances can be observed in everyone. And this is the nice opportunity to share our things, our thoughts, and our knowledge or something, and discussion. And this is a little bit make a forgettable these very sad times for all over the world. We've been able to listen to more than 46 speakers at this 3 days webinar, an excellent university location, as I saw. As I have to tell you that we have to change a little bit, and this is advice, Mr. Navas Sheikh, to our name, because there is not an alternative medicine, because all of us, we are medical doctors, medical professions, we have more professions. Personally, I expected
they're requesting to make video to open it. ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
Can I continue?
ওখান থেকে একদম চল ঠিক আছে মানে একটা নোটিফিকেশন এসেছিল
people talking, there is interruption in your speech.
Okay, I continue. No, it means according to the WHO, we have to change our topic, and our main admission is to integrative medicine, because the medicine only one. This is the academic medicine we have learned at the university, and the other part, this is the traditional Chinese medicine, other traditional Ayurveda, homeopathy, neural therapy, naturopathy, bioresonance therapy, mind and body therapy. They belongs for the integration of the integrative medicine, because the medicine only one. This is my suggestion. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would also like to have a fruitful and enriching time, and at the end of which all of my colleagues can say it was not a pity to appear for this conference. Everyone will find a very nice take-home message from the lectures, and we will enjoy it, I am sure. So here is the program, and of course, the first topic that concerns us as a very much and anxieties today, and this is my topic, my first lectures. This is how to participate in the prevention of the COVID-19 pandemic to elevate its course and strengthen the infected patients in the pre-hospital periods. Now, I would like to wish you, all of us, a very successful conference. Again, many thanks to Mr. Navas Sheikh for this organization, and I wish a very successful, very fruitful, very peaceful meeting for these 3 days with my co-chairman from Taiwan. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, and yeah, and to turn my topic, this is my first topic. This is yes, the picture, you can see Mr. Cheng, who is the Kent division leader for the WHO, and he would like to tell thanks to us for the organizing, and he wanted to attend in Budapest in September for the World Conference, but now this is impossible, of course. And now the Kent division was changed as well to the integrative medicine division as well. And this is the reason that I can suggest to Nawaz Sheikh to change our title to the next conference, because the alternative medicine means that we can apply to another medicine for the patients, not a real medicine, but the medicine only one. Okay. So, let's go to the topic. The topic is today the pre-hospital intervention and prevention and the treatment in different kind and the recommendation of the Hungarian Integrative Medicine Association, which was established a few years ago. And it was a published article, you can see in the Journal of Medicine and Healthcare. And with my co-workers and with my colleagues, we published it. Over the COVID pandemic, the whole world withdraws in the interest of isolation and eradication of this disease, of course. And according to the observation, we are looking for the treatment, we are looking for the vaccination, however, nobody mentions therapeutic options applicable in the pre-hospital region. The pre-hospital region, it means that there is unnecessary to go to the hospital without any severe symptoms. And how can we protect our organism? How can we protect to strengthen the organism? And this suggestion don't explain the treatment of the intensive care under the hospitalization. It means that we wanted to share and we wanted to collect the examination and the methods in Ayurveda, apitherapy, phytotherapy, homeopathy, oxygen therapy, and according to the traditional Chinese medicine. There is a short speech that we have, the strategy is to preventive fight against the virus infection. And this is the reason that we published this paper as well. The first of all, there is the air filtration to protect the air filtration. This is the HEPA filters of the air filters used to clean the air, and the room are suitable to filtering our patients. This is the prescription all over the world now, and this is the reason we take the masks and in a different type of mask. I have to tell you, I don't like the mask because I cannot breathe, and this is my air is very closed, but it is necessary to wear it. The second is the ionizers, also be able to blind and neutralize the microparticulation with the help of ozone and negative ions formed by corona discharge. This is the second one. And the third one, the third possibility are the ozone generators to make advantages of this disinfecting effect of ozone. And it is recommended to use such air filters indoors as well. The second protection is the skin protection. And this may be the follows. The careful soap hand washing, we can do it every time after the patients as well. I am a practicing medical doctor, and I receive patients, a lot of patients, and after each patient and each contact, I wash my hands as well. The second is the disinfectant for hand protection, the solution, soap and gel and so on. And we have to use the gloves as well in the mail shopping and with the patients as well and on the street as well, except the household, of course. And hand washing dissolves the lipid sheets of the skin, dries the stratum corneum, and removes the components of the microbiome as well. We don't like this because the microbiome, we need this microbiome. But after washing your hands, we have to use the moisturizers. And role of the hand in the infection is to transport the pathogen into the oral cavity as well. It means that we have to protect to keep the oral cavity as well. No, what are the next steps and what are the next advices on the site of Ayurveda? I received 2 days ago from the Ministry of Ayush government in India, from the advisory from Ministry of Ayush for meeting the challenges arising out of the spread of coronavirus in India. This is a very new one. And the first one is the mucosous membranes in the oral cavity and pharynx should be kept moist. To do this, a sip of liquor and water and herbal tea must be consumed every quarter of an hour, and the oral cavity must be gargled. Proposed by Ayush, turmeric, this is the curcuma, very, very expensive, cumin, coriander, garlic, black pepper, rice in decoction as well. And the golden milk consists a tablespoon of turmeric is cooked, and in the hot milk, it is recommended to eat this warm in the evening as well. The second is more advisable, the Naisha dripping oil into the nostril. Ashwagandha, tuizi, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, since they are immunostimulatory and they have an antiviral effect as well. When cooking the tea mixture from these herbs, and add 1 teaspoon of the vegetable powder to the water, 1 liter of the water, cook for 10 minutes and let it cool to drink. It is necessary to consume in the day as well. The third one is the rinse mouth with the silver colloid. The silver colloid seems to be effective against the grapefruit seed solution against the viral infection as well. Maybe you have heard about the cocoon water. The cocoon water now it is under introduction in the USA, which is effective against the hypoxia and increases the natural killing cell number and function. It is recommended to apply to drink and very frequently. There is under the registration in the USA now, but there is used in Hungary as well. The next step is the respiratory protection to use of expectorants and the eucalyptus, thyme, cinnamon, propolis, honey as well. That is very useful. The chest rub with the essential oil creams. Perform the breathing exercises every day according to the prana breathing several times a day, providing the complete ventilation of the lungs. Very deep inhalation with the alternating nostrils, slow exhalation 5 to 10 times a day. And Buteyko breathing, this is the abdominal inhalation through the nose, slow exhalation. This is a special exercises. You can see under the literature, it was published according to this. The Ayurveda Agni, every organ, tissue, and the cell in the body has a protective function. This function is called Ayurveda Agni. This function needs to be enhanced first and foremost, the digestive capacity of the stomach to be able to dissolve the viral protein and the lipid envelope. What is the necessary? The eating easily digestible food, not root food, cooked food. Use of salty, sour, and spicy foods and spices. Very important. Avoid cold drinks and food. Digestive spices are the follows: the ginger, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, cumin, anise, green spices, basil, lavender, and oregano. Oregano is very popular in the Italian and the Spain and the Portuguese as well. We like it as well in Hungary. And the peppermint. The point is to spice up more strongly. This is the main basic points. The Ayurvedic medicine can be supplied, the Triphala, Trikatu, and Shilung diet. The next step is the homeopathy. The homeopathy is very individual. And the essence of the treatment is to treat the patients very individually, personally, and none of those the substances artificially produced pseudo disease. Recommended preparation are the follows: the arsenicum album, 30C, and monthly repeated. And the oscillococcineum, 1 dose per month. The oscillococcineum is very useful against the influenza as well. They were the recommendation from the Ayush as well. What can we do with the reaction with the organism? The virus that enters the body binds to the cell surface receptors and enters the cell. In this phase, 3 elements can behave effectively. What can be there? The strengthening the body immune system, anyway. They use the substances with the antiviral activity and capacity. And the third one is the elimination of the virus from the body. They are the most important 3 steps to eliminate them. No, the first step is the strengthening the body's immune system. The antiviral immunity is linked to the natural killer cells and the activity of macrophage. And according to this, they are the cocoon water and the vitamin C and the vitamin D3. The vitamin D3 is very important for the natural killer activity. We have published a paper as well, the controlled pilot study for cancer patients suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome to the chemotherapy treated with Biopren. This is the arabinoxylan from Japan and the targeted radiofrequency heat therapy. It was published a few years ago. And we have a very nice effect for the arabinoxylan. This is the strong stimulator and enhance the immune system. There is the basic compound is the rice extract, and the arabinoxylan is a positive and very effective molecules for that. What are the antiviral agents? The vitamin C, the tulsi, and the neem, licorice. And these plants are stimulate the immune system and have a direct antiviral effect according to the references as well. You can see the references. It was infection immune news and the Glyceria glabra licorice, a potent medical health international journal of the herbal medicine was published many years ago. They are useful. I have to emphasize that they are the pre-hospital stage and not the hospital stage. The hospital stage shared 2 phases, the normal hospital and the emergency. And we don't deal with the emergency in this case as well. The elimination of the virus from the body is from the possible with the physidium, the getting absorbing, and polysaccharide. This is a polysaccharide. And of course, we have to take into account the microbiome health protection in this aspect, project prospering result as well. The microbiome seems to be more effective, and to restore the microbiome seems to be as a second brain of the body, and we have to take into account to support the microbiome. What can we do in the case of the symptoms? The symptoms could be, of course, you know, the high fever and the dry throat, decreased sense of smell and taste, dry cough. And if this is going into a wet cough and then the triggers pulmonary edema over the course, could be developed the pulmonary fibrosis and may develop. And this is it is going to the machine of the breathing machine, and 50% of the Hungarian patients are going to die who needs a machinic breathing system as well, because the ARDS has occurred, because the cytokine storm as well. No, the symptom, the high fever and the decreased smell, and so as I told, there is we can use the high oxygen containing water and the therapeutic effect. We have published in Hungary with my co-workers as well. And the cure is, should be very, very effective as well. What in the case of the dry cough? The warm sesame oil, chest massage, and followed by a warm compress. We cook black pepper and turmeric in milk, and the patients drink this. The second is the inhalation, steaming with a solution of silver colloid, eucalyptus tea, tree, cinnamon, chamomile, propolis, mint, and anise. The chest back rub with 10% lavender or thyme oil is very useful, and the mixture of cloves and honey 3 times a day in case of the dry cough. If the wet cough is appeared, we have to take the cardamom, cinnamon, tricatu, trifala, or making it in tea, chest heating, the facilitate the elimination of the secretion using salt pipes for the expectoration as well. Okay. Just I mentioned the wet cough and previously the dry cough. I told that. No, the general and physical measures, we can do it. They follow physical distancing, respiratory and hand hygiene, wear mask, of course. And there is a terminalia, and the asthma too also can be used for the gargling as well. And moderate physical exercises, if you can do it. Follow the yoga protocol for the primary prevention of COVID every day, more times, and adequate sleep. In this case, I have to tell you that 9 hours is enough for a woman, and 8 hours is a man, and the 6 hours is very less for the sleep, adequate sleep as well. I think so. The dietary measures, according to the pre-hospitalization phase of the COVID, the warm water or boiled with horsefly, ginger, Cincinnati officinale, or coriander, or basil, or cumin, Cincinum seeds for drinking purpose. Fresh, warm, balanced diet. Fresh, warm, balance of the warm is very emphasized. Drink cold milk, and drink Ayushkatha as well. The next one is the Hungarian Budapest COVID-19 protocol. I have to tell you, because there is only for medical usage. And maybe you have heard about the ivermectin. Maybe you have heard it. Ivermectin is used for the animal medical doctors, but it seems to be very good effect for the pre-hospitalization phase and prevention of the COVID-19. And now there are some prospective studies about this, and about more than 400 prospective studies. There are only a few people with side effects. It means that it would be very useful, and there is the dosage, 10-40 milligram per dose, according to the body kilogram, and the duration based on the patient risk assessment and disease, of course. To low-fat meal before taking it, alcohol and benzodiazepine within 48 hours, and in the case of ivermectin allergy, previous stroke, and any disease that damages the blood-brain barrier, it is contra. The pregnancy and breastfeeding and liver disease. It means that in these cases, we don't advise this, but the ivermectin is very, very useful. This is the Hungarian protocol. And according to this, added the doxycycline two times 100 milligram for 5 days, and zinc, aspirin, the aspirin according to the blood platelet consumption, you know, and the vitamin D, as previously I mentioned, famotidine for the stomach protection, ambroxol, melatonin for the better human cycle to sleep better, C vitamin, and alestatin. This is the Hungarian protocol, and I'm sure that we can use it very, very successful. What about the traditional Chinese medicine? Because the Chinese medicine and the herbal medicine, they are not allowed in the European Union, only a few of them. For example, the ASP and the Sinupret and Kanchang, that be promising in our continent as well, and should be make a developing study for applying. Properly exploiting the available herbal resources, herbal active ingredients and products can be valuable tools in prevention and therapy as well. I think that should be more opening for the Chinese medicine in European countries to make an investigation for them. You can see in the next slide some references. I can send it if you are interested to make more information about this. And this is my last slide is the ivermectin chemical structure. Is the ivermectin, and we are waiting. We are some promising injection against the COVID-19 symptoms. Maybe they are promising without side effect. In this moment, only the Russian and the China has a injection for that, but they are not allowed in the European country now. The Pfizer and the other, they are working in USA as well, and we hope that we can control this awful pandemic, which hurt us very, very well and destroy us mentally, physically as well. No, that was the old one, and according to my first sentences, I wanted to make a preventive advices before the symptoms of the COVID-19. Many thanks for your attention.
Ask her.
Professor Gabriella, can you hear me?
Yes, I see you.
Okay, this is Sheldon Karasik in the US. I have a question.
Yeah.
You went through a list of a lot of ways to prevent the onset of COVID. My question is it your recommendation that people pick and choose from the various options you described, or use most of them simultaneously, or how do you decide which and how many to take?
Okay. I show you again the Hungarian COVID protocol. You can see it, okay? Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see? I have a lot of patients over 60, 65, or 70 years over, and they should be protected very well. I suggest them to take this protocol to be avoiding from the COVID. Additionally, maybe you have heard about the Kiseli study. The Kiseli study was talking about the ubiquinone, cuties, and the selenium. It was performed by Pharma Nord company from Finland, And in this study, they proved that we can release the cuties in our 50 years normally, but after 50 years it could be diminished, very diminished. And this is protective.
Pasta, né, nos webinars, ó, Global Webinar on Traditional and Alternative Medicine, November 27.
It's very protective for the lung and heart energy. And in this study, Kiseli study, the patients has taken 2 times 100 milligram per day Myokinon Gold. This is the name of this cuties. This is a medical prescription. And from the NIHA 4 stage, they were to NIHA 2 stage. It means that more powerful were there, more active mentally and physically as well. And this is the reason, additionally to the Budapest protocol, I give the Myokinon Gold as well.
Thank you.
For the older patients.
Thank you.
Myself, look at me. Can you see me? Can you see me?
No,
No? No again?
your slide.
Yes, we cannot see you. We can see your PowerPoint presentation, but
The slides are coming up.
It is.
You are in dark. Look like you are in dark.
I ask.
Yeah, but it was.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. I tell you the truth, you know, because previously you have seen me.
Please, can I ask a question?
Just a minute. I am 74 years old and very active. I am
Yes.
working. I take this protocol. Okay, please to the question, please. Rakima, you would like to ask me?
Because why you using ivermectin? It is antiparasitic drug.
Because ivermectin it seems to be in the anti-COVID effect. Has an anti-COVID effect as well. And
Antivirus effect.
Yeah, and the ivermectin is used in Brazil, in South Africa, in Far East as well. And this is the reason, officially it is not allowed in Hungary, but to see the studies, it seems to be very effective against the COVID-19.
It has a protocol, a specific protocol for a viral infection. So that was very interesting to hear. I'm sure that Dr. Gabriela, she put it together. And to me, that was very interesting. So.
Yeah, I'm also interested too. Can I say something?
Yes, of
Sure.
course.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just start my video.
Oh, hello.
Hi, nice to see you guys. Yeah, I'm very glad to see you guys on that one Zoom. Anyway, that for Dr. Gabriela, you know, that topics I'm very interested in, and also I have my own stories about the COVID-19 issues. Maybe that some doctor in Canada maybe noticed that, you know, in March, the CBC News, it has some kind investigated news from my clinic. Just because I give some patients some Chinese herbs to prevent the COVID-19. And then the CBC News, that reporters is hiding camera come to my clinic. And then that made a story on CBC News. So that is kind of very bad things for Canada. I guess so far in Canada, no any Chinese medicine doctor can claim they can help COVID-19 patients because of that issues. So that is very, very bad, for our Canadian people, for our Canadian Chinese medicine doctor, because that time I just claimed that all Chinese herb medicines I give my patient all come from the doctor from Wuhan. That time in Wuhan, Chinese medicine doctor, Chinese medicine had been working great job, achieved the great success to use Chinese herb medicine to prevent and treat lots of mild and medium level of the COVID-19 infection patients, and also very successful. But anyway, from that moment, that after CBC News, that, and then in Canada, I guess nobody want to say anything about the Chinese herb medicine can help COVID-19 patients. So I just want to tell you that story. It's a bad story to me. It's bad story. I mean, it's bad things to all our Canadians because we can't do anything from that part because the Health Canada claims that nothing has been confirmed. Anything can prevent to treat COVID-19. So I just, tell you my stories about that. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I am curious to know whether the Ayurvedic medicines, whatever you have mentioned, are they acceptable to the European or Western world?
Yes, especially in Hungary and in Germany, there are some Ayurvedic clinics, and they are officially imported. Yes, yes.
I read my article about two pandemics of COVID-19 and pandemics of dermatitis. I read my article in internet.
No, I haven't seen that. Yeah, this article was published.
But as far as I know, even in India, the Ayurvedic treatment is not recommended to the serious patients who are on ventilators or otherwise. In the very beginning of the COVID, asymptomatic or symptomatic patients, it has been found that these medicines, whatever you have mentioned, they are very useful. So do you have any idea or any studies at the WHO level whether to the scientific community?
Yes, my last slides was about the literature and the references. And of course, if you write me, I can send you all the references for that. All the references, they are free. And our publishing article is available as well.
Okay, I would suggest that if the email addresses of all the speakers, they are available to us.
Okay.
So that
we can ask Mr. Nawaz Sheikh.
Yeah, that's what.
For the participants to share the emails.
Yes.
Yes, sure, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your proposal.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Dr. Cheng Ku is also 35 minutes from the beginning to the end.
Yes. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Okay. During the pandemic of COVID-19, everything before our treatment, we must give some diagnosis. However, there are many people have locked down in their home. I can take their information. So, we developed a post-diagnostic apparatus into the sphygmometer to take the pulse. And then we can do the differential diagnosis from their pulse and their phase. Later is our talk about this. So in the past 30 years, we have already modernization of Chinese medicine from the mathematics to physics to physiology to pathology to pharmacology, then the basic medicine to the clinic. And the most important is the post-diagnosis. So we divide post-diagnosis apparatus to take the pulse. Listen, we can see that 20 years ago, we had the big machine and to take the pulse from the patient. And we can get the pulse. Then we analyze the pulse with a full transform. Then we can study the pulse, and after 10-year study, we build a physical basis post-diagnosis with a lot of scientific paper. Then we can match the meridian into the harmonic. That's from the first one is liver meridian, the second is the kidney meridian, the third is spleen meridian, the fourth is lung meridian, the fifth is stomach meridian, and the sixth is the gallbladder meridian, and the sixth is bladder meridian. The eighth is large intestine meridian. The ninth is the triple bundle meridian. The 10th is small intestine meridian. So we can measure the meridian and take the information. And after the treatment, we can evaluate the change or any different from the meridian. So we build into the code, then we can get information from our computer. So we can use the harmonic analysis of the pulse apparatus to pathological diagnosis. We call it pathological metry. We can find the excess or deficiency of the meridians. Then we also do a lot of pharmacology analysis. We call it pharmacology metry. We can gather information from the reinforcing or reducing effect on meridians, not including the acupuncture effect or herb effect or herb prescription formula. We use the metry operation to measure the herb prescription. So in the Gabriela's Professor Gabriela told us, there are a lot of Chinese medicine can be found on Europe. I think it also cannot found in the Africa. But we can find all the similar effects, just like acupuncture can work in every country. Even we can find a meridian effect on the Western drugs. So during the pandemic of COVID-19, a lot of conventional medicine have been locked down. So the alternative method for diagnosis should be with the telemedicine needed. So we can use all this information through the medical cloud server to get the information and get the diagnosis. So we put post-diagnosis into the cervical method. We all know in the past we take the pulse with our finger. Now we use the cervical method. Then with the Bluetooth, we can get information to cell phone, then connect to the medical cloud service. We can get a pulse and get a symptom and give diagnosis. And you can search the knowledge about the meridian or the symptom about the meridian. And you can, with the community, to give the information to your doctor or to other helper. Then you can use this cloud to give a lot of study. And we, with the HCV, the definition of harmonic amplitude, divide the mean of the harmonic amplitude. It means the stability of the pulse wave. Most health subjects are all under 5%. During the diagnostic process of rats, we found it right from high to low harmonic. So you can find the health subject all within the 5%. But if we can find a clinical patient, they were increased in the 4, 5, 6. And you can find in the cancer patient, not only the fifth, fourth, fifth, and the sixth harmonic are increased greater than the patient in clinic, but also in the first and second are also rise. But in the patient death or expired cancer patient, you can find even higher. And in the last day of the cancer patient, when they expire, you can find all the first five harmonic are increasing. So we can use this index to evaluation the patient condition. And we put this algorithm in the cervical matter. And this cervical matter get a level 2 medical equipment license, not only in Taiwan, but also in USA and in China and Europe. So everyone can buy the post diagnosis into the cervical matter to get a post and get an analysis from a website. And we can find the patient in the ICU after the MRI and do the cardiac catheter. And this is the first day, and the second day, then third day, 5 day. You can find when he go into the ICU, it's has very bad. Then after treatment, after the catheter, it get better, and then go to the normal room. So we can use this post-diagnosis method to measure or evaluate the patient's condition, even in their home. So we can use this system to share the process. Is everyone find the process? There are a speaker matter and a pet computer. Then you can take a picture. Then you can measure your blood pressure. Touch the button, then your pressure will be measured and be find a wave on the PET computer. You see the pulse, and the least processes is the normal blood pressure monitor, but we put this information into your computer, and you can find in the 30 minutes your blood pressure is monitored and measured. You can see this process. You can see all the wave. Then the second is take your pulse. So you can find the pulse on your screen. This is the pulse diagnosis in the new computer or in the cervical matter. Then we take this pulse with the Bluetooth to computer, then come to the web on the cloud. Then we'll get the same information just like the patient we get in the ICU. So everyone in your home can use this cervical matter to take your pulse and gather information of your meridians. All the meridian can be measured and record in your computer. So after the measurement, you can get record on your computer. So you can gather information about your meridian, and you can description your Earth formula with this information about the 12 meridian. So everyone can get this matter in your home. Then everybody can find doctor from the cloud. And every doctor can diagnosis and prescription with the telemedicine. So this is our work in the in this year when the pandemic of COVID-19 over the world, but in Taiwan we are safe and we are free of the virus. Then we can do the study and develop of this telemedicine. Thank you for your attention. Is there any question?
You have, Doctor, you have 22 more minutes to go. If you still want to discuss something, or we can go to the question and answer.
Spigometer. And with this Bluetooth, you can connect to the pet. So everyone can measure your pulse just like the spigometer. Take the pulse. Then touch the button. You can get your pulse. So the Chinese medicine will come into everybody's home and be the telemedicine and help every doctor and the patient. I hope everyone can have one to help your patient. And in Taiwan, we have already used it.
Can I have a question for you, Dr. Ko?
Can
I have a question for you?
Can you see us? Can you see me?
Yes, I can see, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation for that, digital pulse, that devices. I know that already that in Canada and States, some clinics already use similar products, I guess, also from Taiwan. And from your presentation, that really appreciate that you give me some information for that. But actually, I didn't catch your main points, how to use that to help Chinese medicine doctor to make diagnosis with your digital pulsing analysis for the patient. For example, you give us 6 meridians from this pulsing devices, right?
Yes.
And then that I say, for example, because I work in my clinic for my patient, if I use these devices, how to combine with my, my another, diagnosis, for example, that from the tongue's information, from the patients, that the symptoms and signs.
I'm the professor and the teacher of diagnosis in Taiwan Chinese Medicine University, and all the diagnosis must through the meridian, not only the face diagnosis or the tongue diagnosis or the pulse diagnosis. The most important in Chinese medicine is the meridian, and take the pulse, and with the Fourier transform, we can depose the pulse into different meridian. From the first harmonic is the liver meridian, the second is the kidney, and so on. Then we can find the past diagnosis. We call it pathologic metric. They are the excess or deficiency of the meridian. So we can use the acupuncture or herb to reinforcing or reducing the effect on meridian. So the diagnosis of the pulse is not only the pulse diagnosis, but also the meridian diagnosis. And they give a lot of information. So we can use this way to prescribe the formula in the Shanghai Zabing we call the Jingfang. And everyone, every formula with the spatial metric. So in the past 20 years, we already matched almost all the formula into the pharmacology metric. So this is what we do in the past 30 years. On the mathematics, we conduct the 5-element principle with the mathematics, and we conduct the radio resonance equation theory in the physics. And we use the post-diagnosis theory, and we build the post-diagnosis apparatus and match the meridian to the harmonic. So we can measure the meridian and take the excess of deficiency. So we can use this pathologic metric to describe the pharmacology metric, reinforcing or reducing the effect. Not only in acupuncture but herb, but also the precision formula. So we can find the clinical method. We call it we can find during the dying process. We have the objective way to measure the patient's condition and use the Chinese method to treat them. So in Taiwan, many doctors use this specific method to diagnosis, and maybe one day in Canada, you can use it also.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ko. And yeah, I mean, really interesting this kind of devices, actually, that I'm wondering that use these devices because when you put on your wrist, right? And then because traditionally, when we make a post-diagnosis, we have the, 称关尺, right? And then that when we take post-diagnosis, we have 轻, 重, 重, right? Different kind of levels to process the pulse. And then we can make diagnosis, that what's going on. From your machine, can you give us the same, that the result of diagnosis from pulsing, tell me if it is that the insufficiency of the, for example, spleen and qi weakness, or excessive the gain yang too much in the body, or something. Do you have some that the result after diagnosis come out?
Yes, you can find it. We can find the first 5 meridian. They are all in, but athletes, they are young, and they are low frequency. This is the harmonic 0 to 4 is the in, and the 5 to 10 is yang. And also in our procedure of take pose, there are 2 process. The first one, we can take the fu, and the second is the chen.
Yeah.
And the 寸关尺, if we take the pose with the sample theory, if you take the more frequency, high frequency, you will not only get 3 points, but we can take the more than 100 points in the same time.
Dr. Koo, I would like maybe have in the future, if we have chance to meet, together, maybe I would like, that to learn more from you, of that your new techniques.
Maybe next March. I hope everyone can come to Taiwan. Taiwan is very safe, and you can enjoy your meeting and also enjoy the traveling in Taiwan.
Yeah, I know that. I really appreciate for that and looking for that. Actually, that 2 years ago, I planned to go to Taiwan because Dr. Zhong, that in Vancouver, yes, and he invited me to go there, but because that time I have another meeting, I didn't go. So next time, yeah, I would like maybe I'm looking for, to Taiwan to see you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Welcome all.
Can I add some sentences?
Yes.
Okay, cool. It was very nice to see you again and see the development of your research. It was my pleasure, and you developed something new as well. I am very fascinated from these results. Very fascinated. You know why? Because in Europe, the traditional Chinese medicine, this is a miraculous and a little bit mysterious science, and to teach and to learn and to understand the TCM is very difficult. But this is a very, very scientific proof for the pulse inspection. And what does it mean, the spleen deficiency and excess and everything. Many thanks for your lecture.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it.
I always remember I take your post in Berlin, and that time the machine is bigger, but now it's very small.
Yeah.
I hope next time I can give this speedometer to you and use it in Europe.
Thank you very much. I am very, very impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed.
Thank you all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rakima is going to give a talk on the real reason for nowadays massive widespread allergy.
My speech is the real reason for nowadays massively widespread allergy. My name is Rahima Zaksulikova. I am PhD, allergist, dermatologist, acarologist. I am teach in Almaty Medical University in 1961-1966. Independent researcher since 1973. I participant of Almaty World Health Organization Congress in 1973. PhD since 1979. I am member of the European Association of Acarologists, European Academy Allergists, Clinic Immunologists, and a group of doctors, Euromedica, in Hanover since 2008. I am participant of congresses and symposiums of doctors, acarologists, allergists of Europe since 2008, USSR since 9. Relevance of the problem of allergies. The concept of allergies, causes of occurrence, curability, heredity, dynamics of morbidity with age, complications, etc. The results of my independent 47-year research on allergies, the spread of the disease, the growth of the fauna of people, etc. And the ways to recover from modern allergies for children, adults, and etc. What doctors say about allergies? If an allergy appears, then it will last for the rest of your life. Allergy has become a link in all branches of clinical medicine. Allergy can be either an independent disease or a concomitant disease in any other diseases of the human body, for example, gastroenterological, neurological, and others. How good it is when there is no allergy. Look, You can walk anywhere, anytime. This family walk freely along the forest path. Do you like? The history of allergy, the word allergy was coined by the Australian scientist Clement Perquet in 1906. This word comes from the Greek words alles, different, and ergon, I do. Hence, the word allergy means doing differently. At the beginning of the 20th century, allergology emerged as an independent science. Allergic diseases have been known to mankind since ancient times. Even Hippocrates and Galen reported allergies and described this disease. Hay fever was described in the 19th century. Consequently, allergies have been present among people for a very long time and misleads both scientists and ordinary people. Allergic diseases statistics. The statistics of the prevalence of allergic diseases does not reflect the true state of affairs, since it only takes into account the number of patients who visit specialized allergy rooms, which are not available in all regions. The widespread prevalence of allergic diseases speaks of allergy as a global medical problem. According to World Statistics, at the end of the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century, there is a surge in allergic diseases. Almost everyone has experienced allergies at least once in their life. Moreover, the older a person is, the more often he is susceptible to allergic reactions. This boy is allergic to cow's milk. But the natural cow's milk is the most useful food product. It is especially useful in our age, the age of chemical additives to food. Do you agree? This woman has plant pollen allergy. Are you familiar with this variant of allergy? You know pollinosis can be spring, summer, autumn, year-round. Theories of the origin of allergies. There are many theories trying to explain the origin of allergies and allergic reactions of humans. Some of them did not stand the test of time and were forgotten. Others, on the contrary, received further development. However, none of the existing theories of the causes of allergies provides not only elimination, but even a decrease in the incidence of this disease. The existing theories include the following: allergens and allergy, chronic infection and allergy, drugs and allergy, house dust and allergy, pollen and allergy, food and allergy, ecology and allergy, computer and allergy, heredity and allergy, triggers and allergy, etc. Not all people react to allergens. Only people who are sensitive to allergens develop allergic reactions in response to exposure to allergens. When an allergen enters the body of such a person for the first time, sensitization occurs. When the sensitized organism remits, the antigen is already recognized and attacked by scientific antibodies, which is accompanied by an allergic reaction. Therefore, allergy caused by allergens. The number of allergens as well as types of allergies cannot be counted. Allergy can start at any age, including babies and deep old people. The other day in the News of Medicine, there was information about a congenital allergy. Why does a kid become allergic? He is still small. He have not gone anywhere himself, and he has such a terrible allergy. It is good that there are no severe edema yet. World Health Organization named 21st century the century of allergy. Despite the efforts of rising incidence of allergy, aggravation of the cause of allergic diseases, new allergic diseases appear, allergy prevention not known, the Q methodology are not known. First stage independent research. First stage, 1973, 1979. In the regime of the first stage was demodicosis is a skin disease.
Ya işte yayın istiyor ya.
Second stage of my
Beraber konuştuk ya.
second stage of my research during 1980 to 1990, the development of allergy in a clinical experiment was the reason for a more in-depth study of the relationship between allergy and demodicosis. Treatment of allergy sufferers continued. Third stage, during 1991 to 2013, rechecked the previous results of observations. Treatment of allergy sufferers continued. Briefly about the independent research. 47 years studying human demodicosis. More than 43,000 people treated with antidemodectic methods, of which 30% are children under 14 years old. More than 17,000 examined ecologically. More than 388,000 people's all skin examined. More than 3 million people of the skin of the exposed parts of the body was examined. 28 people with healthy skin are carologically examined. 412 patients studied the fauna of house and bed. More than 170 publications in Russian, Kazakh, English languages, including copyright certificates, patents, monographs, etc. Symptoms of demodicosis in open part seen in this slide. Symptoms degree from 65% in 1979 to 100% in August 1981. The condition of open parts of skin became worse. In January 1981, first stage of demodicosis were in 93rd examined, and to 1983 year, initial stage of demodicosis became 78%. The main culprit of modern mass allergy is mite demodex. The word demodex means demo, man, dex, worm. That is man's worm. Currently, demodexes are present in skin of all people, young and old. The information that exists in medicine about demodexes is often absurd. From the skin of allergy sufferers, 98% isolated demodex by me. Researchers find demodexes in 92 to 100% of people. In the 1970s, the everyday increase of number of people with skin affected by demodexes was clearly visible. Among the people around an avalanche-like nature of the speed of the spread of allergy acariasis was involuntarily noticed. The documentary confirmation of my observations, patents, monographs, and other documents. This is certificate of attendance in symposiums of carologists Europe, in Montpellier, France, Spain, certificate of attendance in European Academy Allergology and Clinical Immunology in Warsaw, Polish, and the last certificate of attendance in World Health Organization in September, October 2020. The modern clinical masks of dermatitis with which patients asked for help. Here are the modern diagnoses, clinical masks of unrecognized dermatitis. With this diagnosis established by doctors of medical institutions, those in need turned to me for help. Anti-dermatitis treatment helped them. Please look, are these diagnoses familiar to you? Why allergy has different manifestations? Each human body is individual and unique. It has its own anatomical, biochemical, immunological, physiological, and other features. In addition, each person has his own food, work, household, hygiene, weekend, and other habits. Each of them leaves an imprint on the further stay of the community of microorganisms in his body. That is why the same disease clinically manifests itself in different ways in different people, including members of the same family. I do not offer new theory, and I am ready to prove my position by the complete cure of patients with various modern diseases, actual clinical masks of dermatitis acariasis. Can you agree with next? Isn't it the most convincing method of the cause of the disease to completely eliminate the disease by causal treatment? Cases from practice. The causal treatment provided a complete recovery of 92% of the applied patients. Among them was Dina Alexandrovna Karpova. She was treated for 2 years from leukoplakia. Now, it was 20 years ago. Now she is healthy. This feedback from the patient's mother in Instagram. Wait a minute. Patient suffered from allergies since infancy. With age, his allergies only worsened. Neither in adolescence nor after marriage, his allergy did not subside. He has 7 diagnoses as a complication of his childhood allergy and observed by 6 doctors. In 24 age, he comes to me, received treatment during 4 years and become healthy. His diagnosis in this slide. He has 7 diagnoses and observed by 6 doctors. This feedback of a group patients who cured from hay fever. He comes to my office every day in summer and completely cured. Then wrote this feedback in the newspaper Agnia Alatau for November 16, 1991. Article in the newspaper named "The Devil is Not So Crazy." Devil means allergy. This review of parents of a child who has recovered from food allergies and atopic dermatitis. During 6 months, 9-year-old girl received treatment and become healthy. She, after treatment, she eats any food without problems. This is victory. Thank you, said her mother. This review of patients fully recovered from discoid lupus erythematosus. Patient 60 years old, completely recovered in 7 months. Discoid lupus erythematosus, difficult disease, but he became completely healthy. Miracle happened. I am cured, he wrote. A little more about mites. Aniakariasis is caused by the association of mites with various microorganisms. Mites are the leading component of this community. Four pairs of legs allow them to move freely on any surface. The piercing, sucking, cutting, gnawing mouth apparatus allows them to pave their way inside any tissues in the organs of a person. Today, during a coronavirus pandemic and the medicosis pandemic will ensure a faster generalization of the COVID-19 virus in the patient's body. Most mites inhabit the glands of the skin and mucous membranes that communicate with the external environment. That is why allergic reactions develop most often on the skin and mucous membranes. But mites have adapted to living in internal organs and tissues, causing allergies of internal organs. Have you heard about visceral allergies? Please remember, this is myth. Allergy is not contagious. Allergy will lag behind. The child will outgrow. A predisposition to allergy is inherited. This is reality. Allergy is contagious. A lull of allergy does not mean a cure. Allergy continues to progress in the body. Allergy is not inherited. Allergy is contagious. Resume of my independent observation. An unrecognized infection, demodicosis or demodecticariasis, having become neglected and complicated, was elevated to the rank of incurable allergy and systemic diseases. Time and practice have proved my point. Therefore, I declare modern massively spread allergy is a slowly developing primary chronic infection, demodicosis, which is caused by mites of which there are a great many in biotope of a modern allergy sufferer. This allergy can be cured and prevented completely. I invite colleagues, investors, and large medical institutions to work to improve the health of the population from mite-borne allergies. The clinic of human demodicosis is described me by internet, by me in internet. Then I described about 2 pandemics, pandemic of demodicosis, primary chronic disease, and the pandemic of COVID-19. This is addresses where described my publications. Please subscribe to my social media channels and ask questions. Thank you for attention. Excuse me for my English.
Hello, can I ask for a question?
Yes, sure, please continue asking the question.
Yes, thank you very much for the very wonderful talk. Can I just ask you a question about food allergy? So how do you see food allergy? Because to us, it seemed, I mean, in the UK at the moment, it seemed to know for the past few decades, quite a lot of this increasing instance of food allergy. So how would be your view, in terms of this allergy, food allergies?
Food allergy is a variant of many widespread allergy. food allergies cured completely if patient has proof treatment, правильное лечение.
The question I want to ask is because it seemed to ask some people.
I need many focus, many people in Facebook and other from they have food allergies and have many problems from skin, and I am suffer when see them. They may be cured completely, and I am wonder. I am. I can help them, but there are too many sufferers, and I invite professionals, invite people who help organization helping for these people.
Okay, I just want to know in terms of the cause of food allergy. Yeah, we all know there's allergen in food, but
please speak slowly. My interpreter must be here. She is here. She's
okay. Yeah, that's okay then. Yeah,
I invite interpreter, translator. She must be here, but she's she's not here.
Well, that's okay. That's fine. I think my question is finished. Thank you very much.
If you have excuse me, if you have my right answer, please write me in chat. Perhaps tomorrow in WhatsApp, and I answer your question. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you very
please.
much. Thank you.
My English is very poor, you see.
No, not to me. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Rakima, may I ask, what methods do you use for testing the allergies, especially food allergies? For example, I use applied kinesiology. So what are some of the methods you use to test different kinds of allergies?
I explain that one reason lead many variants of allergy. Many reasons is became different variants of allergy, but reason may be similar. This reason depends of many factors. Each human body is individual and unique. It has its own anatomical, biochemical, immunological, physiological, and other features. In addition, each person has his own food, work, household, hygiene, weekend, and other habits. Each of them leaves an imprint of the further stay of the community of microorganisms in his body. That is why the same disease, in this case demodicosis, in its earliest manifestation, allergy, clinically manifests itself in different ways in different people, including members of the same family. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand that. That's why in my personalized holistic treatments, I use applied kinesiology. And I know there are many different kinds of testings like skin patches and so on. So I was just wondering, for the various kinds of allergies, what techniques do you use? Because I understand also you have different treatments, which I would like to learn from you. But what techniques do you use to test the different allergies?
Allow me to ask you a question. You do tests, okay? And receive results, okay? Then following, you don't contact with these allergens, but every year allergens becomes more and more, okay? You must not contact with many allergens. That without tests can be cured allergy, You are, вы удивитесь, как сказать. Ай, мой vocabulary. Так, удивитесь. You are wonderful. You are wonder. When you recover from allergy without tests. If you every members of today's conference on the open parts of the skin has symptoms of demodicosis. Excuse me, colleagues, excuse me, but I see this disease neglected my eyes. This disease seen in skin, at skin and in skin.
May I tell something to this question, White Kinkley? Hello.
Hello. That's fine, actually, because I was asking the even testings or even the treatments. What are the treatments that Dr. Rakima uses, you know? Building up the immune system for sure, and nutritional supplements or emotional release work, which is what I do. And that actually clears up some of the allergies that I've been treating. And allergies run really strongly in my family lineage and in the DNA. And so that's a special interest for me and also for my clients. So that's why I'm asking what treatments you have, because there's a lot of explanation, yes, or even the testing modalities. It's all right. We can discuss that later if there are other people wanting to ask questions.
Besides have many years old, I try to find colleagues, good men who help many allergic sufferers. Then I visit this conference and other conferences because I want to speak my observation results of my observations many people and colleagues.
So I have a question.
You listen that Gabriela said that in cure of coronavirus infection, they have ivermectin, doxycycline, and other drugs when help in dermatitis, allergies, acne, dermatitis, and other diseases. Because dermatitis now currently present in all people, including kids. Therefore, kids and old men have allergies.
Thank you.
Thank you. You help you and other people who suffered allergy.
Itt van már rég a csicseroló. Itt van, mert eszik. Nem tudod, hogy miért, de eszik. Can I tell you something while Kingly?
Yes, please.
Okay. It is very interesting. Your question was because the applied kinesiology, you can test any kind of allergy. Yes, it is okay.
That's
but
what I do. And also,
from the beginning, from the contact dermatitis allergy with the alimentary allergy as well. There are some machine, for example, in the Utah, in USA, the Biomeridian MSAS, Meridian Stress Assessment, you can make a galvanic measurement. In the electrical circuit, there is the patient, there is an allergic meridian according to fall meridian point, you know, in the hand, and the allergen. And you can test it. The normal value could be limited or could be elevated. If there is elevated, that is dangerous for the patients. And if the normal value is diminished a little bit, this is very stressful for the patients. This is the other, but this is a complementary medicine method and not an academic medicine method, you know?
yes, thank you. I'm familiar with bioresonance, quantum technology. Yes, and
that's right.
Also
very fascinating and very wonderful. Yes, that's right.
The main reason of that fact is medicine, in clinical medicine, don't know the real clinic of allergic diseases, the clinic of dermatitis, acariasis, that is main reason of the allergy. American scientists sent her suffered pollinosis peoples to the north of the earth, where it's very cold. The patient suffered pollinosis the disease caused by pollens. You know, in the north of Earth, of our Earth, the symptoms is allergy is absence, but in the blood of patients decrease the immunoglobulin E. Do you know this fact?
Yes, yes.
This fact says that illness, the main reason of allergy in organism of these people, but not pollen is reason of allergy, but not pollen is triggers in that cases, only triggers. If you see American people, excuse me, of course, American people, including presidents as Clinton, as last president, как его?
Obama.
Trump.
Obama.
Нет, не Obama.
The president was
No,
Trump.
not Obama. Obama, in the skin of Obama is not clearly seen this disease. Donald Trump, Clinton, they has red face, okay? Red skin on the face. Do not remember. Many people in America has acariasis, and in the science literature wrote that many people leave their houses and go away with these houses, because in their houses more acarus mites.
Dr. Akima, sorry to interrupt you. We can have the discussion later in the panel discussion. It's time for the next speech. Thank you for your wonderful speech.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all of participants. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, our next speech is from Dr. Parveen Zareen from BioQuantum Academy, Canada, and she is giving a talk on immune system, the natural army, and human body guard.
Okay, I'm just trying to share my stuff here.
Yes.
Do you have a slide, my slide on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so. Okay, can I just minimize this here? I have a little bit of, oops. Okay, so yes, as you mentioned, the topic that I'm going to talk, it's the immune system, the intelligent natural army and human body guard. My talk is portioned out into two segments. One is today, that I'm going to talk an outbreak of coronavirus pandemic and the role of our immune system. And tomorrow, I'm going to elaborate a little bit what is COVID-19 virus and my approach to treat the viral infection by the modality of homotoxicology, a version of homeopathic medicine. First, I would like to extend my special thanks to our conference organizer, dear Mr. Nabaz. You have done an awesome job. Thank you so much. And also my warmest greeting to every one of you around the globe for being here to share your knowledge with us. I would like to share my view on the recent global matter, the coronavirus pandemic. Also talk about my concerns, my practical challenges, my approach and solutions, also my frustration for the way that inefficient healthcare system around the world is dealing with this situation, handling this situation. I am not a politician here, and this is not a political statement, but I would like to share my insight with you without bias. The healthcare system have no scientific solutions and no curative system of medicine to offer to people, but instead enforcing the mandatory non-scientific rules, requirements, and recommendations. This is too sad to see how the advanced societies are run by ignorance and lack of true knowledge, especially on this critical pandemic situation. Even though we all participants in this conference are in the holistic domain and practice traditional or alternative medicine, which in the beginning, Dr. Gabriela said, we put it under integrative medicine, which I have been doing it for decades. But we practice different modalities and we might have different views on topics or situations. We don't have to have shared vision, but we can share our vision without being biased on each other's insight. We all practice under oath and we must be truthful to ourselves and to the others at all times. Before reaching to my actual point of view, I would like to briefly share the latest news about the pandemic in my city, Toronto, Canada. That is ridiculous to me, and it might seem funny to you as well. As I said, I'm not a politician, and this is not a political statement. It is only my personal view on the current crisis. For the second time since the outbreak of virus, the authority in my city has announced a state of emergency. The Toronto region is moving into lockdown for another 28 days since last Monday. The province of Ontario, which I am living in, announces it will fine people for violating public health rules designed by the authorities. They have already divided services into essential and non-essential retails. What I understand from this mandate is that coronavirus chooses a place to go. I'm just trying to put this on the, thank you. What I understand from this mandate is that coronavirus chooses a place to go. The virus does not go to essential services, but it goes to non-essential services. So the virus must be quite intelligent to differentiate the places. They announced no indoor gatherings with anyone outside of your household. Traveling to visit your loved ones is non-essential. So it is non-essential for my son who lives outside of Canada to visit his parents since last January. It is not essential to have friends or relatives who are your support network coming to your place and celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas, which is part of our beautiful Canadian culture. Because coronavirus attacks friends and family reunion, it is non-essential to have social life, even though a human being is a social entity. This is outrageous to take away people's livelihood. These restrictions have been affecting people's mental and physical health, financial and social health, and it's going to get worse because they simply have no scientific solutions. They say, it's just funny to me, it say outside gatherings are limited to 10 people. If it's more than 10 people, the coronavirus will attack, but up to 10 people is okay. Sorry, Mr. Nawaz, I don't have my video. Is there any chance they can put my video back on the screen?
Yeah, I think you have to stop your share screen. You have to stop your share screen.
So I don't have it right here. Let me just see if I can.
Share screen, yeah. Let me do it. Share. Yeah, now you are.
Okay, that's, here you go. At least.
Yes, now you are.
I can see myself. Yes. Okay, so that doesn't work. Okay. So they say outside gatherings limited to 10 people, I already mentioned. They say restaurants are limited to takeout or drive-through. It means to me that coronavirus does not go to the takeout places, just goes to the dining areas. Post-secondary institutions such as colleges and universities are virtual, but they're open for the clinical training. So coronavirus does not go to the clinical training places, just go to the classrooms. Interestingly, the elementary and high schools remain open. I think coronavirus does not like going to school, or the teachers' union is much stronger than that. So what a level of hypocrisy here. Instead of finding and offering scientific solutions to people, the authorities, instead of finding that in this crisis, they are too busy mapping and dividing the region in my province. I'm just talking about my view, my country, and my province and my city. Into different zones. Red control zones means very dangerous. Orange control zones means very semi-dangerous zone, and deliberately creating such huge panic in people to follow their mandate. And they will soon announce curfew during Christmas holidays. It means Corona will attack who celebrates Christmas during this period of time. So according to their mandate, coronavirus can go to shoe stores, clothing store, restaurants, friends and relatives, to worship places, to gym, but does not go to grocery stores, does not go to pharmacies, does not go to doctor's office. Unimaginable hypocrisy at the highest level. Let's be unbiased and talk scientifically here. Corona is just a virus. It does not choose specific places to go. It has nanotechnology and can go anywhere, anytime, but it only chooses the right host among animals and human body to carry out its biological activities. Once before, I was quite disappointed that my modality, homeopathic medicine, was not part of the healthcare system. Now I am quite convinced that we shouldn't be part of it, because the system that is not scientific to me, but we apply science and follow the natural laws. Please allow me to briefly mention FDA and its rules in this situation. FDA, Food and Drug Administration, is supposed to protect people from harmful food and drugs. But instead of protecting the big pharma, protect the sale agent and giant food industry, because it receives billions of dollars from these industries, but it does not receive anything from the local restaurants because they're not part of the industry. The profitable businesses are doing so well during the pandemic. By announcing the state of emergency and lockdown, they encourage people to stock up food and medicine until their vaccine is ready to come to the market. The vaccine will be the most profitable business for the pharmaceutical of all times. So coronavirus is supposed to give them a great business, and it does. We all know that the FDA regulates a wide range of products, including packaged food and beverages, medication and drugs, vaccines, and other biological products. FDA is tightly collaborating with WHO, the World Health Organization, who was supposed to be in charge of controlling the disease agent of the coronavirus at the place of origin before it becoming pandemic. But sadly, it has clearly been failed due to their political games, lack of responsibility, and commitment to the health of people around the world. Having said that, FDA and WHO are closely collaborating in regards to the public health issues, and both are responsible for the pandemic, but unfortunately, people are paying the price. The world has always been a battlefield between the good and evil from the beginning to now. It's a disastrous situation globally when a manufactured or artificial disease agent is used for the political and financial gain. A microscopic entity is used as a weapon. The mass is a lack of knowledge about the whole phenomena. The healthcare system, even in modern societies, is insufficient and have nothing to offer to save lives. So people who put their faith and trust in the hands of their authorities are desperate. They have no choice but following the mandated recommendations. I don't blame people. That's the reason I'm committed to raise awareness and educate the mass by bringing my information to them, because knowledge is power. This kind of unhuman selfishness is not new to the humankind. Only the form of attack is changing, either through the conventional ways of destruction or by biological attack. In our traditional and natural domain, no matter the origin of the disease agent. We are meant to follow the natural laws and principles to cure the human disease in order to save lives. Nature never changes its laws and principles, and it operates accordingly from the beginning of life. Nature has never designed a way that a microscopic organism such as a virus can destroy a macroorganism such as a human body. You should not look for health and healing in the healthcare system, hospitals, or outside of you. Health is an internal domain, and it's a balanced state of body, mind, emotion, and the fundamental energy force. The human body is an absolute part of nature. It follows the same principles, and it has no artificial death, such as death by a virus, in its nature. The human body is constantly going through the cycle of weakening degeneration, followed by renewal, regeneration, exactly the process of sickness and health. These characteristics are endowed in all living beings, including the human body by nature, with no exception. The true and honest physicians must know the natural laws, the life principles, and the human body as a whole in order to cure. We must clearly understand how the human body operates at all levels, at all dimensions, and we must know how life principles govern the human body. Then it's quite simple to apply the natural strategies that activate the body's healing ability to restore health at any age, rejuvenate at any age, renew at any age, and recover at any age. I created a trinity of disease, and according to my trinity of disease, that there are three fundamental underlying causes for acute, chronic, epidemic, or pandemic illnesses that can cause artificial or early death. But who is the target for artificial or early death? In order to simplify my view, I would like to briefly explain the chemical components of the human body before getting into functional aspect. The human body is a tank of biochemical elements consisting of essential nutrients, 92 essential nutrients, 60 kind of essential minerals, 12 kind of essential amino acids, 12 water-soluble vitamins, 4 fat-soluble vitamins, 3 main essential fatty acids, water, and oxygen, which must be replaced and replenished on a regular basis to assist the biological function in order to renew, to heal, and restore health at all times. The human body cannot make the essential nutrients on its own. Therefore, they must be received through the proper nutrition and a required supplementation on a daily basis. As we learned from the number of the nutrients, 2/3 of the body's biochemical nutrients are minerals. Minerals are the structure of the human body. More than 90% of degenerative conditions, including artificial death by a virus, is caused by the mineral deficiency. Degeneration or sickness and regeneration or health always start at the cellular level. DNA of the cell loses its structure and function when the cells are nutritionally deficient of essential minerals and amino acids. When the cells are intoxicated, and when the cells do not receive an adequate energy flow for their biological and electromagnetic functions. According to my chosen modality, homotoxicology concept, a branch of homeopathic medicine, when this happens, the disease can evolve quickly from the early phase of benign to the advanced phase of malignant and destructive. Now the world is the prisoner of microscopic entity, the COVID-19, due to a lack of knowledge about the fundamental causes of the artificial disease that I just mentioned above. A lack of knowledge about how the natural laws and principles govern as a whole, and how the human body operates as an absolute part of nature. A lack of knowledge about the right system of medicine and right medical modality for each individual at this pandemic situation. Since the past 100 years, people have been heavily medicated, drugged up, and intoxicated by the pharmaceutical drugs. People have been nutritionally deficient by the modern agriculture with the depleted topsoil for decades. People have been going through a stressful and challenging life that drive them to eat the non-nutritional and artificial food and drink approved by the FDA. The modern lifestyle became equal to unnatural way of living. I can talk about the terrible and toxic food available in the market for days, but I have to make it short. As a result of decade negligence, the people's body has not given a chance to heal itself by coming into natural homeostasis, equilibrium, and balanced state holistically. People's immune system is suppressed and compromised to the chronic consumption of the suppressive chemical medication that has caused a high level of cellular toxicity, cellular fragility in people for decades. Having said that, the coronavirus does not need to be fought through rules, regulations, martial law, curfew, and lockdown. A virus needs to be fought with a strong and intelligent internal army, the human immune system. As you can hear, the number of infected people is increasing every day, no matter the lockdown, no matter the social distancing, masking, or the other unscientific mandated recommendations. By the way, I'm not against anything that I'm saying, but I'm a lawful person. I follow the rules, but these are, to me, are very unscientific. It is called pandemic. It means everyone is exposed to it, but not everyone gets infected and degenerates and die. A virus is a nano-sized entity. It can enter from any mucous membranes of mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and even skin. What a piece of mask can do. Actually, the COVID-19 is taking lives in the most advanced society with the high level of hygiene. But the authorities are still teaching people how often to wash hands. It's absurd and very laughable. Microorganisms such as viruses are created by nature with an ability to look and find the right host among organisms such as animals and human body in order to be nourished, survive, and proliferate. This is the virus nature. We cannot change it. But then who is the right host? Virus is destructive only on the degenerated and intoxicated body. The one who has been chronically intoxicated by the internal and external toxins, who has long been nutritionally deficient, who has blockage of energy flow at the cellular level for a long time, or who has a pre-existing condition. Metabolites and byproducts of pharmaceutical drugs can be deposited in the extracellular and intracellular level and compete with the cellular nutrients and consequently rob the body of the essential nutrients. They have a giant amount of toxins in the body. They block the life energy flow, suppressing the biochemical pathways, suppressing the disease symptoms, and deepen the disease further inside the body. That's why the elderly people have been attacked by the virus badly due to a long time consumption of pharmaceutical medications. On the other hand, the human body is created by the same nature with the superpower and natural healing ability to fight and heal itself. Human body's immune system is programmed to recognize the non-self from self, no matter a virus, a bacteria, fungus, toxins, food particles, or any foreign materials. When the immune system is dormant, it allows a pathogen to pass the first line of defense, the innate immune system, without a detection. When a pathogen can pass from the second line of defense, adaptive immune system, without being recognized, at this point, the immune system is not awakened, and it cannot mount an immune response in order to produce an antibody against an antigen. Therefore, the body cannot fight off and destroy the pathogen quickly. So the pathogen easily enters the body to be sheltered. Due to the chronic deficiency and intoxications, the gate of the cells is too weak. It easily breaks and allows the pathogen gets into the cell with no effort. The pathogen hijacks the entire cell. Consequently, the fragile DNA or the genetic materials can easily be hacked by a virus. Then the virus can easily shelter feed off, and proliferate in the cells quickly. At this weakening point, the main buffering system, the lungs and kidneys, cannot do their vital biological function in this critical situation to bring the pH level of the body into balanced state on time. So the blood pH level drops down drastically. As a result, the body goes to coma and dies. When we look at this phenomenon holistically, the whole process of destruction is not caused by a virus. It is caused due to the prolonged cellular energy blockage, chronic cellular nutritional deficiency, and cellular toxicity that leads to the weakness, fragility, and lack of body's ability to respond, to cope, and fight off quicker than the virus action. The degeneration has already occurred in the body, and the virus is a trigger for the destruction. The disease does not kill when the body's natural ability is awakened and activated. This power is endowed in every single human body by nature without exception. No microorganism can kill a human body when the body's intelligence is awakened, and it can act up quicker than a pathogen's action. No pathogen can kill a human body when the cell and DNA of the cell are strong and intact. It is the immune system's vital job to combat with the virus. No matter the body has come into contact with the virus for the first time without an immunological memory such as coronavirus, or it has a documented memory previously. We are surrounded with countless microorganisms and pathogens which are new to our body. It is the function of our defense system to recognize and destroy them quickly, also memorize and save them as an immunological antibody information for the next possible contact. The virus do not have power over the human's body power unless the human body is powerless. No virus has the ability to kill the human body. The body dies because of an inability to recognize, defend, and destroy a virus. Immunodeficiency is the cause of the human body's destruction and artificial death, not a virus. Immune system is our defense mechanism, protects us like an army, is essential to our health and survival. And without an immune system, our body would be open to attack by parasites, viruses, bacteria, toxins, and environmental aggressions. Immune system is not a separate entity from the body. Like the other parts of the body, it must be essentially well-nourished, regularly detoxified, naturally awakened and fortified in order to carry out its biological function of defending and protecting the body, as the nature has programmed it to do. Immune system contains the vast network of cells and tissues, such different white blood cells, which is constantly looking for invaders and foreign materials. As soon as an enemy is spotted, our defense system intelligently mounts a complex attack or immune response to fight it off. Without an immune system, we have no way to fight harmful things that enter into our body from outside or harmful changes such as cancer cells that occur inside our body. As I mentioned earlier, that there are two subsystems in our immune system known as the innate immune system or non-specific, that we are born with it from birth. This system includes skin, mucous membranes of the throat, and epithelial tissues and of guts. If the pathogen manages to evade the innate immune system by a sudden shift of position, the adaptive immune system or a specific immunity gets involved. Adaptive immune system develops as we go through life, as we are exposed to disease or get vaccinated. We build up a documented information of antibodies to many pathogens. So nature never let the human body down. As our human system remembers the previous enemies and invaders, the adaptive immunity is referred to as immunological memory. Both of subsystems are closely linked and work together whenever a pathogen or germ triggers the immune system. I'm just trying to put the As our immune system remembers previous enemies and invaders, the adaptive immune system refers to as an immunological memory. Both of subsystems are closely linked and work together whenever a pathogen or germ triggers the immune system. My final thoughts: in order to remove the disease, we must understand the nature of the human body, the underlying causes of the disease, no matter acute, subacute, chronic, epidemic, or pandemic. Human body has one disease with thousands of manifestations. In order to heal, we must understand the healing process and how the human body works as a whole. Disease does not kill. The lack of human body's ability to cope and fight off the causes of the disease will kill. Disease is not created outside of the body. It's the product of the internal weakening, dormancy, and lack of ability to cope and respond to the disease agent. Now people are locked down for months, living in uncertainty, in panic and anxiety due to the wrong approach, a lack of holistic knowledge about the human body's natural healing ability. The human race is been let down by ego and ignorance. That's our responsibility to keep our promise under oath, fulfill our commitment to the well-being of others, and carry out our mission to serve humanity and make the world a better place to live. I treat viral infections such as coronavirus with homeopathic medicine. Coronavirus creates a disease. Disease has 6 phases: excretion phase, inflammation phase, deposition phase, impregnation phase, degeneration phase, and differentiation phase. And each phase, based on the totality of the symptoms and manifestation of the disease, has an indicated remedy. Homeopathy is a compassionate, safe, gentle, effective, with the holistic approach to healing, and has withstood for over 200 years of practice. Homeopathy is the most effective modality to treat all kinds of acute and chronic conditions, including pandemic. And it's one of the best systems of medicine that nature has offered to the human being. I will further elaborate my approach with homeopathy and treatments for coronavirus tomorrow. Thank you so much for your attention. And I go back to be the moderator. So, Mr. Nawaz. How come I don't have anybody's? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Parveen. Thank you for the heart-touching speech.
As you divided my speech in 2 different segments, today I wanted to talk about my view and insights regarding to the whole phenomena. And tomorrow I am going to elaborate my treatments and my approach with homeopathic medicine. It's going to be interesting tomorrow. At least you know where I am coming, you know, and with the background of homeopathy, I'm not biased to any other modalities. I salute to all of you, MDs, whoever, you know, they're not in a holistic domain even, but whoever is in this conference is really open-minded to listen to a speech like my speech, and to understand where we are coming from, our frustrations, our concern, and the games that they're playing with human beings. And we are practicing under oath, and we all are responsible to raise awareness and to tell people what's going on, what's really going on. I'm not expecting anybody to agree with my insights. But as much as I respect everybody's insight, I would like that only. But through my practice, I went through a lot of hardships with the authorities and the power that they're applying on a compassionate system of medicine, homeopathic medicine. I was one of the grandparenting of, practitioners started fighting to bring homeopathy back to life since 1995. I'm not saying that we failed, but I'm not saying that we were successful to the level that we really wanted it. But it was very disappointing in the beginning that we are not in the healthcare system. The only reason that I really wanted to be in a healthcare system because we didn't want to be in a bracket of business in order to get paid to help people. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But I never stopped. And I started a movement years ago in Canada, single-handedly. And I'm still continuing the movement to bring this awareness to people, what's going on, and why they do not want you to have easy access to a system of medicine such as homeopathic medicine. I made it easy for Canadian. Canadian has really easy access to it. And I'm gonna fight for it for the last breath. Because the only reason that they stopped this, and because homeopathy is not an alternative medicine, homeopathy is a true system of medicine, because it's awakening your true healing power on your own. You don't need to have a measured chemical medications. Your body does it itself. Your body is the best manufacturer, has the best chemical factories, and knows how much you need in acute, subacute, chronic, and pandemics. So I think I have to make it short. If there is any questions regarding my view, I'm open. But regarding the treatments, tomorrow I'm going to elaborate it, and it's going to be interesting.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes,
Doctor?
I am. Yes, I can.
I thought it was a great presentation.
Thank you so
Can't
much.
wait to hear you tomorrow. And I just wanted to let you know that tomorrow I'm going to be speaking about some of the legal attacks on homeopathy with particular attention to the United States. So I think it'll tie in nicely with much of what you're saying now
Interesting.
and with the FDA. Thank you.
Interesting. So yes, thank you so much for choosing that topic to supporting my topic. I don't know if you are a homeopath or you're in homeopathic domain, but any support is appreciated. And that's why I'm coming to join the global and to help, because we're not limited to help people just in our community, our cities, our province, our countries. We are committed to raise awareness and help people around the globe. That's called humanity. And that's why we're here.
Right.
And they cannot kill homeopathy. And as long as somebody like me is alive, they cannot do that. And with your support, doctor, I appreciate it. And but again, I appreciate all modalities. Like I salute to MDs for their modalities that they can save lives in emergencies, in traumas, trauma cares, to handful of infections or surgeries. They are candidate for this. We are candidate for some other for sort of healings. So any other questions?
Yes, no, just to thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your willingness to open up with the pandemic or the scandemic. So
Exactly.
So here in Singapore, we are also very much aware of that. And I'm part of a group that has written a petition to the government for not having mandatory vaccines. And of course, now you know the situation is that we can't travel even without a certificate. So, they're finding it in different ways. And of course, there are many, many different narratives about it. But I think as practitioners of natural medicine, that we could organize ourselves as this now, much like the frontline doctors, and to really speak up, to offer all the different spectrum of therapies, just as Dr. Gabriella has done. It was really wonderful, the full spectrum of from Ayurveda to Hungarian protocols. I think we're here to also share that potential of educating people and allowing people to choose how to build up their own immune system. And of course, this is really key at this time, and to really shine the light on some of that very oppressive ways of working with this viral situation, which may or may not be manufactured, and so to speak, which we think it's definitely.
It doesn't matter to us,
pandemic.
is manufactured or is a natural entity. Our approach is the same. If it's manufactured, if it's the genome DNA or works the same as the natural virus, so our approach and treatment is the same thing. The only difference is that what the stage and the phases of disease. So personally, I have hundreds of patients and in my circle. So at this point, a homeopath or whoever like me, that we really, we can call ourselves frontliners as well, but in a natural domain, as you mentioned, right? In Canada, at least, with the poll, with the survey, more than 75% of people, they're into natural medicine, and the majority they're into homeopathy as well. So we don't need healthcare system to fit us in. We need people to understand what's going on. We need people to differentiate between the modalities, and we need people to choose freely a medical modality that is suitable for them.
That's right.
That's all we need. We need people. We don't need authorities or healthcare system. First of all, healthcare system has nothing to offer. The mask, they offer masks, they offer social distancing. It is just a joke. It's just a joke. So social distancing, mask, definitely it can control some like a, environmental, whatever that you can inhale. But coronavirus is that has a nanotechnology, can easily go through any orifices in your body, even from ears. They don't mention the ears. They don't mention the skin. They just focus on this because to me is an absolute politics. So what politics about it? It's coming out. But we have to keep raising awareness. The only reason that I keep raising awareness, because I want people to restore their health. I am not getting involved to any political aspects of it. That's not my domain. But the only reason that I raise awareness and I share my view that it has a political motivation behind it, could be natural or man-made or whatever, that people can be awakened, can be aware of the situation and just focus on their internal healing than listening to the news and useless recommendations and follow that, because that's not a cure for this, and it's not a help even. So we'll see that the infected numbers is increasing every day. Now that they call it second wave is coming. So flu always comes sometimes in sometimes in early, like late March, late spring, and sometimes in late fall. They have the same kind of a schedule for coronavirus, and it's so absurd. It's so ridiculous, and they have so much hypocrisy in their approach. And people have started understanding that it's our duty and commitment and responsibilities not to stop and tell people to, instead of focusing outside, focus on their inside. That's all we need to do.
So doctor, I would like to thank you very much for a wonderful presentation, but even more, I would like to thank you for your efforts to preserve our medicine, all of our medicines are under attack, at least in the Western countries. I'm in the United States and Canada. I had a patient with an urgent situation. Homeopathy is not my main modality, but there are times that it is the most useful modality. And I had a patient in need of it. And there is only one lab I know of in the United States that you can write your own prescription and they will create it for you, homeopathic remedy. And I had previously used the lab, but I don't use it frequently. I tried to use it and I was informed that the FDA had taken away our prescriptive rights in 2010. And this was in 2016, I believe. So I wasn't even aware of that fact. And the only ones now allowed in the United States to use the prescriptive lab are MDs. MDs are not trained in homeopathy and very few of them have any interest in it. And the FDA, my main modality, I'm a doctor of Chinese medicine, and the FDA is slowly taking away one after another of our pharmacopoeia. So if we do not, as practitioners, become educated to this and fight to preserve our medicine, we won't have it. So therefore, I'm very grateful to your efforts and very grateful
so much.
And very grateful for your efforts at educating people. So thank you very much for your presentation.
That's my commitment. And with regard to homeopathic medicine, the time that I started homeopathy, actually this was years ago, 2 decades ago. And homeopathy was nothing in Canada. So we brought it back. But interestingly, people like me, who they made so much effort to bring homeopathic back, we are not in homeopathy council because it's been hijacked by pharmaceuticals, and it's not, we didn't expect better than that. But the thing is, we made it so much solid that they cannot touch us. Because we have people on our side. Oh, sorry.
Please, it's time. Dr. Suzanne is waiting for her talk. Let's welcome to the meeting.
Okay, so I told you, Mr. Neville, somebody has to moderate my talk, otherwise I go on and on. So okay. Do we have, okay, Dr. Stewart. Just give me 2 seconds, please.
Sure. Our next speaker is Professor Suzanne L. Stewart. She is from University of Toronto, Canada. And she is, her topic of presentation today is Indigenous Knowledge and Pandemic Responses for Urban Indigenous Populations in Canada.
35 minutes?
It's 25 minutes from now.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. And can everyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, so I have 25 minutes from now. So it brings me to 1:15 then, that's okay? So thank you for having me. My name is Suzanne Stewart. I'm from the Yellowknife Dene First Nation in the Northwest Territories. I'm a clinical psychologist and professor at the University of Toronto, where I'm the director of the Waakabeness Bryce Institute for Indigenous Health at the Dahlonega School of Public Health. And I'm here today to share some of our research on Indigenous knowledges and pandemic responses for urban Indigenous people in Canada, and to make some of those global connections with some of the issues that other people are facing coming from these perspectives. I just want to acknowledge that I alone don't do this work. I have many students and community partners that are working on this with me, and I just wanted to acknowledge that they're helping with this rather large research project that we're doing. And I also want to acknowledge the territory that I'm on. I'm a visitor here to the Toronto area in the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe territories. And I'm very grateful to have been living and working here at the University of Toronto for the last 14 years among these peoples. And I want to talk a little bit about why it's important for me and our team of Indigenous researchers who work from Indigenous perspectives to really look at, what's going on with COVID-19 and Indigenous people. And it's really important to understand that Indigenous people are already highly marginalized within healthcare and social services. And as a result of that, COVID-19 already has and will continue to have a greater impact on our population because of the economic impact of COVID-19 deepening with every week. Variables like social isolation and self-isolation, problems within healthcare for Indigenous people, such as personal and systemic racism. Lack of clean water is an issue for many of our people. Travel is an issue in terms of accessing healthcare or staying safe. And all of our populations, both in urban and rural or on reserve areas, have precarious employment. So maybe just to give you a little bit of a bigger snapshot of who Indigenous people are and why we have these current issues around COVID-19 that are different than other populations, is that Indigenous people comprise about 5% by various accounts of the Canadian population. Statistics Canada, the federal agency that counts our population, says there are around 2 million Indigenous people in Canada. But in Indigenous communities, that number is thought to be at least double or maybe even triple that because there are issues with big data collection with Indigenous people because of the current and past history of colonization and patriarchy that continues to pervade Canadian society. So we have a population of about 2 to 6 million people, depending on who's counting and how they're counting. And most of our population, about 70% of Indigenous people, live in cities. Yet most of the government response to health and healthcare for Indigenous people is based on First Nation reserve data and information. So while the government looks at Indigenous health and Indigenous health issues such as COVID from a reserve population, that's actually only addressing 30% or less of the population. So urban Indigenous people, which is the majority of the population, have specific issues that are different and not addressed by the government's response to COVID-19. So for starters, all Indigenous people are more vulnerable to COVID-19 community spreading, and Indigenous people are not actually getting direct messages from the government about COVID-19. And as a result of that, a lot of misinformation is being circulated in Indigenous communities with respect to the psychoeducation of COVID and how to keep yourself safe. Indigenous healers and elders are not being consulted by the government's health system or by the biomedical system. And the government is continuing to impose colonial models of health and healthcare and public health, both on Indian reserves and in Indigenous urban settings. So in Canada, there has been a moderate to small effort over the last 5 years to enhance culturally competent and culturally based services for Indigenous people, but research continues to show a generally poor experience of health services for Indigenous people generally in Canada. This is particularly critical in the context of this pandemic, where Indigenous populations are highly vulnerable to high levels of community spreading and fatal outcomes due to the social determinants of health in Canada. Further to this, none of the current COVID-19 assessment or treatment services have been adapted for Indigenous people with these issues in mind, and no pandemic assessment or treatment models have been evaluated or developed through evidence-based Western or Indigenous methods, and there has been no proposed follow-up with Indigenous people to determine the outcomes of COVID-19 on our communities. So, and there's also the urgent need right now to have an Indigenous knowledges plan based on Indigenous data for the vaccine distribution. Indigenous services and interventions are difficult to ethically and accurately measure from Western paradigms, and currently there are no evidence-based Indigenous evaluation frameworks. Indigenous traditional healers have been reluctant due to historical and ongoing colonization of health services and research to engage with universities to evaluate their work. Health services in healthcare systems for Indigenous people have focused only on Western biomedical health interventions with little or no emphasis on culturally safe or culturally based models, and the services in the city of Toronto, where I do most of my work, are really no exception to this. Toronto, by the way, has one of the largest numbers of Indigenous people. We have, by varying accounts, anywhere from 90 to 150,000 Indigenous people living in the city of Toronto. And that is the highest number of Indigenous people in an urban area, but cities such as Winnipeg and Saskatoon have higher rates of Indigenous people, even though they have an overall smaller population in general. I'm going to talk a little bit and give some concrete examples from our research on Indigenous knowledge's responses to COVID with two of our community partners. We have more, but what I'm going to talk about today is really with our work with the Native Women's Resource Centre of Toronto and Native Child and Family Services of Toronto, who are two large organizations that service many of the Indigenous families in the Greater Toronto area. And what our community partners really wanted to know is, how do urban Indigenous peoples access and use health services for COVID, and what culturally based health information and services are most effective at preventing and ending COVID-19? And, you know, really the objective is to provide culturally based and safe health information and interventions for our people based on Indigenous knowledges and healing practices to prevent community spreading and increase successful assessment and treatment of our people in order to save lives. This isn't the first time that our people as a cultural group have experienced a pandemic, certainly not even in our lifetimes. We have epidemics that are ongoing in our communities all the time. And these are things that our traditional people have a lot of knowledge and information on how to manage and how to deal with. And those are the things that we're really interested in working with. So there's sort of two aims. One is to basically create a database of Indigenous information on COVID-19 so that we can share that with our people in order to address the problem of much misinformation or lack of information going out to our people. And that goal is to really reduce or eliminate much of the community spreading. And community spreading is more of an issue now that Canada is sort of really in the second wave. I mean, we can't say if we're in the thick of it or at the end or beginning, because we don't really know what's going on right now. And the processes and products of all of this information are informed by our elders, our healers, our traditional teachers, in order to create these culturally based, culturally safe models for service. The second aim of the project is really to create Indigenous assessments and treatment for the healthcare system to use in testing, assessing, and treating our people around COVID-19. And this is really to enable our people who don't really actually access health services because of racism and other barriers within the healthcare system, that would allow people to actually get tested in a safe environment and then have the resources that they need to take care of themselves in that process. I'm not going to talk too much about the research design, and you can look at this a little more deeply. I've been doing Indigenous driven and Indigenous knowledges research for about 20 years, even though I only look like I'm 25. I'm a little bit older than that. That's a joke. It's okay to laugh. But our work really uses sort of a multi-pronged approach. Indigenous knowledges is both our conceptual and operational framework, and that means really working from community-driven methodologies. And then we use operationally an Indigenous narrative inquiry to get at some of that deeper information, to get the stories that really hold the information that we're looking for. So our two community partners for this, we wanted to basically engage with 500 people who use the health services of these organizations, as well as the providers of health services in the organizations, including nurses, doctors, traditional healers, elders, nurses, social workers, counselors, all of the people that are employed to service Indigenous people. And they wanted us to develop a survey for the clients who are accessing COVID services, as well as to do focus groups with elders and traditional knowledge keepers, and really get at some of the in-depth information through the individual narrative interviews with the staff who administer a lot of these services. So we designed a survey with our community partners who we meet with at, well, basically over the summer, we met once a week with our community partners. We've kind of dropped down to 2 times a week. And then we also have a steering committee based in the community that has knowledge keepers and community leaders in it. And with all of these collaborators, we've created a survey that's really aimed at helping people to let us know what's working and what's not working for them in current COVID services that are being offered. The narrative interviews, as I said, are for the healthcare providers to help them to be able to articulate, what it is they feel like they're doing that's working with Indigenous people and what isn't. And then the Indigenous Circle focus groups for our elders and knowledge keepers, that will be more sort of towards the end of the pandemic, when knowledge keepers and elders and traditional healers will have had time to sort of reflect on what we've been through and what's happened, and to really share some of those experiences and those wisdoms about what we need to do going forward in order to, what we learned from this experience and what we need to do going forward to ensure that we put these learnings to good use to change practices. We analyze our data using Indigenous knowledges, meaning in a community-based way, using Indigenous values and principles as our as our framework, and that of course varies according to community. and where each community is geographically situated. So for example, with the organizations that we're working with now, they're mostly Anishinaabe, so they want to use the 7 grandfather teachings as the values and principles by which things are evaluated. Another organization we work with is primarily Haudenosaunee, which is Mohawk. So they have their own values and principles by which things are evaluated that are specific to their culture. What are we going to do with this information? Well, we want the community wants to develop pandemic health interventions and evaluation models that are framed for urban Indigenous social service and health providers, such as Native Women's Resource Center of Toronto, such as Native Child and Family Services, such as another one of our partners, Anishinaabe Health Toronto. They want us to develop these interventions and models that they and other urban Indigenous organizations that can be used, that can use, that are based in the Indigenous knowledges that are shared by all of the participants who've shared the information with us. We also want to develop partnerships with our global Indigenous partners. So we have a partnership with Indigenous groups from the University of Sydney and across Australia, as well as we have a partnership with the people of Hawaii on the island of Oahu. We have a global health partnership with them. So we want to share our results with them and allow them to be able to work with us on developing similar models and supports for their communities. And it's really about creating pandemic and emergency response toolkits and manuals that are based in Indigenous knowledges and not based only in biomedical interventions, which there is an overabundance of information that shows that Western healthcare and Western biomedicine, including pharmaceuticals and everything from childbirth to food systems, does not work in for our people as a population, and actually causes us to die prematurely or to have poor health outcomes compared to the non-Indigenous population. So it's really critical that we have health models and interventions that are based in our own science and our own knowledges and our own medicines. You know, our community wants us to share these results at multiple levels. So of course we want to academically disseminate our results in the normal academic ways that the academy requires. But we also want to impact policy. You know, Canada is really not in a good place with its Indigenous peoples, and policy has to change in order to allow us to have parity with non-Indigenous people in terms of the basic standards of living and health and well-being. So we want to use this this research to make policy change and to provide healthcare educators with other information and science that can be used to train healthcare providers going forward. And of course, we want to ensure that this work is useful to Indigenous people themselves, and how these results are written up or used will largely be up to our community partners to decide what is useful from this data and from this project as we go along. I mean, obviously we're in year 1. We have a lot of years of work to do. So some more examples from this research that are being carried forward into our global partnerships with our cousins, our Indigenous cousins in Australia and Hawaii. So we created an Indigenous Pandemic-19 hotline with Native Women's Resource Center, and that allowed the clients of that organization, for instance, to be able to call in 24 hours a day to get some of the services that they were previously getting before we went into a state of emergency and lockdown, because that's what happened here in March. everyone went into a lockdown, so all of our organizations had to close their doors and really quickly switch to offering services either over the phone or over the computer. So we worked with Native Women's to create an immediate phone access for all of their clients. And that was really fun. I created the manual for this. We trained our research team members to basically work on this. We all took turns having a shift on this hotline. Even me, one day a week, I was having those calls come to my phone, and it was really great to be able to do that with our partner. Other projects that we're engaged in, I am the lead of the Ontario NEAR, and NEAR stands for Network for Environment and Health Research. So this is a provincial network for Indigenous health research that has national and international reach with partners from across Canada and internationally. And this is really a project that's about creating a national network for ending Indigenous illness by promoting Indigenous mental health and well-being from Indigenous healing and knowledges paradigms. Another example of what we do is I've just taken on as the provincial lead for a national Indigenous zero prevalence cross-sectional and community sentinel cohort study that's aimed at surveying all Indigenous people in Ontario. Well, it's going to be all across Canada, but I'm the lead for the province of Ontario to survey all Indigenous people, to find out who has had COVID or who hasn't, what the services and experiences that they've had, and what some of the biomedical markers are around their COVID experience. So that's right now it's a 10-year project that's funded by Public Health Canada. And this is going to be a huge deal because this is the first time that Indigenous people have actually been in charge of our own epidemiological research and data at any time in Canada. So this is very exciting to be part of this. And I'm also part of two other national projects that are looking at. One is we've piloted our own Indigenous testing center. That's right here, place of healthy breathing, and where we've done some testing already, and then also looking at creating an Indigenous contact tracing model for COVID-19. And that's really it. So I probably have some time. I kind of raced through that. I have 2 minutes left for questions, and there's my email and my phone number if someone wanted to reach out to me outside of this. But if we have time in the next 2 minutes, I'm happy to answer any questions or comments. Miigwech, Masi Cho.
Dr. Suzanne?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you so much for this. And I'd like to offer connections for the Global Indigenous Research Program from Indonesia, Bali specifically, and Malaysia, and Singapore too, with regards to research into medicines, herbal, and shamanistic practices of the indigenous peoples here. So thank you so much for this work. It's very interesting. And also to compare notes with regards to nutrition and how that has changed through time, and the indigenous herbal wisdom that's so important in this work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And, if anyone's interested in making some of these global connections, please just email me and I'd love to follow up on how we can make that happen.
Hello, Dr. Suzanne.
I'm here.
Hi. Yeah, I'm in Winnipeg. Yeah, so Yeah, so that actually I do have lots of indigenous people who come to my clinic, and also they told me stories about use herb medicines, to treat very lots of common issues, and also just the last few weeks ago I got two ladies coming. They also show me some kind of your herbs, that they use to prevent pandemic COVID-19, because that Winnipeg we have a biggest that in indigenous that people here at the community here. So yeah, I do have lots of interesting that for your the herb medicines, that even a few years ago I had a plan that I say if it is possible I'd like to translate that your national the Aboriginal herb medicines to China, because we do that use tons of herb medicines in Chinese medicine, right? So I think this is part of the herb medicines. We can learn something from our Aboriginal, that the herb medicines. So I would like to maybe talk to you in the future, that then we can maybe discuss, what we can do, that in the future. Thank you very much for your very beautiful, very great, the presentations, that's great. Very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
yes,
you.
we do have medicines that prevent and protect COVID-19. I have them, I use them, we use them every day. And, those are the things that our people need to have access to. But because of the colonial context of Canada, our people don't have access to our medicines necessarily, and they don't have a widespread use because of the domination of the biomedical model and the basically, I mean, really until a few decades ago, our medicines that we use on a daily basis were against the law in Canada, and that type of thinking has continued to colonize people's minds, even our own people. So it's very easy for us to protect ourselves during the pandemic with our medicines. And to cure many other illnesses. I mean, I'm heavily engaged, in our cultures and ceremonies. So I know that our medicines cure everything from, cancer to diabetes to, renal failure to all these things. I know that these things exist, but the biomedical system does not include these. And we actually have a right, according to the UN Declaration of Indigenous People, to actually have access to these things within the healthcare system. So that's part of the policy change that has to happen.
Yes, I know right now that in Canada it is hard for us to use, either way indigenous, herb medicines or Chinese herb medicines, because typically for pandemic COVID-19, the Health Canada say, yeah, nothing can prevent and treat, this kind of virus, only vaccine. So we have to waiting for vaccines, that's the way
For the
we have to
market.
follow. Right now, my clinic is also shut down too, because of Winnipeg, we got, highest, infected rate in the second wave. Right now, our infective, that rate over 10%, around 12%, positive, that tested. So that's why that my clinic, that was shut down 2 weeks ago, because that our city right now in the red code, and also that in my province, in Manitoba, our acupuncture and Chinese medicine is not regulated. That's why that we are not, in the medical healthcare the systems, so that we have to close. But very interesting is that our chiropractors, massage therapists, physiotherapists, they still can keep working,
Yeah.
and we have to close. So that's very, very, very sad, for us, because I do that know that we can do more than Western medicine, to prevent and to treat, that the infected patients, from COVID-19. Because I say from Wuhan, we get a huge success, that the Chinese herb medicine saved thousands of people, from that the starting of the pandemic in Wuhan. But the same Health Canada, they just ignore that at all. They just only believe that, that the vaccine right now. So right now, every day, that a lot of people died from the COVID-19 because if we can involve in first, earliest time that we really can, save lots of people's life. If we can do the Chinese herb medicines or in indigenous, herb medicines, we can save lots of people's life. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. It was amazing. Awesome speech.
Thank you very much. Or my co-presenter here is helping me.
It's a cat. It's beautiful.
Little baby.
So you are located in Toronto, Dr. Stewart, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Mhm. So then I would like to get in touch with one of the Indigenous people in Toronto, Ontario. So because there's a project that was supposed to do it with one of the Indigenous women in Ottawa, that then COVID-19 hits and that practically was on hold. So I would like to discuss it with you if we can exchange numbers or
I
on
put my
WhatsApp.
email in the chat.
Okay, that would be awesome.
Yeah. I can provide you the email and the contact number.
Okay.
Preferred.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are going on break?
Yeah, it's
Lunch
the
break, right?
Yeah, we'll have a shortened maybe 25 minutes lunch break and we can come back again.
It's 25 minutes.
Can I say something before we go to lunch break?
Yes, please.
So hello everyone, this is Behzad Barekbin. I'm going to have a presentation in the afternoon today and a part of the integrative medicine, which is kind of related to the talks that you all did. And I wanted to thank you, Dr. Parvin, for the presentation today about the need of our body. You focused on our body as a source of treatment and said that when you have a healthy body, so you may not need an extrinsic thing to enter your body for your treatment. So the body can do it itself. So, and you were talking about the homeostasis, that what we lack today is the homeostasis, unless the Western medicine looks at the body not as a holistic entity, as parts which are kind of scattered and unrelated. But we know that we have a closed circuit. The body works as a whole. So if you treat your body as a whole and try to nourish and try to keep your body in a healthy state, it has got the ability to heal itself. So really, thank you very much. And I hope my presentation today would add some, let's say, info with the whole thing that we're talking during these 3 days. Thank you very much, Dr. Parvin, also many others.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your presentation, Dr. Behzad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just move this down. And you can still see me, everyone, yes?
Yes, yes.
Great, okay. So I'm Dr. Truth Sayer, and this is Introduction to Auricular Medicine. And let's see if I can still, yes, I can, okay. And so my background, I have a doctorate in acupuncture and oriental medicine, a master's in acupuncture and oriental medicine, and my bachelor's in Chinese linguistics, and 3 masters in psychology. So I'm former faculty at ACTCM, president emeritus of CSOMA, which is California Acupuncturist Association, 20 years of clinical experience, actually more than that at this point, and 10 years as a disciple of Dr. Huangli Chun, who is world-renowned mother of auricular medicine. I created transcendental medicine in the clinic based on traditional Chinese medicine, classical Chinese medicine, auricular medicine, and psychology. And I'll talk more about that later. I have given numerous presentations on auricular and transcendental medicine in the United States and Taiwan. and I founded the Institute of Auricular and Transcendental Medicine, where I've been teaching auricular and transcendental medicine for the past 7 years. I recently, I was in the Bay Area. I closed it down to move to Oregon, and then COVID happened. So stay tuned to my website. I put my website and my email address in the chat room. And as I'm going to put these presentations online so that they will be available to people, check my website to be in touch with that happening. So that is myself and Dr. Huang Lichun, who is my mentor and a master of auricular medicine. The history of auricular medicine. So ear acupuncture, I'm going to distinguish ear acupuncture from auricular medicine. Ear acupuncture, most doctors of Chinese medicine, acupuncturists, are trained at least in basic ear acupuncture. That started with our sort of Bible in Chinese medicine, which is the Huangdi Neijing. And then my mentor's mentor, so there's a lineage, Dr. Xu Suolin, and then a whole history in China, which I will get into shortly. And then there are more varieties. So hold on one second. So ear acupuncture history, so it's over 3,000 years of documented history. As quoted in the Huangdi Neijing, which is sort of our Bible, by inspecting the ear, one knows whether the individual has an illness or not. All 12 meridians in the body for acupuncture go to the ear, enter the ear. It records the relationship between the ear, the meridians, and the organs. So the state of health is reflected in the ear. So for people who are not doctors of Chinese medicine, in Chinese medicine, there are various microsystems that represent the whole body. If you've ever heard of foot reflexology, you can massage people learn how you can massage areas of the foot that will relieve tension and improve health in all areas of the body. That's a microsystem. The ear has been, the outer ear, which is the auricle, has been developed to a level of sophistication that is astonishing and that I hope to give you a taste of today. This is an excerpt from the Huangdi Neijing, and for those that speak Chinese, 视而好恶以知其性. So that is in the Huangdi Neijing, that one ear reflect one's health and that all 12 channels go to the ear. The ancient physicians, in terms of diagnosis, would look at the location on the ear, the size of the ear, the shape and the color of the ear. So if it was a smaller ear, you would have a smaller kidney. If it was a thinner and softer ear, you'd have a weaker function of the kidney, and the kidney in Chinese medicine. For instance, so I don't want to go into all of it, but for instance, if someone was in a critical condition, if their helix, which is the outer portion of the ear, if that was red, they would live. If it was yellow, black, or blue, they would die. So a thin and white ear or a thin and black ear would indicate disturbance of the kidney. So this was not hugely sophisticated, but it was already using the ear to diagnose and treat. This shows the various channels that all go into the ear. So from a Chinese medicine point of view, you can access all of those channels as you would on the body directly from the ear. From a Western point of view, also the neurological system, you have all of the cranial nerves that go to the ear and the well, later I will talk more, how it combines Western and Chinese medicine. So we're still on ancient. Ancient, you have types of treatments, you have needling the ear. These are pictures that are very ancient that show the history of it. In ancient, physicians used to use moxibustion directly on the ear, and they used to blow medicine into the ear with good results. This is my teacher's mentor, Dr. Xu Zuolin and Dr. Huang Lichun. So the history of Chinese auricular therapy. So from 1888 to 1958, the development of auricular medicine, it was in a process of development. They tried all of these various methods of stimulating the ear. So point injection therapy, needle embedding therapy, plum blossom, which is a needle with lots of little needles, magnetic therapy. So they're pasting medicine onto the ear, clamping parts of the ear. My teacher has preferred these three methods: auricular seeds, she doesn't use needles, auricular bleeding, and auricular massage, and Qigong. I also use needling. Dr. Xu Zuolin contributed many points, and this is his map. This is in the 50s, 50s into the 60s. So you had ear points for internal organs, for the 12 meridians, for emotional and mental disorders, and specific points. And you will see later when I show you the Shanghai map, how much it has evolved. From 59 to 2001, over 1,300 research papers and reports, millions of patients involved in research. Almost all Chinese medicine doctors in China have some auricular knowledge and practice daily. Millions of patients, and all of that clinical experience was being aggregated. And with the barefoot doctors in China that were sent out with some minimal training, they went to all of the rural areas, and they gathered a lot of information and treatment that wasn't taught in universities or schools. Chinese medicine was usually handed down within a practice from generation to generation. So a lot of this information was being gathered, and you'll see shortly how that developed. So all of that information developed into the Shanghai map. And let me just check if I can. Okay, never mind, I'll lose it. So all of that was being developed into the Shanghai map. And that is the map that most acupuncturists are taught today. About 90 points on the front of the ear, nothing on the back of the ear. And so that is a progression from history to the Shanghai map. And then in the 1950s, Dr. Noger, who is a French MD, added, so I'm hearing somebody, if somebody could mute, that would be helpful. So there's background noise from somebody. So Dr. Noger had a patient that had chronic severe back pain. And one day the patient came in for something else and the back pain was gone. He asked why. And the patient said, oh, I went to a Chinese doctor and they burned a little place on my ear and it resolved it. So, Dr. Noger was friends with Chinese doctors, asked them for information, studied the information, and came up with the theory of the inverted fetus. He also had a pulse using the pulse to help the treatments. So this is a picture of the inverted fetus on the ear. And I have the next one is, can show you, so that a lot of the points for the head and neurological issues are in this area. A lot of internal organs would be in this area. Extremities are up here. So that's glossing over it, but that was a very useful contribution from Dr. Nogier. Actually, his methods, I cannot resonate with, but the inverted fetus was a great contribution. And for anyone wanting more information, Dr. Nogier is in France and very famous in Europe. Dr. Huangli Chun, her background is a Western medically trained surgeon. She was a surgeon and an anesthesiologist. She was in the military in China, and she was the head of a hospital 301. And at some point she had an accident with a finger and she couldn't work, and her superior officer put her into a Chinese medicine, auricular medicine class, and she fell in love with it. Because of her Western training and because of her access to the hospital, she conducted enormous amounts of research from a Western point of view. So her map that she created has 500 clinical cases at least, proving the efficacy of every indication on every point, which makes her map extremely clinically effective and accurate. So the Shanghai map is very, sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. It's not as accurate. Her map is incredibly accurate. And because she was Western doctor, she combined Western with Chinese medicine in a way that creates auricular medicine. She systematized all of this information coming in and organized it. And as you will see later, it's quite incredible, her contribution. And so the WHO nominated her as #1 in auricular therapies worldwide. She has treated presidents. She treated the president of Italy. She treated the president of Cuba. She treated the Chinese president. She treated all kinds of high-standing people in China. She's taught internationally. She is a powerhouse. And I had the good fortune, because I speak Chinese, of being able to follow her for 10 years. And so there we are. I think I've covered most of this. She revised the map. She also contributed points. She was supervising research internationally up until the point that she retired in 2017 at 80 years old. She was still coming up with points. In 2016, when I last saw her, she was introducing more points that are effective and dependable. And she was supervising research in Taiwan and in New York City. So there were conferences that I spoke at that attracted people studying auricular medicine all over the world that were doing research that was so fascinating. So taught worldwide, supported guided research, and treated many thousands of patients. So the difference between ear acupuncture, auricular medicine. So ear acupuncture has about 90 points, auricular medicine approximately 210, but front and back of the ear. The posterior is used extensively in auricular medicine. Auricular medicine, ear acupuncture is basically treatment only. There is maybe some little bit of diagnosis, but it's not comprehensive. Whereas auricular medicine is extremely comprehensive in the diagnosis. Auricular ear acupuncture is very simple classification, and auricular medicine is very systematically organized because there is so much information. I've lost that, but I don't mind it. So And the other thing about ear acupuncture and auricular medicine, ear acupuncture is basically an add-on to regular acupuncture treatments. You might do a treatment and add a few ear points. Auricular medicine is a whole system of medicine. If you only did auricular medicine, you treat everything that comes into my clinic. I really don't have to use any other modalities. I can diagnose everything going on with the patient. So auricular medicine is diagnosis and treatment. And you will see that the diagnosis is extremely comprehensive. So auricular medicine also combines Western medicine and TCM. Later on, I'm going to show you a case that really, when I talk about the transcendental medicine that I do, it also will show what I come up with auricular diagnosis. So it combines, for instance, I'm going to give you a for instance. I gave a lecture in 2012 in Taiwan about endocrine disruptors and using auricular medicine. We are all exposed to enormous amounts of toxins in our environment, food, water, and air. And much of this is disrupting our endocrine system. The beauty of auricular medicine, combining Western and Chinese medicine, is that I can directly affect the endocrine system. I can directly help to rebalance. And as the speaker, when we closed before the break, was saying, and other speakers have said today, our medicine is holistic medicine that understands that the immune system and the natural functioning of the body is the medicine, but how do you access it? So auricular medicine can detect the imbalances and can directly stimulate the body to address these imbalances. So it's really phenomenal. So I can use auricular to address the endocrine system and then use traditional Chinese methods for the diagnosis that I see in Chinese medicine. It's a huge plus. Okay, so based on the microsystem of the oracle, and you're going to see what a developed microsystem means. You see, it's like I have X-ray vision. When I examine the ear, I am seeing everything in the body on the ear, including teeth. That is the sophistication of auricular medicine. And it uses two systems within the body, the neurological, so from a Western point of view, the cranial nerves, and more than that. So the neurological system from Western point of view and the meridian systems from the TCM point of view. So auricular medicine is extremely sophisticated, developed, researched, and systematized, and dependably clinically effective. I'm going to show you cases. So the diagnosis method, which is Dr. Huang Lichun's method. So this little chart is the system that she created, that you move along this system that covers every biosystem in the body. And showing you next. So what biosystems? So when a patient comes in, I don't ask them anything about what's going on, because with my diagnosis, I'm going to tell them everything that's going on. Not only can I tell them what's going on, I can tell them in depth, and I can tell them conditions that haven't yet produced symptoms, and I can tell them situations that are past situations that they've forgotten about, but that haven't fully healed. If they fully healed, I probably won't even see it. But if it has not fully healed, it will show on the ear. So I'm going to look at from a Western, whoops, I'll see if I can go back. Oh, darn. I cannot go back. I could go back. I would have to stop everything in order to go back. If people can take a moment, let me stop and go back.
You should be able to go back by pressing the arrow up.
Yes, but guess what? It's not. Oh, maybe it did. Oh, no, this is all going forward. And I don't know why, it's all going forward. So let me, oh, that went all the way back, but at least it's going back. So I will quickly go and resume without having to stop everyone. So that's pretty good. So there you go. So, and my pointer. So you have reproductive, you have internal organs, you have 5 senses, you have skin, you have teeth, you have extremities, you have musculoskeletal system. And so again, you go from a reproductive, urinary system, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, digestive, abdominal cavity, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, 5 sense organs, endocrine system, neurological system, the brain, limbic system, so emotional states, musculoskeletal system. So I can do an intake and I can tell whether that patient is depressed or not without them opening their mouths and telling me anything. The immune system, the skin, tumor detection. So, so for those of you who do practice Chinese medicine, we usually have 10 questions in our intake. Usually when I have done my auricular intake, which takes between an hour and 2 hours, depending how much is going on with the patient, I've already answered all of these questions by looking at their ear. I already know if they're experiencing chills and fever, usually, not always, but usually. Perspiration, diet, thirst, appetite, their bowel movements, urination, sleep, energy, their reproductive, their pain, their emotions, and a whole systems review. So I've answered these usually with my intake. This is what my teacher's intake, I don't know if you can see it, but she's a Western doctor. So in her intake, she's looking for all of the Western diagnosis and Western conditions. I'm looking at the same, the same body, and I'm not going to necessarily come up with Western diagnosis because I'm not, we have Western medicine training in our training, but I'm not fully an MD. So she's looking for all of those, and then she will go to the Chinese medicine, and that's her intake. Extremely comprehensive. So what is the diagnosis method? For those of you who do practice Chinese medicine, you know that we look at the tongue and that we're looking at the appearance of the tongue and that helps us with our diagnosis. Similarly, looking at the outside of the ear, visual detection, we're looking for morphological changes, the size, the shape, the texture, the color, the skin. We're looking, I'm also using an instrument to feel, and I'm feeling for irregular nodules, growths, depressions, hardness, density, texture. I'm using a machine that detects the electrical current that gives me more information. I'm listening to the patient or watching the patient's reaction to see the degree of tenderness. And I'm comparing with what in my training is a normal and pathological condition. So if we look at this, these pictures aren't great, but basically, if you look at this ear, this area in here is all red. So that would be a change. And those are things that we're looking for. Different colors, different shapes. This area in here, it's very hard to see, but this area is swollen. So that's a morphological change. That would be an example of what we're looking for. If we're looking at this helix, this is very, very thin, almost disappearing. That is a morphological change. This area in here, you can see there are veins that are sticking out. This area is very red, and then, don't know where there it is. And then these veins, where those veins are located, what's going on with those veins will help us in our diagnosis. This is a longevity ear. This patient was in her early 80s, and she had the energy of a mid 50s. She was dancing, she was moving around, she was trying, and the size of her ear, the size of the lobe, indicates for us a very strong constitution and longevity. So let's see if I can, yes. And so you can see proportionate to her head, she has a large ear and a large lobe. And that's another indication of diagnosis. You see how this ear is so long, especially the lobe. That is the longevity ear, strong constitution. And you'll see the Chinese Buddhas and the Kuan Yins always have big ears, big lobes. So that's just another, here is one of my patients. So it gives you an example. This was an Alzheimer's patient coming to me for Alzheimer's. So she didn't articulate necessarily that clearly and that well. And why diagnosis is so useful. Here's an example. So I'm treating her for Alzheimer's, but she comes in, I take a look at her ear, and she has a red patch, very angry red patch here. This area is the chest area. And having worked with this patient, I was aware that this was abnormal. So I asked her if she would possibly lift her shirt. She lifted her shirt and she allowed me to take this picture. She had a red rash that extended all the way up, that was very itchy, very uncomfortable. She wouldn't have told me. She's an Alzheimer's patient. If I hadn't seen it on her ear, she would not have told me. I gave her one treatment. The following week, she came back and the ear is now not red and the rash was gone. So there is one of the benefits of diagnosis. The patient doesn't even have to talk to me. I understand and I see their progress. Here, this area is the spine, and this is very swollen and it looks ratcheted. So you can see, and it's like the vertebrae are so swollen that they're sticking out. This person has severe arthritic spine. So this area is the thigh area, and this leg has varicose veins. And as you see here, there's veins up here, very, very swollen and protruding. This is part of our diagnosis. This patient obviously has a big tumor, and you don't need to diagnose to see it. But if this tumor was in a place that was not visible, we could still diagnose it. This is the area for the cheek, and there's a big swollen protrusion on that area. So the benefits of diagnosis is that you have immediate results. I don't have to wait. In my intake, I understand a lot of what is going on with the patient. No invasive tests, expensive tests, eliminates toxic exposure. So it allows indirect access to inaccessible or inconveniently accessible body parts. So for instance, I had a patient coming in for anxiety. And during the intake, I was aware that this patient's private parts, and specifically a specific area, was extremely painful and had been was strained. So I asked the patient about it, and he told me that he had been bike riding and that the part that he sits on wasn't fitting properly and he had injured himself. And if I hadn't seen that on the intake, I sincerely doubt he would have mentioned it. Because most people, it's maybe uncomfortable to talk about. And actually, he might not have known that Chinese medicine could help. But I gave him a treatment, and basically in one treatment, because it was a very recent injury, in one treatment, he was out of pain immediately and it healed within a week. By the time I saw him in a week, it was fine. The diagnosis is very precise. So, you know, so I actually was able to diagnose a ligament that I treated, and now I lost the rest of it. This is sort of frustrating. I'm not going to go back for the whole thing. I'll get to those points as we go forward. This is the ear map of Dr. Huang Li Chun. And I can't show you the back, but there's also points on the back. So treatment benefits, immediate results. If a patient comes to me with a burn that has just happened, I can get them out of pain within seconds to a couple of minutes. And I'm talking boiling hot water on the hand, hot oil on the hand. I've treated both. And I can get them immediately out of pain. But what's more incredible, that's immediate results, but ongoing efficacy. The next morning when they wake up, instead of having, my brain is leaving me. You know, usually you would have, from that kind of a burn, you would have the word that I'm not finding. Anyway, instead of that, yes, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, instead of having blisters and you know, extremely red hand, at the time that they come in, the hand is so red and maybe starting blisters. But if I can get it quickly, the next morning they will not only have no blisters, they won't even have any redness, they won't have any pain, they won't even feel like they had burned it the day before. That's amazing, totally amazing. And that's not just once or twice, that's many times. So it's precise as I gave you the example before: access to inconvenient body parts, neurological meridian systems, and then patient participation. So my teacher uses only ear seeds. Ear seeds you put on the ear in a very precise location, precise way, techniques, and then the patient presses on it at least 4 or 5 times a day. So every time the patient is pressing on that, they're participating in their own treatment. And I think that that helps not only because you have ongoing treatment, but because the patient's invested and the patient's participating. If I'm using needles, and I sometimes use needles and seeds, but if I'm not using the seeds, they're still participating because I'm educating the patient. If they're coming in for chronic condition, each time they come in, they're noticing that the points that I'm pressing are less painful. And they start to recognize what point is related to what. So I had a patient that had spleen problems, and you know, I'd be pressing, I'm doing my intake, so I'm just examining. And when I hit the spleen point, they know it and they say, oh, that hurts so much less. So they're participating and they're learning, right? So that is also a benefit. Okay, so one treatment wonders, to give you some so restless leg syndrome. I had a patient come in with 7 years of restless leg syndrome, keeping them up at night. It's a neurological condition. Auricular medicine is phenomenal with neurological disorders, and I specialize in neurological disorders. So I put in the first needle. The leg was moving at the time in the clinic. With the first needle, the leg stopped moving. That was it with the first needle. I did the rest of the treatment. Patient was in the clinic for about 30, 40 minutes. And I explained to this patient that the symptom is not my objective. My objective is the root of disease. And please keep coming back. I know that your symptom is alleviated, but come back. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So this one did not, but then this one came back in about 3 weeks because they had 0.5 return of their symptom. I did a second treatment, they never came back. So that was it. Many patients are really driven by symptoms. When the symptom is relieved, that's it. That's not really my medicine, but you know, sometimes that's it. For nausea, instantaneous relief of nausea, whether it's from pregnancy or from chemotherapy treatments or whatever the cause. I had a patient with slightly detached retina. They could see sort of light in the periphery of their vision, and one treatment, and that was healed. I've had kidney stones. I mean, kidney stone, I'm going to give you an example that also explains why diagnosis is so useful. I had a patient who was an ongoing patient who was a nurse. And she came to me, she called me, she said that she'd seen the doctor and she was in incredible pain. The doctor had said that it wasn't, that it ruled out anything else. So he said it was just musculoskeletal and she should see an acupuncturist. So she called me and she came in. I did a short form of diagnosis, and I diagnosed that it was kidney stone. And I said, this is not musculoskeletal, this is kidney stone. And she said, no, but my doctor said it wasn't. I said, well, you know what? I trust my ear and I trust my diagnosis, and I'm going to treat what I see. So I did not treat her for lower back pain. She was in so much pain, she couldn't get on the treatment table. And she did, but she was screaming. And I gave her a treatment, and one treatment started to, the treatment both relaxes the sphincter so that it's easier to pass the stone, so it reduces the pain. And it also starts working to move the stone. And then I gave her herbs, which would start dissolving the stone, but she hadn't even taken the herbs yet. She was enough out of pain during the treatment. She got off the table in no pain. She was able to stand up. She went back to work. And she called me 2 days later and she said, I'm not in any pain. Do I have to take the herbs? And I said, yes, of course you do. But she had already passed the kidney stone, and I did not treat her for lower back pain. So that is the power of the diagnosis. If I hadn't diagnosed her, I would have treated her for low back pain, and it would have helped, but it wouldn't have helped the kidney stone. So she wouldn't have resolved the problem. So there's lots, I don't know how much time, how am I doing on time? So I can give you, all of these are one treatment wonders. So, you know, tooth pain, my teacher, my mentor had tooth pain. And, you know, usually when she would train, the students will all take us out to eat. And so we were being taken out to eat by the students, and this huge banquet of wonderful Chinese food. And my teacher was sitting there. I was like, what's wrong? She had a toothache. And I begged her to let me put a needle in. She hates needles. She doesn't use them. I begged her and she allowed me. She was in pain. And I put one needle in because she wasn't going to allow more than one needle. I put one needle in and it resolved enough for her to enjoy the banquet. So, I mean, it's so precise and it's so dependable that in interest of time, I'm going to go forward. If we have time after. So these are my teacher's photos. I wish I took photos. I would have so many to present, but I don't know how. These are my teacher's photos. So this is like a Bell's palsy type of situation, neurological. Before the first treatment is the picture on the left here. And then this, by the second treatment, you can see the face here is already improved. And by the third treatment, her eyes are open and the face still has a little remnant, but mostly improved. And that was by the third treatment using ear seeds only. My teacher uses ear seeds. This is a skin condition. And so you can see that the skin condition is improved. This is another one that is so impressive. She says in Chinese up here that it was 5 months, after 5 months of treatment, that you got this result. So not everything is one treatment wonders, and for me as well, not everything. So then I'm going to tell you just a tiny bit about transcendental medicine. So the medicine I do in the clinic involves, it's based on the Huangdi Neijing, which the Huangdi Neijing, our Bible, talks about mind, body, and spirit medicine. And the conceptual framework that I use uses classical Chinese medicine, going back to the Huangdi Neijing, and also modern Chinese medicine, which we call traditional Chinese medicine. Using the auricular medicine, I can see in the intake all of the organs and all of the systems. And so what I'm looking at is the interaction of those systems. And what I'm treating is the interaction of those systems, not just the biomedical systems, but also mind and body, mind and spirit. And so that's what I call transcendental medicine. And I call it transcendental because from the Neijing, in order to resolve things completely, you must go to the root, and the root always has to do with spirit. So there has to be a transformation of consciousness in order for there to be complete healing. And I'm going to give you an example. I had a patient who had many years of allergies, severe allergies to cats, dogs, dander, and she came to my home where I was giving a shamanistic spiritual healing. And it was a very in-depth healing for people in my home. And within minutes of being in my home, because I have animals, she was tearing, her eyes were getting red and swollen. So I have a clinic in my home. I invited her to come into the clinic. And I gave her a treatment, auricular treatment for allergies and for her symptoms. And then we went back out and she stayed in my home for 4 hours for the shamanistic spiritual healing that I was doing. Then this patient, I didn't see this patient for about 7 years, I don't know exactly. She came back for cancer. And I asked her, or actually it was during the intake, I could see that, you know, she wasn't having allergies, but I asked her, and she said after my treatment, she had had no more allergies, period, ever. So the difference, I have many patients that I treat for allergies and they improve, but they may be back next year, or they may be back if their immune system gets low. This patient, it was very thorough, and I believe it was because she was treated mind, body, and spirit. Because she was in that spiritual gathering for 4 hours, she did a very deep transformation of consciousness along with the physical treatment, the auricular treatment that I gave her for allergies. And that was the end of those allergies. So that's what transcendental medicine is, and that's why I do it. I have one case if we have time. That is a transcendental case. So this last case, a female comes in her 60s, overweight, extremely fatigued, depressed. Her eyes are dull. Her head is down. Her chief complaint for the past week, she had a stomach flu. She had nausea, alternating chills and heat, extreme fatigue, and she had a migraine for the last 3 days. And the day that I did the intake, she had 6 out of 10 of headache pain. When I did the auricular exam, so this was a short exam because this was an ongoing patient. So once I do the original intake, it gives me a base that I can see the progress of the patient every time they come in. So when they come in, I do a shorter exam, especially if they have a new condition. So I'm looking to see how that fits in with their original diagnosis. So on this short exam, I found hypothyroid, erratic blood pressure, chronic sinus, postnasal drip, not just sinus condition, but a postnasal drip condition, chronic adrenal activation, which in Western they might call adrenal fatigue. The limbic system, her nervous system was hyperactive, even though she's depressed. Her musculoskeletal, I found neck and shoulder tension and a history of 2 previous motor vehicle accidents. So the accidents, if I'm seeing them on the patient, that means they were not healed, even though they were from a long time ago, and they were affecting the migraines. And then frontal and temporal headache. So I also locate exactly where the headache and what is involved. So frontal headache from Chinese medicine point of view is involved with the digestive system, and she had reported stomach flu symptoms, right? The whole digestive tract was entirely inflamed. And so that was what showed on the ear. From a TCM point of view, for those that practice Chinese medicine, I diagnosed Shaoyang condition affecting the middle and lower jiao, liver qi stagnation, and creating deficiency heat, liver yang rising, affecting blood pressure, excess damp, spleen, kidney qi deficiency, headache, and Shen disturbance. So with auricular treatment, I treated the entire digestive system from the large intestine to the mouth. I treated the liver, spleen, gallbladder, lung, and kidney. I treated the nervous system, the central nervous system, which is so precise, right? I can treat with a vagus nerve. I can treat, oh no, I cannot get back to this. So just talking extemporaneously, with the auricular system, I can access from a Western point of view and a TCM point of view, but I can access directly on the ear, treating the whole digestive system. And then I can go and treat on the body from a TCM point of view. So I can give this extremely comprehensive treatment. I can be treating the hypothyroid and the endocrine system at the same time that I'm treating the acute flu symptoms. And so the results are phenomenal. They're just phenomenal. This was a picture of the conference that I gave the lecture on endocrine system. So I think that is the end. Dr. Huang's website is earmedicine.us, and her books are available on that website, earmedicine.us. So www.earmedicine.us. She is retired, but she has written many books. And I am in transition, but I will be teaching her 8 levels. So to learn her method, there are 8 levels. It's very, very complex and sophisticated. So there are 8 levels to grasp this medicine. And then I also teach transcendental medicine, which is what I practice in the clinic. And the 8 levels are kind of entry level. And then I teach how I use it. So now I'm open for any questions.
So,
Oh, very, very good.
Yeah, that was
very
awesome.
impressed, presentation. It's awesome.
Was
I
awesome
very appreciate it.
presentation. It's just,
Thank you.
To me, it was kind of eye-opening.
Great.
Doctor, you are in United States, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you have your own private practice?
Well, so I moved from California to Oregon, and so I shut down my very busy clinic in California and was going to open clinic here in Oregon when COVID happened. So I am not opening my clinic because I'm not going to operate a clinic with the restrictions that the government is putting on people at this point in time. So I am offering people medical Qigong, which I can do long distance. Basically, Chinese medicine is this. What's the difference between an MD that takes a course in Chinese medicine for the weekend and they know the anatomical points, and a Chinese medicine doctor? So to me, the difference is that if from the Huangdi Neijing, from our ancient traditions, the doctor needs to be very well versed in medical Qigong. They need to, because acupuncture and Chinese medicine, all of it actually, but acupuncture is an energy medicine. So you need to understand how energy moves and how to move energy. And if you understand this in depth, honestly speaking, you can do it anywhere. You can do it over the internet. You can do it without touching the patient, because it is the knowledge of how the body works, how the meridian system works, how the points work, applied to the specific patient and their energy. And if you have mastered this, you don't actually use needles. In the clinic, I use needles or ear seeds because it saves my time and energy. It takes a lot of energy to do Qigong, but there's always Qigong in what I'm doing. That's why it has such good results. So I offer medical Qigong over the internet, but I'm not opening a clinic until the COVID situation remedies itself.
So you're doing it in conjunction with Chinese medicine, or this modality is on its own?
Medical Qigong, it's part of Chinese medicine.
No,
auricular medicine?
Auricular medicine. You're doing it in conjunction with the Chinese medicine?
Correct.
Or you're just doing it alone?
So it can be practiced alone by itself. When I teach my students, every student is going to adapt it to their particular understanding of medicine and how they practice. So auricular medicine, learning how to diagnose and how to treat, can be practiced on its own. You don't need anything else. I practice transcendental medicine because that's who I am. So I use auricular medicine in conjunction with sometimes homeopathy, sometimes classical Chinese medicine, sometimes traditional Chinese medicine, because the understanding that I have is that our English language separates everything out. I can't even talk about it the way that it actually is. Well, everything interacts and is working together at all times. And so I have to conceive it that way, and I have to treat it that way. So that means that I use more modalities.
So, but you're mostly using this as a diagnostic tool?
I always use it as a diagnostic
That's what
tool.
I got from your presentation.
Yes.
You're always using it as a...
Yes.
Wow, that's...
because it gives me so much information. And then I can know best what levels to enter into. Sometimes you need to enter the psychological level first, or you won't get anywhere with the physical treatments. Sometimes you need to enter with the physical treatments right away and get some symptomatic relief before you deal with spiritual level or mental emotional level. So and with the auricular intake, I can see all levels. So it gives me a very good picture of where I should start intervening and how I should work. And then given that picture, then I decide what modalities to use.
Fascinating. So fascinating.
Can I say something? Yeah,
Excuse me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, so that you have very impressed me, that your understanding of Chinese medicine. Honestly, that I graduated from the Nanjing University of the Chinese Medicine College. Yeah, and also I got my bachelor, master, degrees, whatever. But I believe that your understanding of Chinese medicine is much more than lots of Chinese people. They are studying Chinese medicine, because right now, typically in China, in mainland of China, lots of Chinese medicine doctors, they spend maybe the 70–80% of the time and energy to learn Western medicine. And after that, they forgot most of Chinese medicine, forgot the most important part of Chinese medicine, that it kind of mentally and physically, that it should be the holistic, that medicine. we should
Yes.
work together for that part.
Yes.
And also
Yes.
today I learned from you is that actually in my clinic, I also use that auricular, treatment. Most of the time, I just use the treatment, not, from the diagnosis. I heard the Dr. Huang Yichun, when
Yes.
I was, in China, in Canada, and also I heard some WeChat, presentations, on that WeChat. But to your presentation, I do learn a lot from you, so that I appreciate your very, very wonderful, presentation of the auricular, medicine. And also right now that I'm also trying to organize all kind of auricular, medicine, part of that references, actually, I'm preparing something already that I want, to post on that the website or whatever. Maybe someday we can, discuss with that, because I found, that is very, very helpful. Even right now, I say I use lots of time. I use this kind of auricular medicine, to treat some mental problems and anxious, insomnias, that just 1 meters, and then they feel good right away. And also I use lots of your bloodletting therapies, on the, the tip of the ear to treat, high blood pressures, headaches, and hives, sore throat, and lots of things. It works very well. It's a kind of miracle, that the treatment. So I appreciate it again, and I hope that we can talk in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes,
Bye.
I did post my email and my website onto the chat room, but it's easy. The website is drtruthsayer.com. So you can always reach me through the website. My website needs to be updated, but it still has lots of information. So yeah,
Great,
very nice
great.
to meet
Yeah.
you. Dr.
Yeah,
Huang.
me too.
Huang,
Yes,
Huang
Dr. Huang.
Guojian.
Yes, yes, you're right. And also that your Chinese is very good, that very good, very good.
多谢多谢。
哎，你好，你好，非
你好
非常荣幸啊，今天认识你啊。
谢谢
好
谢谢谢谢。
行
So
，OK，
unique, so unique.
Dr. Truthsayer, I also want to
Yes.
honor you for
Thank you.
embodying the Chinese culture so well as a reincarnation of a great
Thank you.
being from China. So you're reincarnated in this Western body.
Yes, this is true. Yes.
And my talk is about past life regressions as well. So I recognize so much energy is jumping out at me from you. Even
Yes.
before you spoke, you were
Yes.
one. I like that name, but then looking deeper into your energy field, that was remarkable. And then with your presentation, you just proven it in the whole spectrum of your integration and especially their diagnostic abilities as well. I also do medical Qigong, infinity quantum Qigong, and I work in resonance theory and
Yes.
remote healing, especially
Yes.
now. Yes, and so effective that we don't have to touch them. We don't have to do any diagnostics.
Yes.
It's just the alignment with soul and spirit. And
Yes.
and working in the shamanistic way. And so I really am excited to work with you and love to invite you into my project. And so
Yes, please
really,
do connect.
thank you so much. Very
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But
Yes,
I know also
I just
I will give you a little bit that that advice for the qigong. Yeah, because that I know that lots of patients in clinic they really suck your energies. If you do more qigong, you will hurt
We
yourself.
need more than the patients.
Yeah,
We need
so
the
that's
energy
why-
more than the patients.
So we need to protect ourselves first,
Yes.
So right now in my
That's
clinic,
true.
usually I don't do that. I just,
Yeah.
that try to treat the patients as soon as possible, let them go and help them. I don't want, that consume my own energy to help their energy. And then when I back home, I feel so exhausted. I don't like this way. So that's why that I say, give you suggestions, protect yourself first. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't do too much of qigong to your patients right now.
Yes. Yes.
Typically
Yes,
with our
that-
age, when we're age over 60s, 50, 60s, kind of low, naturally we're getting weaker. So that's why we need to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
Well,
That's true.
I'm 63 and I have more energy than ever before. And so
That's great.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
So the Qigong I teach infinity quantum. So it's
Yeah, you did
internet.
qigong that to help,
4
help
a.m.
yourself. Yeah.
At 4 a.m.
good.
Dr. Kusaya, you just given me a nice boost.
That's wonderful. And that's, I just wanted to say that, you know, I hope that my excitement of this medicine comes through because it is so powerful and it is so exciting. It, you know, and even if you know, of course, if you're a doctor of Chinese medicine, you learn more, but I would encourage you to, you know, once I have the levels recorded, to learn anyway, because you can learn. I've had dentists take my workshops. I've had naturopathic doctors who have no Chinese medicine background still get some benefit. So, you know, obviously it is much better if you both have a Western background and Chinese medicine, but it's not limited. And it is so exciting. It's really, really thrilling medicine. So thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank Global Scientific Guild for inviting me and for organizing this. So thank you, Nawaz.
I can't hear.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent speech. It really motivated us.
Great. Wonderful.
Yes, our next speech is from Dr. William Lee Coden. He's from Academy of Comprehensive Integrative Medicine, United States, and he's giving a talk on clearing and preventing infections integratively. Yes, doctor.
25 minutes.
His talk will be for 35 minutes. Thank you.
We'll start in 10 minutes.
25 minutes.
35 minutes.
35?
Okay.
Yes,
35. Okay, well, thank you for inviting me to present to your group. I'm going to be speaking about clearing infections the integrative way. And just got to get my computer to work. There we go. A bit about my background. I've been practicing integrative medicine for 45 years and teaching integrative medicine for 34 years. And I am a consultant to the NutriMedics company out of Jupiter, Florida. They have a lot of herbal products. And then I'm also chairman of the scientific advisory board for the Academy of Comprehensive Integrative Medicine. The website is acimconnect.com. Also, we've done 3 pandemic town halls talking about things that can be done to prevent and reverse the COVID illness. So how do you clear infections from your body? Many people think that all you need to do is take a prescription drug, but infections don't just happen randomly, they are caused. If you don't treat the causes, the infection often won't clear or will return. So what I've learned is that if you get rid of enough of the causes, then just a little bit of ozone or homeopathics or herbals can usually take the infection down to the point where the person returns to health. So it's important then to learn what the causes of the infection would be. So in my experience, that's physical toxins or electromagnetic radiation that stimulate microbial growth. Yes. Physical toxins can be pesticides, herbicides, solvents, heavy metals, etc. And then emotions or other stresses increase cortisol and weaken the immune system and then predispose to accumulation of physical toxins in specific locations. If a person has unresolved anger, frustration, for example, they'll accumulate toxins in their liver and gallbladder and bile ducts. Clogged up lymphatic system also contributes to toxin accumulation. The lymphatics are responsible for carrying toxins away from the tissues. So if the lymphatics can't drain, then the toxins back up into the tissues and create an environment that easily grows microbes and weakens the immune system as well. Nutritional deficiencies also contribute to weakened immune system. Vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc especially, as far as nutritional supplements. And then lectins can cause predisposition to infection because the lectins cause clumping of red blood cells in the bloodstream, which then impairs delivery of oxygen to the tissues, which then causes the tissues to go into anaerobic metabolism and then lactic acidosis. And that lactic acidosis creates an environment that makes it easy for microbes to grow. On the right is a sample of blood under dark field microscopy that's not been exposed to lectins. And on the left are red blood cells that have been exposed to lectins from ingestion of one of the foods that have lectins in it, like beans and peas and lentils and wheat, rye, peanuts, potatoes, bell peppers, eggplant, and tomatoes. And if you are going to choose to eat some of those foods, it's wise in my experience to take a plant-derived enzyme to try to prevent the lectins from causing so much clumping of the red blood cells, such as bromelain from pineapple or some nattokinase from fermented soy and so on. So these are the shallow lymphatics on the left and then the deeper lymphatics on the right picture there. And I found that the main thing that blocks up the lymphatics are inactivity, people being couch potatoes, and eating wheat or dairy products. Now, the wheat and the dairy products cause mucoid production, and the mucoid blocks the drainage of lymph through the lymph system. So that's why it's better to avoid all dairy products and all gluten grains. Now, these are some of the devices that I've used in practice to clear out the lymphatic system. These are photomagnetic lymph drainage devices. You see in the picture in the top right, there's a therapist giving a treatment to the main lymph terminals there near the middle end of the collarbones, the clavicles. Inside those glass tubes are noble gases that are excited by electricity to a higher state called a plasma state. And when the electricity is turned off, which happens several hundred times per second, the collapsing electrical field causes a collapse of the plasma, which then generates a scalar magnetic field into the tissues, which then liquefies the lymphatic fluid, converts it from a substance kind of like ketchup more into a substance like tomato juice. Now, this is a Qi machine. The concept of the Qi machine came out of China from hundreds of years ago, and this is a mechanical device that has a motor inside of it, and when you put your ankles up on those cradles on top and turn the thing on, the ankles move side to side, and your entire body starts moving like a fish on the floor. And the rhythmic movement of the body on the floor causes the contraction, relaxation of the muscles around the lymph vessels, which milks and squeezes the lymph fluid back toward the central circulation. So this is a very important concept. Health is like a bathtub, and a sick person is like a bathtub full of dirty water, and the dirty water flows over onto the bathroom floor. And so the faucets on the top left side of the bathtub in this example are flowing excessive amounts of dirty water into the bathtub, which includes nutrient depleted foods and electromagnetic radiation, radiation of other types, heavy metals, but antibiotics, pesticides, etc. Then on the top right side of the bathtub are water faucets that are turned almost completely off, and they're supposed to be flowing good things into the bathtub, but are not. And that includes healthy foods and nutrients, purpose and will to live, sunshine and exercise, good relationships, peace, joy, love, great attitude, restful sleep, etc. And then at the bottom of the bathtub are drains that are supposed to drain toxins out of the bathtub. But in most people that are chronically ill, those drains are closed almost completely off. A person has a bowel movement twice a week, and they call that normal bowel function. We should be having bowel movements three times a day. And if the toxins don't come out of the bowel, then they get absorbed through the lining of the colon into the hepatic portal circulation and go straight to the liver and poison and overload the liver. When the liver gets overloaded enough, the toxins flow out of the liver into the bloodstream and poison and overload the kidneys. And we just talked about how the lymphatic system gets clogged up. So in order to get a person well, you need to close off the dirty water faucets on the top left side of the bathtub, open up the clean water faucets on the top right side of the bathtub and open up the drains at the bottom of the bathtub, and then the person's health returns to normal. And so their terrain becomes non-conducive to the growth of microbes. So you don't do anything specifically about the microbes, you just clean up the terrain and the microbes go away. So how do you drain this bathtub? You need to drink plenty of water. Ideally 2 ounces of water every 15 minutes all day long. You can stop about 30 minutes before meals and resume 30 minutes after meals so you don't dilute the stomach juices. But rest of the time drink water every 15 minutes. Homeopathic remedies oftentimes will help drain the lymphatic system and other organs. And there's herbs that will help to detoxify the body and just detox the liver, kidney, lymph, ground matrix, and so on. And then there's far infrared sauna. The people that worked at the 9/11 event in New York City in 2001, who breathed in massive amounts of toxins into their body, who did not do sauna therapy 2 or 3 times a week after that are all dead. Those who did sauna therapy 2 or 3 times a week are all still alive. So sauna can make a huge difference as far as the detoxification of the body and the survival. Clay baths, clay plasters, get toxins out through the skin. Fasting, water fasting or vegetable juice fasting, either one will help to start mobilizing toxins spontaneously out of the body. And then you can use colonics, Clemix, enemas, etc. to get toxins out. Liver gallbladder flush, avoiding fatty and oily foods for several days, and then on the evening of the last day, consume about a 1/4 cup of oil and a 1/4 cup of lemon juice, and that causes the liver and gallbladder to dump bile sludge into the bowel during the night. And so you see a lot of green marbles coming out in the toilet the next day. Oil swish and spit helps to pull toxins out through the lining of the mouth and gets trapped in the oil in the mouth, and you spit it out. Bounding on a rebounder. To the Chi machine, which I already showed, the photomagnetic lymph drainage devices, which help to liquefy the thick, sticky mucoid material in the lymph system. Photonic focal detox is a way to use infrared light to stimulate the production of nitric oxide in the tissues. The nitric oxide causes blood vessels to dilate. The dilated blood vessels bring fresh oxygenated blood into the tissues, which then helps to push the toxins out of the tissues through the lymphatic system and through the venous system. So all of that improves the terrain. Ooh, how'd that go? That's weird. So anyway, that previous picture there was a picture of a portable infrared sauna that you can purchase and then set up in your bedroom and use it when you want to. And everybody should be doing that on a regular basis because we are all exposed to so many toxins every day. Terrain and infectious terrain, and the terrain contributes to the infections, and the infections contribute to inflammation. So most symptoms are caused by inflammation. So some of the toxins that we're talking about are heavy metals, man-made chemicals like drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, as well as pesticides, herbicides, solvents, and so on. And then biotoxins. Some foods are also toxins. And then electromagnetic fields. Many of those are treated by the body like toxins as well. I'll show you in a subsequent slide here. So the toxins increase the microbial growth, especially the electromagnetic fields. The microbes see the electromagnetic fields as a threat, so they increase their rate of growth, and they also increase the rate of biotoxin production whenever there's a lot of electromagnetic fields around. The microbes include mycoplasma, chlamydia, and fungi, and viruses, and Borrelia, Bartonella, protozoal parasites, worm parasites, a variety of other microbes. But anyway, to resolve the inflammation, we must resolve the toxins, as I've mentioned before. And then once enough of the toxins are resolved, then it's easy to resolve the microbes. Sometimes they'll just go away spontaneously. Okay, so this is a cell phone held up to the adult's ear on the far right for 5 minutes, and the amount of heat injury to the brain that occurs as a result of that 5-minute exposure of cell phone. And then the middle one is a 10-year-old child, and the far left one is a 5-year-old child. And it's criminal, in my opinion, for parents to let a child have a cell phone that they can put up to their ear and do this to them, because that inflammation causes a damage to the brain that causes some neuron death, and it's just not reasonable. You know, the people that own the big tech companies do not allow their children to use cell phones, period. So they know something that too many other people don't know. We want to reduce the toxic burden, the infectious burden, by reducing the toxic burden. Now, most of the toxic foci in the body are found in the head and neck, in the chronic infections in the mouth, where there's previous extractions or where there's root canal teeth. Also, where there's periodontal disease around the teeth and the gums, or where there's chronic sinusitis or tonsillitis. And all of these are creating an inflammatory process. The inflammatory processes cause more toxins to be brought into that area. The increased toxins stimulate more microbial growth. So a vicious cycle gets going in the head and neck. So one of the things that we should do is avoid sugars in the diet and grains, both of which increase the periodontal disease and the increased risk of getting caries in the teeth, and then eventually having to have a root canal, which then causes a chronic infection in the jawbone. So if you swish hydrogen peroxide in your mouth and then spit it out, you can actually eliminate a lot of the periodontal disease. Brush your teeth and floss your teeth, and then right after that, do the hydrogen peroxide swish and spit. Avoid food allergens, irrigate your sinuses with saline. Add a few drops of Lugol's iodine to the irrigant to get to kill off the microbes in the body. There are no microbes on the planet yet that have developed a resistance to iodine. So Lugol's iodine works really well to put into the irrigant. Start with 1 drop and build up gradually to about 8 drops in a cup. There's a variety of herbals that are very helpful in getting rid of all these infections in the body, and especially in the head and neck. Proteolytic enzymes are very, very important to consider in the process of trying to get rid of infections, because most infections cause increased production of fibrin. Fibrin causes little microclots in the blood vessels, which then restricts the delivery of oxygenated blood to the tissues. So if you take bromelain, which comes from pineapple, or serrapeptase, which comes from a Serratia bacteria, or from nattokinase, which comes from fermented soy, or lumbricanase, which is from the bacteria that grows in the gut of the earthworm, these enzymes will work at wide ranges of pH and will actually be absorbed through the gut wall into the bloodstream, go to the places in the body where the fibrin is built up, and will start breaking down the fibrin so that oxygen can be delivered to the tissues, nutrients can be delivered to the tissues. And so people that don't take fibrinolytic enzymes whenever they have low-grade chronic toxicity, low-grade chronic infection, are usually never going to get completely free of all that infection, toxicity, and inflammation. Need to avoid root canal tooth. It's better to have a tooth removed, in my opinion, than to have a root canal placed into it. And the book that everyone needs to read is Root Canal Cover-Up by George Meinig. You try to avoid wisdom teeth removal. In most cases, it's not necessary. It's additional revenue generation for the dentist that does it, but oftentimes not necessary. If you're going to take a tooth out, make sure you remove the dental ligament, because the dental ligament functions like a culture media down at the bottom of the socket to grow more bacteria and fungi. And don't use epinephrine. Epinephrine keeps the feel from being bloody, but unfortunately prevents the healing of the tooth after the extraction is done. Cavitational surgery on the jaw is one way to clean out old sockets that have been chronically infected, but a lot of people couldn't afford that or didn't want to go through the pain and suffering of surgical procedure on their mouth. So I worked with Dr. Ging many years ago to develop a combination of 7 Chinese herbals that can be used as a poultice in the mouth to clear up the infection. And so there's Dr. Ging's phone number on the website, on the slide there. He doesn't have a website, I don't think, but anyway, he's in the Dallas area. Oral health oral health is that herbal combination that we developed, and I don't derive any financial benefit from that, by the way. But it works better if you use an infrared light. If you shine an infrared light through the cheek, through the gauze, into the bone, while the oral health poultice is in the mouth, it'll clear up the infections in the mouth about 80% of the time. There's a type of infrared light that you can buy off the internet for $20 on Amazon. Make sure you get the right chart plug to go with it. Okay, so multi-symptom, multi-microbe inflammation is a situation that a lot of people have, where they have a buildup of a variety of different types of microbes in their body because they have a buildup of a variety of different types of toxins in their body. And so a lot of times the microbes all come into the body at the same time, either through an insect bite or a tick bite or sexual intercourse or kissing. And those microbes can include the Borrelia, Bartonella, Babesia, Protomyxozoa, Leptospira, Treponema. The Protomyxozoa is a biofilm forming microbe that Dr. Stephen Fry at the Fry Laboratories in Phoenix, Arizona first identified several years ago, and now I think he's found 8 or 9 species. But all of these can cause inflammation in the body, and there's a lot of people in the United States that have that. There's 300,000 new cases of Borrelia in the United States every year. And then there's a variety of other opportunistic infections that either were there before the other microbes came in and grew because the immune suppression of the Borrelia or the Bartonella, or they came in sometime after that because of immune suppression. Dr. Alan McDonald identified a little roundworm in the brain, in the cerebral spinal fluid of patients that died from Alzheimer's, dementia, glioblastoma multiforme, or multiple sclerosis. And he found it in 100% of those cases that he analyzed. It wasn't a large number, but it was an impressive finding. And there's a variety of fungi and mycoplasma, a variety of viruses. This is a photomicrograph of, the arrow is pointing to one Borrelia spirochetal bacteria. And one bacteria went into a cell and then grew and divided and multiplied many times and made many copies of itself. And now that one bacteria has grown into so many that it's rupturing the cell, and those live spirochetes are coming out of the cell, going to find another cell to invade. And so that is one of the reasons why this microbe is hard to kill, because it's inside the cells, living inside the cells most of the time, not outside the cells where it can be attacked by antibiotics and so on. On the top left corner of this photomicrograph is a spirochete coming into the field and going out the bottom right corner of the micrograph. This particular spirochete was exposed to antibiotics about 2 hours ago, and within 2 hours of exposure to antibiotics, the spirochetes form, the Borrelia spirochete forms these granules, these little blebs that contain all the genetic material necessary to make an entire new spirochete. And the granules are impervious to action of antibiotics, and they can remain in the granular form for days, weeks, months, or years until the antibiotic is finally stopped. And then when you finally stop the treatment, the granule becomes a new spirochete. So that's what we call the pleomorphic nature of Borrelia and certain other spirochetes. And that's why it's necessary to do cyclical therapy. If you do continuous therapy, the granules will stay as granules. And then when you stop the therapy, the granules become spirochetes again. But if you do a few days of spirochetal treatment and then leave it off for 36 to 48 hours and then start the antimicrobial treatment again for a couple of weeks and then leave it off for another 36 to 48 hours, that periodic stopping allows the granules to transform back into spirochetes so that all of the microbes can finally be killed. This is a photomicrograph of a biofilm. You see little bright green specks inside this biofilm, and those are live Borrelia microbes, but you also see some brown specks inside this biofilm, snot-like mess, and those brown spots are dead Borrelia that have been killed off. Now, Dr. Eva Sapi with the group at the University of New Haven, Connecticut, did some interesting studies where she put doxycycline, the most commonly used antibiotic, into culture with the biofilm to see if she could kill off all the microbes in the biofilm. And you see that she was unable to kill off most of the microbes on the right upper photomicrograph. Most of the microbes are still alive because of their biofluorescence. On the bottom left, though, an herbal from the Nutramax company was able to kill most of the microbes, but not get rid of the biofilm. In the middle, in the bottom, is another herbal from Nutramax that was used, and it was able to get rid of most of the live microbes and get rid of most of the biofilm. And when you put those two herbals together, you got almost complete resolution of the microbes and the biofilm. Now, there's lots of research in the peer-reviewed literature from 1989 up through present that shows that antibiotics typically don't work for treating chronic Lyme disease. Now, if a person had Lyme disease for less than 4 weeks, antibiotics oftentimes will work because the microbes are not invading into the cells of the body as much by that time. So there's a decent chance of getting rid of them. But if it's been longer than 6 weeks, the chance of eliminating the microbes with just a course of antibiotics is not very great. So Dr. Sapi said, well, we have to have some kind of solution for these 300,000 new cases of Lyme disease in the United States every year. So she evaluated a variety of herbals from the Nutramax company and compared those to doxycycline in treating the 3 different forms of Borrelia: the spirochetal form, the green squiggly one that I showed you on the photomicrograph, and the cyst form, which is the granules, the ones that live forever if you don't do a cyclical therapy, and then the biofilm form. And what they found is that the doxycycline was effective against the spirochetal form, but not against the cyst form or the biofilm form. But several of the herbals were quite effective against the cyst form, granular form, or biofilm form. Now, another group out of Guayaquil, Ecuador, at the University of Guayaquil, Ecuador, wanted to verify that these herbals were all safe, not toxic. So they evaluated all of those, and they gave doses hundreds of times the recommended dose of humans, scaled down the animal body weight, and found no organ damage on autopsy and no unexpected adverse symptoms or behaviors. Now, another study at that same university showed that these herbals have very powerful anti-inflammatory effects. The most powerful anti-inflammatory, one of the most powerful anti-inflammatories that's been developed in the United States is Feldene. It's no longer on the market, but they use that as their control with 99.8% reduction in inflammation. But the herbals that I just mentioned all had 84 to 99.9% reduction in inflammation as well. So they're not only antimicrobial, they're excellent anti-inflammatories. Years ago, Dr. Horowitz, one of the most well-known Lyme treatment physicians in the United States, called me and said, Dr. Cowden, is there something I could do about these Lyme patients in my practice that haven't improved at all with antibiotics? I said, well, probably if you tried herbals. He said, no. I said, well, why don't you try using an herbal protocol that I developed? And so he did that. He put a couple hundred patients on that protocol, and 70% got quite well within less than 6 months. Then he presented that at the International Lyme and Associated Disease Conference in 2007. And I wanted to find out why the other 30% had improved. So I went to his office and evaluated some of those patients. And it was because they had mercury amalgams in their teeth, fungal overgrowth in their house and in their body, and biotoxin production, electromagnetic field exposure. They were not drinking water. They were drinking sodas and coffee and calling that hydration. And they were eating too much sugar and had a variety of food allergies. But there were some resistant organisms and other things. So I did what I could do about the things that I could do something about. And he put another group of patients on that new protocol, and 80% improved empirically. So you know, most allopathic doctors don't have an 80% success rate in treating Lyme disease. It's a difficult condition to treat. Dr. Schwarzbach did a similar study over in Germany, treated 20 patients and found that 80% improved symptomatically and 90% improved by laboratory findings. Now this is an important research from the Center for Disease Control. They said that 13 of 39 recently described infectious agents induce chronic syndromes. And these are on this next slide, some examples of that. Chronic fatigue syndrome. Atherosclerosis is actually predominantly an infectious illness and goes unrecognized still in large part by the allopathic medical system as such. Premature labor is oftentimes associated with excessive number of microbes in the uterus, in the womb. And then there's neurological diseases that are associated with microbes, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and autism, Alzheimer's, dementia. You know, Dr. McCloskey found that 65% of patients that had Alzheimer's dementia had a treponema from the mouth in their brain, and 25% had a Borrelia in their brain. So 90% had some kind of spirochete in their brain. So Alzheimer's dementia is not an idiopathic condition. It is a known cause condition. She proved Koch's postulates, and I think that people should look into that as a way of treating Alzheimer's. Okay, and then multiple sclerosis is likely caused in large part by spirochetes, especially Borrelia. Now, Borreliosis is called the second great imitator. On that website there, nutrimedics.ec, is a list of, I think, almost 400 conditions now that are caused by Borreliosis, and that if you go to that website and go into the science library and go to the article that has that, you can click on any one of those 400 potential illnesses, and it'll take you to the link in the internet that shows the scientific proof behind that claim. So you can have a variety of neurological conditions, MS and other conditions coming from Borreliosis, a variety of cardiological conditions, chronic fatigue syndrome, fetal death, sudden infant death syndrome. Okay, so Lyme disease and treatment issues. Prior treatment with antibiotics can attenuate the antibody response to Borrelia, sometimes forever. So if you have Borreliosis and it's not recognized, and you develop a urinary tract infection or bronchitis, and you get a standard pharmaceutical antibiotic from a doctor because of the urinary tract infection or bronchitis, it can treat the Borrelia enough to where it's no longer detectable by antibody test, but it's still there, creating disease in the body. And there is no test for cure for Lyme disease, so it's a clinical diagnosis for cure. And if a person has the EM rash, then they're much more likely to be treated properly and therefore cured. This is the EM rash that comes off the CDC website. It's sometimes also called the bullseye rash, but 30% of people that have Borreliosis don't have this rash. So you can't go by that. Now, this is the research that I mentioned from Dr. Alan McDonald. He autopsied patients that had neurological diseases, died with neurological diseases, and found that 10 out of 10 had a little tiny roundworm in the cerebrospinal fluid. If they had multiple sclerosis, 5 out of 5 dementia patients had it. 4 out of 4 patients with the primary brain cancer had it. So when he did the dissection of these worms that he got out of the cerebrospinal fluid, he found that inside the worms were Borrelia, Bartonella, and a variety of other microbes. So what he concluded was that a person that has the little roundworm and these other microbes will never get rid of these smaller microbes until they get rid of the worms first, because the worms are the smaller microbes are protected from the treatment by being inside the worms. And Dr. Eva Sapi, when she did a research in 2010 on deer ticks, found that if the deer tick had Borrelia in its gut 40% of them also had a little tiny roundworm. So there's a good chance that these tiny roundworms are being transmitted at the same time into the human being as the Borrelia or the other Lyme-related microbes. I treated a man that had Lyme disease, and he had a variety of symptoms that were persistent for a few years: anxiety, depression, insomnia, and fatigue. And I treated him for 10 weeks with a roundworm treatment and dimethyl sulfoxide. DMSO helps to dilate the blood-brain barrier and allow the drug to get into the brain. And I also gave him Commando, which is an herbal to get rid of fungi and bacteria. And at the end of 10 weeks, he was finally completely well. The DMSO does give the body a bad odor for about 8 to 12 hours. So some patients choose to use the liposomal form of artemisinin or the liposomal form of fenbendazole to get rid of the worms instead of the DMSO. Now, another treatment approach for microbes in the body that goes unrecognized is ozone therapy. If you go to the FDA website, it says ozone should never be used as a therapy, but there's over 350 peer-reviewed articles in the literature showing that ozone is an effective therapy when antibiotics fail. And there's 11 countries there that have basically said that the ozone therapy is now accepted in their country and paid for by their governments if they have a governmental health plan. So you can find out more about ozone therapy from isco3.org. There's a variety of different ways to give ozone to the body, and there's a list of some of those there. The most common way that doctors give it is by major autohemotherapy, but the way that most patients give it to themselves is by rectal insufflation. So putting some ozone gas up into the rectum and let it absorb through the bowel wall. But ozone stimulates the production of white blood cells, stimulates increased levels of interferon, stimulates the production of tumor necrosis factor, so it helps the body to attack cancer as well as infections. Ozone kills off a variety of bacteria, fungi, molds, viruses.
Hey, if you want to
Do that thing?
do your water thing, I can. I
Oh,
mix
yeah.
up the hot.
I think I'm out of time, huh? Okay, so yeah. So this, I think this is the last slide here. Okay, so Dr. Keneally and team wrote an article in ACIMresearch.org. It's called Viral Pandemic. So she talks about just the nutrients that are helpful in preventing and treating viral illness, including coronavirus. And Dr. Isaac Golden found that homeoprophylaxis can prevent viral illness in the first place. If a person does get admitted to the hospital, the MATH protocol is the one to use, and that's found at COVID19criticalcare.com. Okay, yeah, we did it. So are there questions?
Yep.
If anybody has questions, please ask.
Yeah, I just have a question for doctor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
When you treat that Lyme disease with your techniques, and how is your long-term result for the patient when you treat the Lyme disease, the patient you treated with what kind of method you did, and I want to know that how's the long-term the result, or just a very short-term result or long-term result?
No. If you remove the toxins from the body, whether you use antimicrobial treatment or not, usually the results are long-term beneficial.
It's long-term beneficial.
Yeah, if you don't use any detoxification and you only use, let's say, ozone or herbals or homeopathics to get rid of the microbes will usually come back within days or weeks.
Because
So
I
that's-
have that 2 patients before that in my clinic I treated, and of course lots of symptoms, and then she went to the States, I don't know which clinic, and spent tons of money, and then she felt better maybe 6 months or 1 year. After 1 year later, all symptoms come back. So she felt so upset for that, and then because she spent tons of money, and so that's right now that for Lyme disease, most of doctors believe that it is hard to recover, fully recovered, from these problems. Because in Canada, still we have lots of Lyme disease patients too.
Yeah, I believe that once you have Lyme disease, that you're going to have some Borrelia in the body lifelong. But if you do detoxify and the immune system increases its effectiveness against preventing the Lyme disease from coming back, a person can go for months or years without ever having any more symptoms. They develop symptoms if they have a major motor vehicle accident, a death of a loved one, some major event in their life. The immune system goes down, and those few Borrelia that are there can regrow. But if none of those things happen, then they don't have to have any more treatment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. You're great for that presentation.
Thank you.
That was awesome presentation, doctor. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Hello, Dr. William. Do you have my voice?
One more question.
Yes, do you have my voice now?
Yes.
I do, but Dr. William, do you have Dr. Rezai's voice?
I do hear it, yes.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes. Thanks a lot for your presentation. I'm talking from Iran. Now the time is, I think, 1 o'clock in the midnight. And it is my pleasure to have your presentation. And also, please let me know about the herbal treatment, especially for COVID-19. Whether have you any idea about that? And the second thing is, as you know, in my research work, very long back, I used to have some ozonification on essential oil, and totally changed my component on that. And I have see a lot of change and good affection. Can you tell me about this? Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Ozone is extremely effective against COVID, but it's very difficult to get it done in a hospital in the United States. And most people don't even seek help in the United States until they're already hospitalizable. But the ozone, if it's given when the patient just is not in the hospital yet, usually their illness lasts less than 4 more days. It's completely gone in the next 4 days. If they don't get ozone, then the illness is usually 4 to 8 weeks long. So shortens the illness markedly. Now, Dr. Keneally and 3 other doctors did the research that's there in acimresearch.org called Viral Pandemic. And what they did is they talked about the information from the scientific literature on how vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin A, quercetin, zinc, and other things prevent and treat viral illnesses effectively. Dr. Keneally has the largest integrative medicine practice in the United States in Irvine, California. And they see 800 to 1,000 patients every week in that clinic. And patients that come there mostly have cancer, severe chronic diseases. So, no healthy people. And in order for a patient to come there, they have to schedule with the front office, and come some weeks later. So they can't get in the next day or even the next week. And the front office says to everybody that calls to schedule, Dr. Keneally will want you to be on clean diet, water every 15 minutes all day long, vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, zinc, and iodine. Those 5 nutrients plus clean water and clean diet. And in the period of time since the COVID started in early March in the United States until now, there should have been at least 15 deaths from COVID in her office because of the number of patients that she sees. She's in an endemic area for COVID. And there should have been hundreds of cases of COVID in her office, but there's been no deaths and only 1 case that resolved with 1 intravenous vitamin C treatment.
Very nice,
Okay.
very nice.
Okay, so we know that the nutritional approach will prevent the COVID illness, and if the COVID illness is not too far along, it'll actually reverse it as well.
I see. What about your idea about the mask?
The
Whether they
mask,
use it
the mask has no benefit. The best article I found on masks is Meehan, MEEHANMD.com. MEehanMD.com, and he's got several pages there of meta-analyses looking at the value or lack thereof of masks. There is no value for masks. He's shown that it does increase the risk of death in children that are exercising with masks on. There's articles already published in the peer-reviewed literature about that. So no benefit, only harm.
So the last question is this: what about your idea about the aromatherapy?
About what?
Aromatherapy. You are hearing me?
Aromatherapy.
Aromatherapy, Professor.
Homeopathy?
Aroma. Aroma is the essences, aroma to the plants, to the aroma.
Aroma.
Just like the Rosa Damascena, menta.
Yeah. I call it aromatherapy, but I think
Sorry,
we're talking about the same thing. Yeah. Some of those are extremely powerful against the viral illnesses, and it's usually a combination that does best, not a single aroma, but a variety of aromatic oils. So there's some benefit from frankincense, from Savantaro, from tea tree oil, from so combinations work excellently.
Combinations.
Against the COVID. And muscle testing is very helpful to figure out which ones work best. So that way, with muscle testing, you know which one's going to work best before you give the first dose.
I see. Thanks a lot for your good presentation. Nice. I had a very nice time with you. And I have also a speech in 3rd day, I think, in evening. I will be very glad to see you again in Iran also.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your invitation to speak.
Welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Kauder,
Yes.
this is Dr.
Next one.
Trussero. Just a quick question. On the ozone, how do you administer it?
If you have a doctor that's willing to help you, the very best way is with major autohemotherapy. You take some blood. You take about 200. Oops, a little bit too much background. Yeah, about 200 cc's of blood out. You mix it.
Is that how you use it in your practice?
I use it in 20 different ways.
20 different ways.
One of the slides that I showed has 20 different ways of using it. If a patient can go to the clinic, though, the very best way is with major autohemotherapy, taking 200 cc's of blood out of the patient, putting into that 50 cc's of 40 gamma ozone, mixing it, adding some heparin to it, and infusing it back into the patient. And that works extremely well. If you don't have the ability to do that, rectal insufflation works pretty well. It works about 80% as well as the major autohemotherapy. The way the rectal insufflation works is that you put about 200 initially, first
So
time,
I
200.
understand, you don't need to explain it because I use ozone therapy, so I'm very
Okay, good.
familiar. I
Yeah,
just
good.
was curious how you were using it in your practice when you were quoting your results, what methods you were using for those results. That's all I was curious.
Yeah.
I
Well,
use it with a steam sauna and and with the ozone into the steam sauna and absorbed through the skin. And I find that the least invasive and most productive way. But I think ozone is good in any way that people want to use it. I was just wondering how you
Yep.
were using it.
yeah, for patients that don't have a doctor to administer, my preference is to actually bubble ozone into oil and breathe the gas that's coming off the surface of the oil. So, ozone bubble through oil gives you ozonides, which have extremely powerful effect in the lungs.
On the lungs, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yep. Thank you for your presentation. It was good.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Coden. It was an excellent
you.
speech.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Bye now.
Okay.
Dr. Julie?
Yes.
Hi.
Our next speech is by Dr. Julie from Julie Health and Wellness, United States. She will be talking on mind and body medicine.
Yes, thank you so much. My background, in short, is in nutrition and functional medicine and all kinds of holistic methods. And so it's kind of funny that I'm talking about the body and the mind more than just the physical body, but it really just makes sense because they're so connected. I loved Dr. Cowden's speech, and most of the things he said are things that I do here in my practice on a daily basis, and I agree with him completely. And just to touch on a couple of the last questions, we use an essential oil. I don't know if you can see the name. It's called Thieves, and we diffuse it into the air because all of the ingredients have been proven to be antiviral. It has eucalyptus and cinnamon and clove. And so that was one of our methods that we did to make our patients feel safe over the last handful of months when they come in. And there's a ton of nutritional remedies, and nobody in my practice or any of their relatives has got COVID. And the few people that know someone with COVID that bought some nutrients, all of their friends healed rather quickly. So just to touch on that topic. And so to talk about the body and the mind, really, I think most practitioners are working on your nutrition, your EMF remediation, your functional body, your digestion. And those are always what people's chief complaints are when they come to see someone like me, or maybe some of you. And what's really funny is that, or not funny, but I can help somebody get rid of a parasite and they feel absolutely fantastic. And then 3 or 5 days later, they say, all my problems came back. And the reason is because underneath it all, underneath all of the functional stuff and the physical stuff, there's an emotional trauma. And so I had a woman the other day, she's 79 years old. We did a mud therapy session on her. All of her problems, including hemorrhoids, everything was gone. She made a video testimonial. I feel so great. I haven't felt this good in years, etc. 4 days after that, she's calling me saying everything came back. And so I had her come in, and underneath it all, of course, there's an emotional trauma. And I use energy testing to figure out physical issues as well as emotional issues with people. And we could talk about that. And I'm going to provide a couple of techniques that I use that are really easy while we're here today. And my tagline for my practice is simple solutions for health, because I have had to work through everything myself over the past 30 years and figure it all out physically, tangibly, all the aches and pains and whatever comes up in your body. And underneath it all, there's always an emotional trauma. And so we've all heard the term mind over matter, and we've heard the term still the mind. And especially in 2020, I think one of the things that keeps showing up over and over and over again is our mind, because they're playing mind games in the news. They tell you this works, and then they tell you it doesn't work. They tell you do this, and then they tell you don't do that. And we know that there's the rates of anxiety and stress and suicide are up, and this is the problem. So we really need to stay focused on our mind and have mind strong, right? And so whenever somebody comes to see me, every single visit, I do energy testing, or I use the O-ring. So however you want to phrase it. Some people call it muscle testing. I call it energy testing. And you can actually have people test for the concept, now I am healthy. Now I can do whatever it takes to be healthy. Now I love myself. Now I am safe. Now I am happy. And now I am grounded. And I check these every single time, because as people are going through their physical healing, the emotions, it's a roller coaster. And anyone that is a woman and anyone that's been in a relationship with a woman knows that their emotions are a roller coaster, right? There's the week they have premenstrual and they're a basket case sometimes, and then they have their cycle, and then they're peace and calm and feel normal, and then it starts all over again. And it's because the physical stuff going on in the body stirs up all this emotional stuff. And so those statements that I just said, when they test true and strong, that's when people continue to heal. But as soon as their body goes through a little integration and a healing, like I said, after a parasite or some kind of a big treatment, the emotional stuff comes to the surface. It's the subconscious. It got buried when you were a child, or when somebody is engaged and they fall and they hit their knee and they get a big scar to their knee. And then later on in their marriage, they're having issues with their marriage and their knee starts to hurt. It's because the emotional state and the nutritional state at the time of a physical trauma dictate whether or not that person's going to hold on to it, and they just bury it in their subconscious. So as they're going through the healing process, these emotions come up. And so one of the techniques that I have people do is just 2 long breaths. So everybody just take a moment and let's all just take a deep breath in and a long exhale. And one more time, you can close your eyes if you would like. And a big exhale.
Something.
So this is one of the homework assignments that I have people do all the time. And it's because you don't know, when you're working with someone on physical issues or even yourself, you don't know when the emotional stuff is going to surface, because it's underneath. It just happens. You wake up one day, you're totally fine. And then the next day you wake up and you're either emotional, or your neck hurts, or your stomach hurts. And it is actually emotional. So I have people program into their day, and sometimes they need to set an alarm on their phone that says breathe. And they have to program into their day, take 2 breaths. I also use a number or a color. So if I ask a patient, when is your birth date? And if they're born on the 3rd, I have them, every time you see the number 3, take a deep breath. Because if they're a parent, if they have kids and they're working and they don't have time, I mean, COVID has given people this beautiful silver lining of taking a break and slowing down and breathing more and figuring out what's important to them. But pre-COVID, everyone's running a million miles an hour, and they'll stop to work out and to do this, but they don't stop to breathe. You know, it's a race against the clock. So it really affects, I'm not going to get into all the physical things that happen in the body from the mind, but we all know it affects the nervous system. It can affect the digestion. It affects the adrenal, the hormones, the sleep, all of that. So it really comes down to the simple things as take 2 long, deep breaths. It just slows the beat of the heart. It slows the mind. It gets rid of that mind chatter. So that is my favorite technique to have people use, is just 2 long breaths. I also have a statement that I call body talk, and I'd like to do that with you now. And this is available up on my website. And actually, I believe I can share it. Oops, sorry. Let me share my screen. I'm going to find it for you. First, let's just go ahead and close your eyes, and I'm going to say the statement slow enough for you to repeat this in your mind. And this statement has been tested, energy testing, muscle testing, to hold really true and strong. And so I give it out on a little card, and I have it as a download on my website, and it works. So if I muscle tested or energy tested someone and their liver was off, their kidney was off, the right adrenal is off, I have them read this statement. And then when I test them, everything tests on, meaning all the organs have energy and strength and chi all over again. So here we go. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and you're going to say, body, you are loved and healed. I'm sorry, start over again. Body, you are healthy, safe, loved, and healed. You easily dissolve any stress, burden, toxin, or excess weight in this path. For this, I am truly grateful. Take another breath and then just open your eyes and just see, do I feel more calm? And most of the time I would say, keep your eyes closed until you feel that sense of calm come over you. And this is something that people could do. It takes about 1 minute. And, you know, when you give somebody all this homework, you got to take these vitamins, do this, sleep, stretch, exercise, you know, eat healthier, and all these things are new for people. It takes them time to do, it takes them a few weeks till it becomes habitual, but they can read this statement every day. We can read this statement every day. If we're treating other people, we need to always make sure we take care of ourselves. I had a very busy week before today, or before the holiday that we have here in the United States yesterday, and I really needed downtime for me. We always have to heal the healers. So this is a really important statement that every time you say this, it just takes the stress out, the emotional stress out of your body. Another remedy I have people do, we live near the beach, so I send all of my patients to the beach. Half of them go. Those that go to the beach, and I say, just sit for a few minutes. You can read your statement. You could just stare into space. Just breathe for a few minutes. And all of them that do that after the first or second visit with me come back and tell me, I had the most profound experience. I had this conversation with my mom who's been deceased, or, you know, I just had this aha or this epiphany. So it's really important. Any way that you can get that in touch with the earth. So the concept of earthing, the ground, the dirt, the grass, the sand, and the ocean, a tree, a park, a mountain. And if it's staring at a picture on your computer, because that's all you can get to, great. If you're not familiar with the earthing products, they plug into a grounded outlet, and you can put a blanket on you, or a patch on you, or a seat that you sit on, and it brings you earth energy, which brings calmness to the mind. And they've done all the tests for the MRIs, and we know that before the earth, there's inflammation. After the earth, there's calm. Before the earth, the cells are all chaotic. After the earth, the cell walls are all intact, and the cells are floating around in entropy. So all of these techniques heal the body and the mind. The concept of tapping, a lot of people know tapping, and I think a lot of the practitioners and the books that are out there show you to tap along specific meridians. I just have people tap around their head gently, definitely around the sinuses and the base of the neck, the base of the occipitals, and just breathe out. The tapping goes along with those 2 long exhales. So you tap, some people tap hard. It doesn't have to be hard. You can use your 2 strongest fingers, or you can use all of your fingers. Around the base of the skull, around the neck, into the lymphatic, breathe out, and then swiping. And a lot of people don't know this concept, but taking one hand and just swiping it like you're wiping dirt or sand off of your arm. Just swipe down your arm. If everybody does that right now, I just want you to see how good this feels. You swipe one arm a few times, And breathe out, and then just feel the difference in your two arms. It's just this sense of calm. This side of my body feels calm, and this side feels tight. Does anyone feel that right now?
Yeah.
It's like a little, or like a brick compared to a feather. So anytime we bring this sense of calm into our body, we're bringing this sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system back into a healthy balance, which therefore clears the mind. It brings us back into either the theta mindset or the still point, where there's this calmness in the mind, which therefore puts ease into the body. I'm going to swipe my other arm, and I suggest you do the same. For children, I have parents do this with kids, and then I have them get up and just dance around crazy for a moment to just literally shake it out. COVID has brought a lot of sitting and a lot of stillness, but not necessarily the healthy kind of stillness. And a lot of stress and emotional stress stores, I find, in the lymph and the sacrum. And so go ahead and tap on your sacrum. You can even use the base knuckle or massage back there, and just breathe out. And again, those two long breaths, just like, do you feel how it just kind of brings a little bit of stillness into the body? People need reminders because we get busy, especially as practitioners. So I suggest that you set an alarm on your phone as if it was a repeating appointment every day that says breathe. And then another reminder, pick your favorite number. And every time you hear that number, oh, it's 3 o'clock. Because these subconscious thoughts that somebody was told, for example, when they were 5, their grandmother said, oh, I feel so bad for you. You have such a stressful situation, or such a stressful life. Or a little boy that's 10 years old, a friend of mine, they stole a bicycle. They didn't even realize it was a bad thing. And the grandmother's like, you're never going to make anything out of yourself. And when people start to go through their physical healing, getting rid of Lyme's or parasites or bacteria, think of what parasites and bacteria are. They're actually things that feed off of you. So these are other people's old emotions that were feeding off of your body. And you get to 30 years old or 40 years old and you have headaches, or your digestion is off, or your back hurts. The back hurts because of the kidneys or because of the toxicity that you're holding on to in the sacrum. So when you release that, suddenly the person is a little bit more of a nervous wreck, or they're just emotional, and their health problems come back. So anytime somebody says everything's back, I know instantly it's an emotional trauma. And so when you're when you're behind the 8 ball, or when you are a nervous wreck, it's harder to think clearly. And the person is not going to stop and say, oh yeah, let me breathe twice, and that's going to get rid of this backache that I have, or that's going to affect my digestion or my IBS. Yeah, right. Like, they don't believe you at all. So it's really important to program these things into your life so that you're just clearing out the emotional trauma and the nervousness and anxiety before it becomes a problem, because it's going to come back. I 100% guarantee it. And so if you have in your schedule, I have moms that plan back in the day, pre-COVID, when you drop off your kids, pull over to the side of the road and just sit and breathe for a moment. Now we plan it in at specific times. You drop off your children, 2 long breaths, and then they say, now I am healthy. And this is a really, really important one. Now I can do whatever it takes to be healthy, because society and the media convince people how hard it is to be healthy. You have to do this. You have to do these liver flushes. You have to do all this work just to feel good. But what if tapping and breathing and thinking the statement that we did earlier, or now I am healthy, what if it was really that easy to be healthy? And I believe it is. I believe that your mind, when you're calm and peaceful, more things come to you. You trust your intuition. The right doctor crosses your path, or the right healer. And you're not going to get there sometimes. I don't like to put any negative into anyone's energy field, but when you are all negative and you're in a spin like, oh, I can't be healthy, and oh, I did everything you said, it cost me $10,000. I've been working on this for a year, and my stomach ache just came back and it is not going away. And I can't believe I did all that work. I know everyone on this call, I know every practitioner has heard this before from our patients, and it is emotional. So what if we just keep track of the emotional body? We keep it in check by breathing, by earthing, by tapping, by swiping. And therefore, when the nervous system is kicking in, let's say it kicks in on Wednesday morning at 8 a.m., but on your calendar, Wednesday morning at 10 a.m., you tap, you swipe, you breathe, and you think, now I am healthy. It's because it's in your calendar, you're going to do it, and you might just go, oh my gosh, I feel so much better. Today's going to be a better day than I thought it was when I awoke. So these are important. There are nutritional remedies, of course. I'm a very big proponent of CBD. CBD works better when there's enough oil and salt in the diet. And why oil and salt? Because they are the components of the myelin sheath. The nervous system works better when there's adequate oil in the diet. And people are becoming more awake because of keto and paleo. They're more hip to using oil, but I think a lot of people are still deficient in the amount of good fats they need in their diet. When they get the good fats, when they get the salt, the adrenals work better, the digestion works better because the electric circuit of the body is more functioning. But we were told a long time ago to stop eating salt. And then in the last decade or so, a lot of people stopped eating fat. When we bring salt and fat back into the diet, the nervous system is already stronger. When we bring CBD in, I believe in my own body, I have found there's an exponential effect, a positive exponential effect of CBD once your body has adequate oil in it. In California, people where I live, people are very big on eating avocados, and they think, I eat an avocado a day, I have enough fat. They do not. Most people need 2 to 3 teaspoons of oil a day going into their body, children and adults alike, especially now for the amount of stress that people are having. So oil on top of your salads or on top of your vegetables, not just in your cooking, or organic Himalayan or air-dried sea salt in your cooking and also on top of your food. There's a brand here in the States that of oils with flaxseed oil. They came out with strawberry banana and mango flavored and chocolate mint oil, and it's fairly healthy and you can literally eat it right off the spoon. So all of that to help keep the mind in check. One of the things I want to remind you is that if you look at a picture of the intestines, and then you look at a picture of the brain, to me, they look identical. They have all these long tubes, right? In the intestines, it's kind of all squiggly down this way. In the brain, they're circulating around. So we know that the brain is like the second intestines, and once people are finished detoxing their intestines and working on this part of their body, the body goes, oh, now that the liver is free and has more room, I can detox my brain. So all this mind stuff comes up. So it's, everything Dr. Cowden said, everything we all know, all the detoxing, flushing out the body, getting the liver, gallbladder, kidneys, intestines, and lymph to work correctly is very important. I am a very big proponent of EMF remediation. Those patients that you have that are more of a Vata or sensitive body type, they must remediate the EMFs because their mind will not be able to be still or calm. The way I describe that is if you can see energy, it would be floating around like an angel's halo, nice and slow and smooth. But then you put in a cell phone tower and now there's a little chaos over there. And then it's smooth and then chaos. Then you put in a cell phone tower, another one, and all your neighbors have dishes and mesh systems. They have here in the United States, now that everyone's on Zoom, everyone has to increase their internet frequency and speed. So the air is literally like this. So how can we keep our mind peaceful and calm if everything around us is like that. So we must remediate our EMFs. There's lots of information about that on my website and around the world. I know we all know that by now. Tapping, swiping, pick a number or even a color or a song that makes you feel good. And when you're down, you look at this song or this, you listen to this song or you look at this color or picture. I have some patients buy a little photo. The next time you're shopping, buy something, hang it on your wall. And when you look at that, go, everything's going to be all right. It's just a reminder. We just need reminders. And especially now, we need friends and associates in our world that pick us up, because right when the going's good, there's that one moment where suddenly my most positive friend who always talks about, you know, the universe always provides, everything's going to be better. She started freaking out the other day about COVID and the world and the government and everything. And I had to bring her up. And on a different day, she lifts me up. So all of these things are so important to keep the mind calm and strong so that the body can be strong. And I think one of the quotes that resonates with me the most this year is something I think we've all heard for decades. And it's, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. So I really encourage everybody to stay peaceful and grounded, whether any of the techniques that I said, there's sound therapy, aromatherapy, massage therapy, whatever you need to do, please keep your emotional body strong. And then you will keep your health, the rest of your body healthy and strong. Thank you for having me, and I am happy to answer any questions about that. I think everybody usually knows about treating the body, and then you have your brain experts that work on treating the brain. But I'm coming from the aspect of being a dietitian, a food expert, a nutrition expert, who also is a parent, who also has been working for over 20 years in practice, treating the physical body. And I have truly found that unless you also give your patients and clients and friends tips on how to keep their mind strong, then you have not done the full benefit of healing them. So I really just want to drive that point home.
Thank you, Jilly. Thank you. That was really energetic speech. It really gave a lot of energy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions, please? Professor M.B. Raza has a question, I think. Mohammad Raza, please continue.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks a lot for your good presentation. It's very new for me. And I have a question that in this treatment, as you say about the mind, whether for every age is common or no? Can you breathing and what's your opinion about that? And how it help the liver of body?
How does it help the liver or to deliver it to the body? I'm sorry.
I see. I'm saying that how much the effect in which age is very suitable, for which age is very suitable this exercise?
To do these exercises every age. I have parents do tapping and swiping on their babies. I had a woman here a few days ago that has a 6-month-old and a 2-year-old. And that 6-month-old, we did energy testing on that baby, and all of that baby's problems were emotional. She screamed the whole time she was here, the baby. She was just uncomfortable from all the energy that's around that we do here. And the mom doesn't want to vaccinate her. And we have a lot of issues with that right now in the United States, and pressures and laws. And so here, this is this pure baby that is feeling the mom's fear and feeling the mom's stress, because she also has 2 children. She's an exhausted mom, as they all are when you have a couple of little ones. And so we have the mom swipe, and I have her massaging the heart points. There's obviously where the heart is, also where the xiphoid is also like right at the center where the ribs meet.
Nice.
That's the outflow of the heart. So when the mom does the breathing for the baby, and the mom does gentle, instead of tapping, it's more like gentle massaging on the baby, and all of the swiping. Absolutely. I have numerous children that I work with that their biggest issue is their emotional body. The babies are given, by the time they're 6 months old, they have more aluminum in their body from their vaccines than a 350-pound person is ever supposed to get. So and it crosses the blood-brain barrier. So they start off the lifetime with heavy metal toxicity and stress in the brain. So, and we do mud therapy and all kinds of other remedies for that, and the nutrients, and there's some flower essences we use that you can take internally. Yes, aromatherapy, soothing formulas, lavender. I'll have the mom put a little lavender on the pillow for the baby, and we do that for adults. So across the full spectrum, from the moment they come out, these babies they wash them and they inject them with the very first vaccine the moment they're born. And I think they're against the 8 ball in any way they look at it. So absolutely, so what I have people do, also I have a client who is 60 and her father is 90. And I had the 60-year-old woman do the swiping for the 90-year-old man. We used castor oil on his liver, and she did the tapping. And you also can breathe out for the other person. So you exhale for that person. And the next day, this 90-year-old man was walking after he was bedridden for 2 weeks. So absolutely, any age.
So very, very good. And what about your idea about the time of doing this exercise? Is it the early morning? Is it best in any time?
Anytime. A lot of people, I tell people to do tapping and swiping, and I have a download on my website that goes through a whole program with your organs for tapping and swiping. And I have people do this twice a day, like they brush their teeth in the morning, in the evening, so that they always do it. And people forget. So anytime, just set the alarm on your phone, and whenever you can fit it into your schedule, tap, swipe. And the breathing, like I said, you see a number. I was born on the 3rd, so I use the number 3. When I see someone says, "Oh, it's 3 o'clock," or "It's 3:30," as soon as I hear that 3, I go, it's just a moment of a pause.
Anytime and any season also. Winter,
exactly.
Spring, I think
Winter,
so.
spring, summer, and fall. Yes. We just need to do it. You know that term, just do it. We just need to breathe. We just need to stay calm. And when you are feeling stressed, do it more. And people wait until they're really stressed. They wait till it's too late, like Dr. Cowden said. They don't go to the hospital till it's too late. People wait to take care of themselves till it's too late. So I just tell people, fit it in any way, shape, or form you can in your energy field, in your body.
I see.
I also
Especially
have this card on my website as a free download with that statement, and it's julieehealth.com. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my screen share. So
I see.
This is
And
not your
especially
screen share.
this time is due to COVID-19. Everybody is at home. They can do this thing, and they will be always refresh their mind.
Exactly.
So thanks a lot for your presentation again. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Best of luck to you too.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon or night to you. I always, right now, when people ask me, just one more statement I just wanted to share. I believe that there's like these two things going on at the same time, especially in the United States. We have this COVID horrible virus thing, lies and government and media and chaos that, you know, is
Yes,
horrible
yes,
and a nightmare.
yes, very
But we have
horrible.
beautiful silver lining that all the healers are talking about, the magnificent new normal, the slower pace, taking our time, spending more time with our families. So I suggest that we, especially in the States, we all know what's going on here, and then tuck it in the bottom drawer so that we can keep our minds strong and put all our attention into the light, the healing, the beauty, like the new shift. They talk about we're moving out of the Piscean age into the Aquarian age, and we're all going to be leading with our hearts instead of our minds. So I think that you have to really have an intense transition to get to the other side. So if we can all be aware of all that bad stuff, tuck it away and focus on calling in attention to positivity, truth, love, and light, then the light always wins, right?
I see. And I think so after bath, you will be more fresh to do this and getting more oxygen out of the air, I think so. After bath is all heavy metal, I think so, or heavy positive things you remove from your body will be light to do this exercise. I think so it is a better, I don't know.
Yes.
You did it very well. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Online.
Have a healthy day, everybody. Take care. And again, my website is Julie eHealth, and my social media if you want to learn or follow.
Welcome.
Or download one of those items I have for you.
Okay. Yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
That was
Thank you so much for having me and inviting me. It's been a great conference. So.
Thank you.
Have a chance to introduce my mini Zen acupuncture. Basically, that I want to briefly introduce myself. I got my degree of medicine, bachelor and master degrees from Nanjing University of the Traditional Chinese Medicine College. It's the new the campus. And also I got my MD PhD degrees from Peking Uni Medical College, which is the top medical school in China. And I come to Canada 1998 as a postdoctoral research in University of Manitoba. From 2005, I opened my clinic in Winnipeg for acupuncture and Chinese medicine. And here, here's a book, I just published this year. That one is for the Chinese medicine, single herbs, how to use in the clinic, in the practicing that of Chinese medicine, single herb, how to use that. And also one that for the acupuncture points, how to use that single point for treatment. Just published in China this year, these two books. And here that is also my mini Zen acupuncture therapy handout, because last few years I have lots of training, and so I made this kind of handout for my students. And before I introduce my mini Zen acupuncture therapy, I just want to show that one kind of small video, the clips to see how and I do mini Zen acupuncture therapy in my clinic. Okay, so let me just play that. And this video is just another patient.
Okay, so that how do you feel generally after treatment? Everything is okay?
Oh, I feel great. A lot of the pain I was struggling with, it seemed to almost completely disappear. It was interesting because I could feel, you know, the quick pokes, and then when you were touching it and it was sore, just like that, it's completely gone. It feels like almost 100%. It's great.
That's great. Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, so that how.
Okay, so this is kind of, two videos, I just show how does it work, because this is not a regular acupuncture needle. Acupuncture therapist, that in clinic, we always leave the needles, in the patient around 30, 40 minutes. And then after that, when patient get up, we always ask patient, how do you feel? And then the patient may feel good, maybe not feel good. Okay, so this is new techniques, I learned and I also practiced in my clinic. The reasons why I use this kind of treatment techniques to manage most of pain patients in my clinic, because as acupuncture therapist in clinic, most of the time, 70 to 80% patients are pain patients. So we have to find a way to fix most of patients' pain. Traditional acupuncture treatment, to my understanding and my experience, maybe we have around 80, 70, 60% result. So patient after treatment are getting better, but still have around 30, percent patients. Sometimes pain is very difficult, to handle. Typically, those patients, when they come to see you, tell you, okay, I have a one nodule in front of in part of my body. Tell you where it is. For example, that one patient very impressed me is that time he told me that he had pain on the chest. He told me exactly where it is, and then he can tell me the nodule is there. When touch it, it's very, very tender. I tried all different kind of techniques, all kind of manipulation, and also use different kind of, the needles and also cupping, whatever. Even 30 minutes after, the pain is still there. But I know that is pain caused by this kind of nodules, but I can't do nothing for that. Since that time, I'm looking for that way, how can I, fix this kind of pain? Because I found in clinic, lots of patients, when they tell you pain, always can tell you some kind of nodules there. It's very tender. When you can fix that, and then the pain will be gone. Just like second video, the clips, the patient tell me that, yeah, when I touch it, very painful, but after treatment, the pain is gone. That's the treatment we call the mini Zen acupuncture. Okay, so definition here is of the mini Zen acupuncture is that developed from that traditional Chinese small needle knives to target superficial fascia, the nodules, muscle spasms, and scar tissue adhesion. It is a very effective, revolutionary, minimum invasive therapy to treat various soft tissue injury pains, nerve compressions, dysfunctions, etc. Okay, so this just talk about the origin of that mini Zen acupuncture needle. This is from the ancient, time, 2,000 years ago, that in China, Chinese doctor use this kind of 9 different needles, to treat different kind of conditions of patient. So you can see some needles very big, very sharp, or very long, or very thick, and shapes all different because they all use different way for different kind of conditions. So right now, most of needles we don't use, but we still use that the regular one is like this one, because here it's kind of, the very tiny thin needles we still use, but this kind of needles right now we don't use too much. But right now, my mini Zen needles is kind of come from this kind of needles, but we have the blade on top of needles, and then directly to target to break up the scar tissues. Okay, and also that I want to introduce that another person who have done great to that acupuncture treatment that we call inventor of acupotomy, Dr. Zhu Hanzhang. He's actually invent this kind right now we call flat needle that in 1970s. So, and then that from that time in China, this kind of with blood needles become more and more popular. Doctor use that to treat all kind of soft tissue injury, pain conditions. So, so right now that is very, very good. But unfortunately, he died in 2006. That time he only was 57 years old. But also that before he was that the expert of this kind of acupotomy. He was also the barefoot doctor. That is kind of special name for special doctor in 1970s. That lots of stories behind. I don't have to spend time to do that. Okay, right now that I just want to show that what kind of acupotomy needles right now that we use. It is kind of flat on top of needles, and then different kind of size, for different kind of depths of that, the body, the part. So here is my mini zinc acupuncture needles. My needles is very tiny. They are just like a regular 1 inch regular needles. But here that on top is also have a very tiny the blade. It is that from 0.35 millimeter to 0.5 millimeter. So that is very, very small needles. And right now I'm only the clinic to sell this kind of products in Canada and the States, because it has been approved by Health Canada and the FDA to use in Canada and the States. And also here I want to just introduce a little bit of the training course I've done that in 2019. And actually in Winnipeg, in Canada, I did few that training course in Winnipeg, in Toronto, in Vancouver, and also in USA that I went to San Francisco, for that this kind of training course. And all attendees, acupuncture therapists, physiotherapists, massage therapists, they learn the techniques, and all of them feel very good, very, very useful, when they perform to the patient in the clinic. Here, so I want to show some pictures that my training course, here in the physio clinic, in our local physio clinic, we have around maybe 12 physiotherapists that study, they learn this technique from me. And because one of the patient is she was my patient actually, and she not a pain, and I performed that the mini zinc acupuncture to her, and she feel very good, the pain relieved right away, and then that she applies that this kind of training, the course in the physio clinic. And this is also that in my clinic, all patients come from Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and also Los Angeles. Yeah, so that's all patients come from there. So, and here that the pictures I show that in the San Francisco, that I went to San Francisco, have the international conferences, and also I have a training course there. So that I did that. Okay, so next I want to introduce that the features of the mini zinc acupuncture needle. Why this one is different from the regular acupuncture? What's the benefit? What's the advantages of this kind of tactics? So that's why that I want to use that. First of all, that this needles, that it has a tiny, blade. The age is only 0.3 to 0.5 millimeter. So the patient, the pain is very mild and tolerable by most of patients without any anesthetics and the regulatory, substances. So that is very, very acceptable, just like regular acupuncture needles. Secondly, that the therapy produces minimum bleedings or almost no bleeding, avoiding secondary adhesion damages. So this one I just say compared to regular acupuncture therapy, they may cause lots of bleeding, lots of damage to the patient. Even the result is very good, but lots of patients suffering huge pain. And also here that the treatment process is very easy and pleasant. Each session of treatment lasts around 2 to 10 minutes. The treatment frequency is once every 3 days. So the general courses of the treatment can be 1 or 2, 3 times. So if your clinic have enough patients, you can perform 30 to 50 patients a day. So that is very easy, to get a treatment, and the patients, they don't have wait in the clinic. That there's no any downtime. So, and also that can save lots of that clinic space and waiting space, that during the treatment. So, and also that here treatment process is very safe. The insertion depth is only less than 1 centimeter, and will not damage big nerve or important blood vessels in deep layers. So that is very important, because we all, that health providers, in clinic, safety always -- 1. So any tactics, we have to, guarantee that this technique is safe to our clients. So this treatment, this tactics, is very, very safe, because I say the depth only less than 1 centimeter. So most of the time, that I say 100% is safe. So after treatment, some doctor in China say that they just turn off the cell phone, they have very good sleep. They never worry about anything could happen or any side effect from other therapy. So that is very good things, that. And also the treatment method is very simple, with only the up and down insertions. There's no need for non-tiller or lateral peeling. No need for other treatment methods, such as massage, cupping, and there are no, that of course cupping mark on skin. But this way, that just say, with only this treatment, most of pain condition we can fix right away. So we don't have to combine with other massage, cupping, or anything else. But of course, if you combine, with other techniques, it works very well too. That's fine. So this way I say that is very simple. And also that when they perform treatment, when needles inside up and down, you can hear the cutting sounds, like cracking sounds. So lots of, that my students say, oh, it's cracking sounds, that crunching, so that's very interesting. And also this therapy, supplies accurate treatment by finding that diseased muscle fascia based on the patient's, that of the moment, because this therapy that we always do assessment first. The assessment, most of the time we want the patient to do some movement of the bodies, so if they have pain, for example, on the shoulder, we want to do the patient's range of motion of the shoulders to see which direction, which kind of movement is interrupted from the pain. And then from there, we can find which muscle, that which joints have the problems. From there, we can find that high tension or scar tissue or trigger points from that areas. And then we can find it from my fingertips, and then that we treat it right away from there. So from this part, that we always can tell the pain is getting better from our fingertips. We don't have to ask patients, hey, how do you feel? Because most of our therapies, we have to wait after a while, patient get up and then ask patient to do that, and then can tell. But this kind of treatment, from our therapist itself, from our fingertips, we can tell, because before if the lodgers is there, but after treatment, the lodgers disappeared, we know the pain will be gone. So that's why we call this is kind of accurate treatment. So we don't have to put around 10 to 20 needles sometimes just around the joints, because we don't know where exactly the pain is, where is the cause of the pain. So most of doctors, acupuncture therapists, that don't tap, the patient's pain areas. So that's why they don't know where to go. They always put more needles to try, to fix that problems. And seventh, we talk about the treatment of the targets, that usually we call deep or the shallows, the fascia, the nodules, the tendons, and also muscle attachment points and muscle spasm pain trigger points, and also cutaneous nerve compression site. And of course, and here, the 8 is that, I mean, that the curative effect is immediate, you know, for the hand numbness, dizziness, headaches, or any most of kind of pain patient. Just like the first video and second videos, you know, after treatment, patient feel right away they're getting better. So you will ask maybe how's the long-term result? The actual long-term effect even better than the immediate result, because we really need to fix up this cause of the pain. So that's why when the cause, the root of the pain is removed, and then of course we achieve the long-term result, it's got cured. And also here that the diagnosis and treatment are objective and reproducible. So that's very important, because lots of times when we make diagnosis from Chinese medicine part, we have to guess. We have to looking and then to guess what's going on. From here, from the fingertips, from your assessment from your fingertips, you can tell where the problem it is and where your treatment target is, and then where, you know, to get the result. So we can tell exactly what it is. And also that the theories, I mean, is very simple and objective and scientific. And there's no any need to study like Yi Jing Ba Gua. I mean, of course, there are lots of doctors who use this kind of, you know, that traditional way to make diagnosis. But to me, you know, I would like the simple and objective stuff, you know, instead of just the amazing, just, you know, that assume something could happen. That's different. So for this kind of treatment, usually we have that, I say, for series of the mini zinc acupuncture therapy, we have 4 different kind of series, you know, based on this kind of therapy. Because if you want to understand these techniques, we have to know the theories behind these techniques, and then we can understand completely what it is, how and why it works. Okay, that's 4 series that I say. One is called abnormal tension series. Second one is adhesion that scar series. And also one called the myofascial trigger point series. And also we have 3-dimension meridian series. Abnormal high tension series. The high tension mechanically that we talk about, you know, that any kind of strength in the muscle in the joints. So it's kind of force of that, you know, that we call the tension. Usually as normal people, we all have that, you know, that regular the tension force to support our body to sitting, standing, to do any movement. But in case something happens or any kind of soft tissue injury happened, and then it will cause lots of abnormal high tension. So this tension can cause lots of problems. The cause of the abnormal tension may come from lots of aspects, you know. First of all, for soft tissue lesions, you know, inflamed and edema increased, and then it will increase the internal tension. Muscle tissue damage, spasm, the contraction. So they have constant contraction, of course, increase the tension because of so that's why it causes lots of pulling pain. And also that lots of connective tissue damages, it can cause scar tissue formed. When scar tissue formed, and then that they get shrinked, and also it can increase lots of tensions around the scar tissues. And also the tumors, you know, bone spur, whatever, when that is kind of nodule formatted, and then also increase that the local volume and size, increase the tension around the tumor and the bone. And also some kind of, you know, that the scoliosis or spinal that the problems, because that the aligning of that the spine is abnormal. So that's why that all that the muscles, the tendons touch those kind of spine, you know, that the attention will be changed, and then that cause the problems. And also the fractures, artificial joint replacement after surgery, you know, and then because of normal that structure of the soft tissues, muscles, joints, tendons, ligament, the location has been changed. That's why the size and length, you know, everything has been changed, and it can cause lots of problems. And also texture of the skin changes. This is very important because a lot of time when if you do that, to treat the patients, you know, you can tell, and the patient, above the muscle or joints, the skin already changed, become harder or cooler or core, all that, and next hair, and yeah, so you can tell there. And once the skin tension increased, of course, your joints, your muscles will when they work very hard, that not flexible as usual. So that is also can cause the pain, cause that the limitation of the range of motion of the joints. Here I show some pictures here that here the scar tissues, and then you can see that the shrink of the skin around the scar tissues. This kind of tumors, that from the anchor, this from the swollen from the anchor, the sprain, yeah, and fractures, can cause that the structure changes, and also that spasm of the muscles. It can cause that the muscle, for example, calf, that the spasm, cramps, and also can cause heel pain, knee pain, that lots of issues could happen. And also from the scoliosis, that when that normal like this way, aligned very well, and this one, get curved, and then all, ribs and all muscles, that the shapes and forces all get changed. So that all this cause the pain. But from all this kind of treatment, usually our mini Zen acupuncture works very well, help to relieve the pain, very quickly. Second, we call the adhesion scar series. Just like I say that when any kind of soft tissue get injured, that our body's healing process always include inflammation, and then edema happens, and then tissue start to repair, and then as a consequences of that injuries, the scar tissues formed as the last stage. Scar tissues actually that starting give us lots of benefits for our body repairing, because it can stop the further damage from the injuries. But of course, if that scar tissue, injuries is very very bad and very big areas of the injured, and then that it causes massive inflammation. And during this process, and then that could be lots of fibers that spread around even the normal tissue around the injury areas. And then when scar tissue formed, and then it will cause lots of adhesions, and also cause the compression to normal tissue, normal muscle, normal nerve, normal blood vessels, and then it can cause secondary the symptoms. So that's the also issues we have to think about soft tissue, the scar tissues. So that's why we use it with blade needles, because the only blade needles can break up those scar tissues. As a regular needles, it is impossible. It is impossible to break up those scar tissues. Here, so I just give an example of the scar tissues and to the bone. The normal bone, just like this, very smoothly and very shape, look normal. But when that scar tissues like tap, locked on.
Dr. Hong, sorry to interrupt you. Please wrap it up. We are running short of time.
Okay, so I'll quickly go that part. Okay.
Yes.
Because of that, I'm starting a little bit late. Okay, it's fine. So that's the kind of scar tissues. I want you to know that. Okay, so this also kind of shows that kind of different kind of scar tissues on bodies. And here that we just give a quick, that this is acupuncture needle. We try needles to break up these scar tissues. It's hard to break up. Okay, right now we change this mini Zen acupuncture as a blade. Broken. Okay, we can try. Okay, so last one that we talk about, that myofascial trigger points, that generally that I want quickly to go through that part. It have active and latent, trigger points, and also that it has that, central and, that affiliate the trigger points. Okay, so that trigger points, it has the correct characteristics of the active trigger points have a few things, there. So I don't have to show that, but I just show the pictures here. It has total band there. Okay, and then that is a trigger points, and then that's kind of the nerves. This kind of blood vessels has been depressed from the swelling of that, the trigger points. So that's the way, and also lots of nerves around these areas. And also in the trigger points, lots of the chemicals increased, like subtype P and IL-6, TNF, this all kind of stuff, that it's kind of pain materials, okay, and also pH is very low than normal in tissues, okay. That's all can cause the pain problems. And last one we call 3-dimension meridian, that series, okay. We just believe that the meridians are 3-dimension, not just the flat part, okay. So there's 3 dimensions, and then this kind of shows that all different kind of things like this way, okay. So they collected so that's why our treatment can go to treat left side, we treat the right side, up problems, we treat the low part of bodies, the inside the problem, we treat the superficial part of problem, because the meridians are collected from the side to side, Okay, so that's the kind of relationships of that, 4 series of that, okay. So that's it. And then that quickly that just say that what we can do is for minimizing acupuncture therapy, we can use for soft tissue injuries, any kind of pain, and also that that nerve, blood vessels and the nerve compression problems, and also we can treat so the nerve that entrapment problems. We can treat the female breast pain. We can treat COPD, asthma. We also can treat eye disease, tinnitus, and the problems. This kind of that when patients before and after treatment, the vision changes from there to that all black part can see almost blind. After 5 sessions, getting much better. After 10 sessions, almost back to normal. So that's very good. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much. That if you have any questions, just you can contact me, and then that we can learn each other, and then we can discuss it. Okay, so that's my minimizing acupuncture. So if any person have any questions, or he can ask me. Otherwise, maybe we can go to next person. It's fine. Anyway, this is my background. That is my it's my backyard. My flower garden. That is very beautiful. I use that for my the background. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's just the image. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's the very. I like gardening.
Yeah,
yes.
You did a great job, Dr. Han. That was awesome. Yeah. The only thing that I think we don't have the 5 minutes to go for question and answer. Maybe we can do that on panel discussion.
Sure, that's no problem.
Yeah, Mr. Nawaz.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. Very good presentation. Would be
awesome.
Lovely to actually see it in person and see your techniques. That would be lovely.
It was very unique. Very unique.
Next speech is from Dr. Behzad Barigbin from LifeWave in Canada. And his speech will be on LifeWave phototherapy, nanotechnology, acupuncture without needles.
Okay. Yes. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Please.
Hello, do you hear me? I hear somebody else speaking.
Yeah.
You hear me, everybody?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
My name is Behzad Barigbin. This is the first time I'm joining this, let's say, prestigious and knowledgeable group. Thanks to Dr. Parvin who invited me. It's really an honor to be here with you. So what I'm going to talk about here is a kind of acupuncture, which is called acupuncture without needles. I think from the morning you've had about more than 10 lectures, so it may be a little, you may be a little tired, but I tried to wrap it up and just go to the pictures and try to finish it in less than 20 minutes. Okay, so let me see how I can share this with you. Okay. Do you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Okay. LifeWave phototherapy technology. So, the other name for LifeWave phototherapy technology, as I mentioned in the abstract, is acupuncture without needles. So, thanks to many doctors and the doctor who was talking before me, and the Chinese medicine, which dates back to lots of time before. A lot of people know the value in doing acupuncture, acupressure, and many other types of integrative medicine. What LifeWave company has done is that has developed a method which uses light which is called phototherapy in order to do the same thing, but without any needles. So the company is LifeWave. So the LifeWave is focusing on live longer, living well, and live also long and also younger.
Ooh, perfect timing.
So let me tell you something that LifeWave company, or what we are doing here with the phototherapy, we do not diagnose, treat, cure any disease. So what we say is that we try to help your body heal itself. So we don't say that we cure or we treat you. We say just help your body heal itself. Because I think you all know that in many countries like Canada and America, well, of course, I mean, going back to the previous lectures, unfortunately, we cannot claim that we are doing the treatment and medical cure. But, well, a lot of people get that, well, the results that they see with the treatments like acupuncture and many others is much more advanced and much better than theirs. But legally, we cannot say that we do diagnose or treat or cure the disease. Here we're talking about light. So, you know, let me go back to this slide. Yes. So what is LifeWave, or who are we? We are an advanced global health technology company. We seek to improve the health, wellness, beauty, and longevity of every person we encounter. No drugs, pills, or side effects. Nothing enters the body. So you might ask, okay, so if nothing enters the body, what does it do or how does it work? I will let you know in a minute. Our patented all-natural wearable technology harnesses the power of light to boost health at the cellular level. So what kind of light? I think you've all been familiar with different types of light. For example, when you go out into the sun, well, you develop vitamin D because of the sun. And when you go, you see the plants start to produce, let's say, leaves because of the photosynthesis. So we know about light. LifeWave was founded in the year 2004 by David Schmidt, which is the founder, CEO, and inventor of the LifeWave company. It's got the offices in many different parts of the world. So talking about the phototherapy, it dates back to China, it dates back to ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, the Inca, let's say, people, the Assyrian, and also the Roman times. They've all been using light in different forms for the help of treatment. So that's not something new. Even Einstein believed that everything they're made of contains light. So if we make use of some special techniques, and you see a picture of you, the energy of the light around you, you'll get something like this. It shows that our body emits light. What kind of light? The infrared light. So we say that your body emits heat in the form of infrared light. LifeWave patches are designed to reflect back the infrared light what plays on the body, which causes them to reflect particular wavelengths of light. This process stimulates specific points on the skin that signal to your brain and lead to different benefits and effects. So I want you to watch this video.
Light, an ancient form of energy that goes back to the dawn of time. For us, it all begins with the sun, the source of light and life for our entire solar system. Even Einstein concluded that everything we're made of contains light. All life originates with the sun through photosynthesis. Plants and vegetation collect the light, and all living creatures emit light. Humans actually emit infrared light, which can be seen with night vision devices. We've known for centuries that light has many effects on the body. LifeWave's phototherapy patches use light to stimulate the body's natural healing systems, providing specific health benefits. Here's how the technology works. First, a patch is applied to specific points on the body. Where the patch covers the skin, infrared light emitted from the body is reflected back into the tissue. This stimulates the skin, which in turn stimulates specific regions of the brain. The brain then taps into the body's own natural flow of energy and the ability to heal itself. Let's take a look at why this is important on a cellular level. For example, a number of our patch products help counteract free radicals, oxygen molecules that damage cell proteins and contribute to visible signs of aging. When the body is stimulated through phototherapy to release its own antioxidants, these free radicals are neutralized naturally. LifeWave phototherapy patches promote an environment that enables the body to optimize its restorative powers and provide specific health benefits, all without the use of harmful drugs or chemicals, all helping you to stay healthy and young. To find out more, contact your distributor or visit lifewave.com.
So that is what let's say very simply, how LifeWave patches work. So here we're going to go further into some other, let's say, points about these products. So the thing is that all these products are backed by studies and clinical trials, more than 80 research and clinical trials done by independent research and universities, let's say examined by experts. And also the point is that all of them are patented. So both the technology and the patches are all patented. So you see here a range of different, let's say, patches. I will go very briefly talk about one of them. So you see here, there's a broad spectrum of benefits for our products. So let's say simply that according to the patch that you apply on your skin, for example, if you look here, you see I've applied a patch on the large intestine 4 point, LI4. So this patch is the glutathione patch. And I'll talk about glutathione later on, in a minute. Glutathione is the greatest antioxidant inside our body. So when I put the glutathione patch on this acupoint, what it does, it boosts or increases your level of glutathione. How? Because the wavelength that goes back is different from the wavelength with another patch. So the difference between the patches is in the wavelength that goes back into your body, okay? The infrared light touches this and goes back. That's how the different patches are differentiated. So these patches are approved with by many, let's say, agencies, by lots of agencies that deal with the athletes, the American Red Cross, Olympic Games, NCCA, NBA, NFL, and also the USADA, which is United States Anti-Doping Agency. The whole thing started in 2004, that the energy enhancer patches worked well in the Olympics, and the America swimming team broke their records. David Schmidt talked to the Olympic Committee and proved that this is not doping. So talking about the patches, the energy enhancer patches have got different points you apply. What they do, they enhance the athletic performance, increase stamina, and also they increase energy. They convert fats into energy. Next one, talking about the silent night, it increases the level of melatonin inside your body for reducing the jet lags, deeper sleep, increasing the delta waves, reducing the snoring, and also enhancing the quality of sleep. Next one, Ice Wave, which is very, very popular, is for pain relief. As you know, a lot of people who go to doctor to acupuncturist go there because of the pain. So one of the methods is that how you can, let's say, let the patient go away very quickly. So patients who come to us and make use of the IceWave patches, the pain goes away in a minute, sometimes in a seconds. Sometimes it may take about 5 minutes, but let's say the more the patient uses, the pain goes, let's say the level of pain comes lower. Sometimes we apply the patch and just seconds, the pain goes from 10 to 0. So there are different, for example, different places you may apply the patch, for example, here, or just examples I've put here. So glutathione, I talked about this, the patch I'm using here is the glutathione. You know, glutathione is the master antioxidant inside your body. It's very good for detoxification. It's for immune system support and boosting. It protects against the heavy metals and repairs cells. You may know that when we age, when we start aging, the glutathione decreases. So we cannot boost it into the optimum level. The supplements that we have in the drugstores just increase it to 10 to 15%. But in the trial, which was done on glutathione patch, here you see the glutathione patch increased the glutathione by 300%. So if you see here, the baseline, people baseline were, well, let's say the quantitatively, there were 1,664 up to 1,009. But in starting good day 1, 2, 3, or 4, many of them reached 10,000. So it increases by 300%. And no other drug or no other material, no other thing has been able to do that. We just do it by applying the glutathione patch. So the other product, which is a product of the anti-aging, is the carnosine. You may know that carnosine is also a peptide, a protein that we have inside the body. You can find carnosine inside the brain, inside the muscle, and also the heart. What it does, it protects brain from forming plaque. It prevents DNA damage, help old cells into the healthy young cells. It improves athletic and performance, increases stamina, and also it's very, very good for injury repair. Different let's say occasions that you may apply. SP6 is for sugar craving, and it's for improving the physiologic functions of the organs. It changes the physiologic function on organs of 8 organs, and it is very, very good for those who have very craving for sugar. It stops the sugar craving. So for those who want to lose weight, for those who want to be on a diet, and they have high appetite, it's very good to lower down their appetite for sugar. So Aeon, let's say this is one of the greatest products. It reduces stress and inflammation, it improves cellular organ function, and it works in the dehydroepiandrosterone, DHEA. Let me tell you, when people come to us and we start to do the anti-pain process, the first thing we apply the Aeon patch on the back on the C7 protrusion, okay? C vertebrae protrusion on the back. So a lot of times when we put the Aeon patch, the pain goes away. So we do not go to the second level, which is making use of the IceWave. So Aeon works for pain, it works for decreasing the stress and inflammation, and also a very good anti-aging patch. You see the study done on the Aeon, you see here, the study done on the Stanford University by Dr. Budzinski shows that you see here the before and after, the cooling process have been done. You'll see here the pre and post, you see the changes in the autonomic nervous system which happened. Nirvana is very good for mood enhancement and changes the level of endorphin inside the body. Alavida is a it was first, let's say, designed for skin. It comes with creams and also the patch, but it's not just for the cream. Well, it does the skin hydration. It reduces the wrinkles. It leads into more tonicity of the skin. But the other thing is that it's also very good for rejuvenation. So what it does, it acts on the oxidative stress. So, but that was the story from LifeWave from 2004 to 2018. In 2018, LifeWave entered the third phase of the products, which was age reversal. So the anti-aging started in 2006 and 7 with the glutathione, carnosine, and EON. But in 2018, there was a big bang. Why? Because David Schmidt and LifeWave Company, they were focusing on age reversal. With what? With something which may affect the stem cells. So we say that, okay, when we age, we do not have that stem cells, or the stem cells are not active anymore. Exactly, the stem cells are not active. But David Schmidt and LifeWave, well, did something which activates your stem cell. I will let you know what it is. So you see here, stem cells develop to different cells. They may develop to muscle, organs, blood, the other types. So the patch which was developed was called X39. What it does, it activates the stem cells. How does it do? Okay. Okay, before talking about how it does, let's go into details and say what happens when we age. So when we are a newborn, 1 out of every 10,000 cells that we have inside our body is a stem cell. So when you start aging, it goes from 1 out of 100,000, then 250,000. And by the age of 50 and 60, we lose 60% of our stem cells. Let's say if in some scales it is called 200, so it changes to 60. So by the age of 60, we've lost most of our stem cells, the mesenchymal stem cells which we had. And you know that there's a mesenchymal stem cells are for repair, for rejuvenation, and that is why we start aging. But here, X39, which got its patent in May 13, 2020. It means in 2020, we also got the patent application was approved. What it does, it elevates the GHK copper peptide, which is glycine, histidine, and I think leucine peptides, GHK copper peptide. So in the previous studies, let's say in 1973, Dr. Laurent Pocard did a study and found the GHK copper peptide. So it was about, let's say, how many years ago? About 47, because I was born in 1973, so I know how many years ago. So it was in 1973, 47 years ago, that the GHK copper peptide was found by Dr. Laurent Pocard. She was focusing on the, let's say, on the points on the factors which start the process of aging, and found that this peptide, what it does, that's when you have inside your body, it doesn't sell the cancer cells to develop a lot. So when you increase it, and when you if you, for example, inject it to a body, it stops the cancer cells. Also, it helps with the rejuvenation and regeneration of cells and bringing back the cells to a normal, or to, let's say, to the early phases. So LifeWave X39 elevates the GHK copper peptide. How? By the clinical studies which have been done. I think up to now there are about 9 different studies which have been done on the X39. So for people who have used X39, what kind of effects do they see? Well, the effects that we see with the X39 is the pain relief that we see, reduce inflammation, it supports wound healing, it also increases the energy and vitality. Let me take this picture here so I can see. Yes, it changes the mental clarity, enhances sport performance, faster recovery from exercise, improved skin appearance. So all the things I'm saying here come from the clinical trials. And let me tell you here, I may forget later, if you go to the LifeWave site that I have at my last slide, I have put the LifeWave website. If you go to the science section inside the website, you see all the clinical trials. Right now, about more than 80 clinical trials on the studies, on the products, most of them on the X39. So, here is a video on X39. Excuse me, how much time do I have?
5 more minutes.
5 more. Okay, I think we're good. So let me play this video.
We all hope to age gracefully so we can enjoy our later years full of energy, vitality, and good health. But so often, with age, our bodies start to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy, skin, healing and recovery time, sleep, it all just seems to go downhill. Unless you're using LifeWave. Since 2004, LifeWave has been delivering its amazing life-enhancing technology to people across the world, always helping the body do what it was designed to do, only better. And as it turns out, the best was yet to come. David Schmidt, our founder, creative force, and world-class inventor behind LifeWave technology, has recently achieved something in the field of regenerative science with a single LifeWave patch that researchers worldwide, spending years and billions of dollars, could not. Introducing LifeWave X39, the world's first product ever to activate stem cells, a true breakthrough in regenerative science that helps restore our bodies to a healthier, more youthful state in a way no other product can. The secret? By harnessing the power of LifeWave's patented phototherapy, X39 uses light to elevate a peptide proven to signal the activation of stem cells. Think about it. These are the cells that generate and regenerate all the cells and structures of the human body. They're the building blocks for our organs, tissues, blood, and immune system. They also serve as an internal repair system everywhere. But as we age, stem cells become less effective. Their ability to repair damaged tissue is reduced. In fact, by age 60, they've slowed dramatically. But all that changes when just one LifeWave X39 patch is placed anywhere on the body each day. Instead of older and less effective stem cells, X39 supports the production of younger and healthier stem cells. This amazing level of control over your vitality and well-being was simply not possible, let alone this easy, until now. And the best part, like all LifeWave patches, X39 is safe, non-invasive, and incredibly cost-effective. Look what people are saying about LifeWave X39. Backed by clinical studies, multiple patents, and 20 years of development, any one of these benefits would be impressive. But X39 is so effective, it can influence everything about your body, how you look, feel, perform, and heal. It's time you experience the power of X39.
Okay.
We all hope to aid.
Okay, so this was the video. Yes, 2 minutes. Good. Okay, so there are lots of studies done in the science section of the website of the site. You can see the full script of all the studies in details. But let me tell you that one of the studies which has been done was done by Dr. Chevalier, which was done in the brain coherence and the let's say biofield inside of the brain. So it was shown that in different participants, for example, I've just put one of the participants here, is that in the session 1, you see here that it was all red and not in the thermal situation. And then changed into different sessions. All the patients from session 1, session 2, session 3 have been checked, and all of them significantly changed their kind of brain coherence. This was just an example I just showed you. Here you see again another study on the metabolism. This was one pilot study and one other double-blind study, different in the field of metabolism, changing the levels of amino acids, changing, let's say, memory, changing quality of sleep, vitality, and also changing the blood pressure. And I think these just pictures you see day 1, day 2, and day 305, the people really changed. You see here, day 1, day 2, and day 5. After 5 days, you see this man here, what happened because of, let's say, his injury. Oh, this is a very great one. I really want to say this. I don't want to miss this. So a little child cut his finger, and let's say when the father took him to the hospital, the doctor said that, okay, it's necrotic and it cannot come back. But the doctor said, okay, please do some kind of suture on it. That's what the father said. So they did the suturing, said, okay, but it will not recover. So after that, the father started patching with the X39. And after 2 months, you see that the pictures here, after 2 months, the finger is quite okay, and took him to the hospital. And the doctor said that, well, it's not possible. If it happens, it should at least take 1 year. But it's here after 2 months, the finger is sound and safe. Here, another picture you see here, also working on animals. And also here, I may not have time, but this is, let's say, a scenario of somebody who has got lots of problems. I think I'm done and finished. Yes, please go to the website and also go to the science section and look for the study which was done by the Center for Biofield Sciences, which has got 2 centers, one in UK and one in India. They have done a broad and not very big study on X39. And that's it. We do not have time to do some kind of pain relief. And if you have more info, that's the website. Please go to the science section. That's my email and my WhatsApp number and the Instagram number you may check. Thank you very much. And if you've got any questions, I'm at your service.
That was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Presentation. And this technology and concept is fascinating to learn in depth and to understand it.
I think you know,
that
yes.
works at the cellular level. So it's kind of complementary to my own modality, especially regarding the anti-aging, which, you know, I'm an author of quantum anti-aging. So I'm just looking for other modalities that can match with my concept or, you know, to support it. So that was fascinating, and I would really love to learn more. But I have a testimonial to give everyone if they want, or we can leave it for the break or the panel discussion. So, Mr. Nawaz,
You can go ahead if you want. You can go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, the reason that I really wanted Dr. Behzad to come and present on this conference is because I had an issue. I'm a dancer. I'm a fitness dance instructor, and I've been dancing for over around 3 decades. So, but I got some injuries. But I healed myself, you know, through with my modalities, definitely. So, but because I do it on daily basis, and sometimes 2 times a day, and sometimes a long time, and always the pain and the cramps comes back, and I try my best, you know, but most of the time I am on my remedy, to be honest with you, and which helps. And practically it cured me, but again, because mechanically I'm always on my legs and I'm always moving, the pain and the cramps come back. And but it was I think a month ago or a month and a half ago, and Dr. Behzad brought me those patches, and I don't know, one he put on my number C7 on my calf. So it just took maybe less than 10 minutes that the pain, that the cramp pain, it's not a pain, it's just a cramp pain that completely gone. And to me, like 90% gone. By the time that I got home, like after 3 hours, it was completely gone. It was fascinating. And first I got scared a little bit. So what's going on? Because you sometimes you learn to live with something for a long time. And it was gone, and it was so light to the point that actually I came back to my own fitness dance. And to me it's just honestly was something that I was dreaming about. And since then, I think it's over a month, the cramp never came back. And I'm so grateful for your products and for your expertise, Dr. Behzad. And I'm willing to learn more about this technology, and it's very, very fascinating. And I really wanted to help the others with that. So we are working with my physiotherapist and massage therapist who works in my office. We are just debating to see if we can bring the products in addition to whatever we do, because it really, really helped me, and
Thank you very
I
much.
want to help the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you,
Hi,
Dr.
Dr.
Bezat,
Bezat.
for the excellent speech.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Bezat.
Hello.
Hearing me?
Yes, yes, I hear you.
Oh, nice presentation. I had a question about, have you any idea about the plasma wavelength or something? Because as you say, instead of using the acupuncture needle or something, the wavelength is exactly as you said, have a benefit effect and also injury effect or something like this. Do you have any idea about the plasma wavelength?
Plasma wavelength?
Yes.
No, I may have heard about it in
As
some,
you know, the plasma is nowadays exactly using in treatment of the cancer or some treatment of the some pest or in the plants or medicinal herbal medicine to remove that. This plasma is exactly, as you know, the light coming through the sky and affect the lands all. You don't have any idea about that, whether it is
not
affecting
my,
the
no,
body or not.
no. Well, it's maybe another way of how we doing it, but no, I haven't heard of it. What I just know is that here nothing enters the body. It's your own light, which is trapped and modulated. And by the way, I just forgot to say, the term, the therapy, and I mean the mechanism apart from phototherapy is also called photobiomodulations, making use of the biophotons. But I'm sorry, no, I haven't heard of the plasma wavelengths.
I see. Thank you very much. This was very good
Thank you very much.
presentation. I got a lot of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next speech.
Okay, that would be me.
Dr. Nell?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
I'm
Next
here.
speech is from Dr. Nell Smircina from Emperor's College of Traditional and Oriental Medicine, United States. And her talk would be on acupuncture for post-surgical intervention, a narrative review of acupuncture as a treatment modality for common post-surgical sequelae.
Great. Thank you so much. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Great. And Dr. Bezat, I would love to hear more from you. If you could put your info in the chat. I missed it on the slide. I'm fascinated about how you picked the specific acupoints for this. So I would love to touch base.
Sure, of course.
So
I
it's my first time being here as well. So I appreciate yeah, and I'd love to touch base with you about that. So yes, I'm Dr. Nell Smircina. I am a licensed acupuncturist and functional medicine practitioner in the US. I'm in Beverly Hills, California, maintaining a private practice. I also am very involved in advocacy, which it really sounds like everyone here is either purposefully or unintentionally. We're all here to discuss the passion for integrating medicine. And so I want to share a little bit about how I even got interested in acupuncture for post-surgical intervention. I was working in physical therapy and was seeing patients come in who almost were coming to me too late. There was this huge gap in their care, in the standard of care, where, you know, if they had a tricep tendon repair and they weren't coming into physical therapy until 2 months after a procedure, they were kind of left to figure it out on their own. They were either doing, you know, painkillers at home or very passive physical therapy and ice and heat. And it really struck me that there was an area of opportunity here to better help patients. And the other thing that really puzzled me in seeing these patients was, we had these protocols in physical therapy that, by this many weeks post-op, you should be at this range of motion. And patients were not always following that track. You could have two 35-year-old men who same demographic, same socioeconomic status, same type of injury or surgery, and not both of them were progressing in the same way. And this was really puzzling to me. And it wasn't until learning about traditional Chinese medicine and a TCM diagnosis that those type of things made sense. That, oh, you could have a patient who had an underlying kidney deficiency, as we would say in this medicine, or liver qi stagnation, and these would produce two very different post-surgical outcomes for the same orthopedic surgery. So that's what got me interested to begin with. Now, there is a ton of surgery going on in the US. If we look at a 2017 report, back in 2010, we had 48.3 million procedures. That's only gone up at this point, with the exception of this year, because a lot of elective procedures obviously have been put on hold. But when a procedure is done on a patient, we have to think, even if this procedure is absolutely necessary, even if it's life-saving, it is a trauma. So there's anesthesia involved, there's tissue damage. Even if you're looking arthroscopically, there's still something invasive going on. You're going to have inflammation, which, yes, some of that is necessary for the patient to heal, but with inflammation also comes pain, as does, the trauma of the surgery. Often patients are given medication immediately post-op and not given a ton of guidance as far as how to properly use that medication. For example, I'll have patients who are told you can take this every 4 to 6 hours as needed for pain, and patients are setting alarms for 4 hours just so that they don't have to slip into that pain area and perhaps overtaking this medication. And then we have to worry about the tissue healing, which looks different for everyone. And there are a ton of variables that we need to look at as far as healing and how we can expedite that healing. So the current issue in the US, and I will preface this by saying my experience is US based. I do know a lot of people internationally, a lot of countries have these same type of protocols, but perhaps better integrated models. And so I'd like to see a little more integration when it comes to medicine in the US. But a lot of times what happens with a surgery is patients have anesthesia side effects. They are not well educated about what those anesthesia side effects may look like. They're not being told you're probably going to have memory loss. You might feel depressed. You might feel anxious, have difficulty sleeping. You might have some skin issues. And often they're left to wonder if they made some type of mistake with the surgery, if they are developing some type of mental emotional issue. But there are real side effects from anesthesia. And then the inflammation and pain, which, as I spoke about, some of that inflammation is absolutely necessary in order for healing to occur. However, it does cause pain. And even though pain is simply a signal, our body telling us that something is going on, people don't like to feel pain. So that often complicates issues. And then we need to look at wound healing and excess scar tissue formation. Now, Dr. Huang had some great images when he spoke a couple of sessions ago about scar tissue formation, and that part of this is necessary for the healing, but it can cause additional issues. It can cause issues along the dermatome. It often weakens that dermatome, even if you're having an Achilles repair, for example. I see a lot of weakening then in the lower back where that dermatome originates. And then the discomfort locally, scars are not simply aesthetic. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. So with the current standard of care in the US, patients are undergoing surgery, they're given pain medication and told to follow up with physical therapy at a regimented time, which could be as long as a few months after surgery. So I thought to myself, well, what are patients doing in this window? They should be doing acupuncture. In cases where patients cannot do physical therapy yet due to pain or not being in a stable enough condition, acupuncture absolutely can fill that gap. There's evidence to show efficacy for all of these postoperative concerns, whether it's the anesthesia toxicity, whether it's excess scar tissue formation, pain and inflammation. We had a great talk on auricular acupuncture earlier. It's amazing that such tiny needles on the ear only can have such a powerful effect. And this is an immediate and less active treatment, which can progress. So you have so many different techniques when it comes to acupuncture. We can be as gentle and as simple as doing the ear. We can have more of a medical acupuncture approach where electroacupuncture is incorporated. That's something that I use a lot with post-surgical patients. It's something that's very progressive and can be catered to the individual and what they can tolerate in that moment and get them ready for more aggressive therapies like physical therapy. So I initially did a literature review on this topic before I was really diving into it clinically, and was just seeing a lot of patients coming in for post-surgical. And before making this my specialty, I really took a deep dive into the literature of it and realized that there are not a lot of great studies in the US that specifically address this issue. You can find research on the current usage and safety, mechanism of action, post-surgical, but very general, these areas broken down. So the side effects from anesthesia, inflammation or pain reduction, or wound healing, but nothing was really putting all of these things together in a controlled double-blind study, which is very difficult to do with acupuncture. People are going to know if needles are being used. But I really wanted to see, how do we bring all of these things together to bring a patient to a place of healing that's much more comfortable, much more efficient, and much more empowered than sitting at home for 2 months before you can go to physical therapy. So I want to briefly go over 2 case studies. One case was a total knee replacement, 70-year-old male, and his treatments did not start until 2 weeks post-op. And case 2 that I'll be going over is a jaw reconstruction of a 43-year-old female, and her treatment started almost immediately, 2 days after surgery. When I treat post-surgical clinically, I generally start the day after the surgery. That is not to say that you couldn't do acupuncture on the day of surgery. It's just that in my experience with post-surgical patients, if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be in the first 24 hours. And with acupuncture not being in the standard of care in the US, it's really just a caution to wait 24 hours. Oftentimes, unfortunately, if patients do not get the results that they want, it's like, oh, acupuncture, it doesn't work enough. And then if something freaky happens, oh, it must have been the acupuncture. So want to be very careful with this in timing when you implement these type of procedures, and also incredible documentation is important. So when we're looking at these 2 patients, very different surgeries, very different outcomes, but they both had to experience anesthesia. They both experienced tissue damage, inflammation, pain. Both were given medication and had to worry about the tissue repair. So for the case 1 with the 70-year-old male with the total knee replacement who started 2 weeks after surgery, when he came to me initially, knee flexion was at 90 degrees, extension losing about 12 degrees. And after 12 treatments, back to normal range of motion with the knee. And 130 degrees for a knee replacement is considered wildly successful. A lot of times it's 115, 120, and you can do most of what you need to do. And his extension was almost normal as well. Initially, he was already developing dependence on medication 2 weeks post-op. So was given hydrocodone, Oxycontin, Tylenol, Benadryl, was on a homeopathic, and Flomax, which he had been on before the surgery. Everything else he was taking during the surgery to help with his symptoms. And after 12 treatments, down to Tylenol or Flomax as needed, which was no longer daily. He, before the surgery, was having night urination 3 to 5 times. After the treatment, 1 time a night. And his biggest concern when he started treatments was that he was so afraid of falling. He was walking with a walker. He thought he was never going to be able to get out of that place. He thought if he let go of the walker, he would trip and fall. And after 12 treatments, he sent me a video of him running on Santa Monica Beach with no fear whatsoever, which was incredible to see. For the second case study, this woman started acupuncture immediately after the surgery. It was day 2. Still had her jaw wired shut, wasn't able to communicate well. She was taking Percocet as needed and was really, really trying to not take the pain medication. That was her number one concern with trying to heal as quickly as possible. She had a history of addiction and did not want anything in her system that didn't have to be there. So we actually had her not needing to take pain medication after one treatment, but still after 5 treatments, no pain medication. Initially after the surgery, she was suffering from a lot of issues with the anesthesia toxicity. So night sweats, waking during the night, 4 to 6 times, brain fog, anxiety, inability to focus. And after 5 treatments, no night sweats, barely waking at night, clear thinking, less anxious. And initially, you know, after surgery, it's not unusual to want to spend most of the day in bed, but after 5 treatments to feel mobile and a lot of energy, great. So I think the reason I wanted to show you both of these case studies is it's not just orthopedic surgeries that this can be done for. It's not just, you know, if you catch the day after surgery or 2 weeks after surgery, there's a place for this to fill a gap in the standard of care, regardless of when it's implemented, and it can still help patients. Of course, like the sooner the better. But that also depends on patient goals. If they don't want to be on pain meds, you better catch them immediately after the surgery. So we need to look at the physiology of the surgery, what structures were affected, how is the patient presenting, mental and emotional. Like I said, these patients had different timelines with the start of treatments, but a common denominator for them was they were both ahead of usual healing. So neither of them had thought of acupuncture for post-surgical healing, and both surgeons were impressed with the results, but had not previously had patients who utilized acupuncture. And those are really the 2 points that I want to harp on today when we're talking about integrative medicine and how our individual specialties can really contribute to an enhanced patient experience. Because these are, you know, these surgeons are very knowledgeable individuals, extremely well educated, who want the best for their patients, but have not been educated on, well, of course they should be seeing an acupuncturist immediately post-op. It will save them all of these struggles and get them more prepared for physical therapy. And the patients hadn't either. The knee replacement patient, I just happened to be seeing his wife for another condition, and he mentioned he was going to have a knee replacement, and we got him in that way. And the woman with the jaw issue, she was seeing another doctor for IV therapy, getting glutathione, and wanting to just expedite her healing. And she said, okay, what can I possibly do? But it was not something that was at front of mind for anyone. And if we really are going to have progress, this is something that needs to be front of mind, because patients are not always getting this information when they go in for a surgical consult. So, as I said, there is information available to help with post-surgical side effects, the efficacy of acupuncture for anesthesia side effects, for inflammation and pain reduction, for the wound healing and scar tissue reduction. And people are like, okay, why is this? Because a lot of times, you know, you'll get asked as an acupuncturist, oh, can acupuncture help with X? And it seems like we always say yes. And it almost becomes this lighthearted joke that, oh yeah, I Googled my symptoms. Turns out I just needed acupuncture. That's because acupuncture is an adaptogenic medicine. So if we start speaking in ways that other providers can understand when it comes to this medicine that is so deeply rooted in spiritual roots, in energetic roots, it's really about that translation and educating our current health climate on the benefits here. So acupuncture has a dramatic effect on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, so helps with the body stress response. That's why I say acupuncture is the perfect adaptogenic medicine. It can help with anything because it's just going to help your body do what it already knows how to do, and that's heal. And then also, we need to be looking at the cost of the current standard of care and the economic burden. I feel like that's even more of a big deal in the US. You know, we don't have national health care. There are a lot of things riding on the financial implications. We have a lot going on with the opioid crisis, and our Department of Defense and the military, for a period of time, were really the ones leading the way in research because our veterans are so disproportionately affected by these issues. So opioid crisis going up, and a cost utility analysis would show that acupuncture could absolutely have a positive effect here. We also need more practitioner case reports. This is not something that is heavily emphasized in schools. It's not something, a lot of times I have students who say, Dr. Nell, I just want to treat. I don't want to be an advocate. That's not me. And unfortunately, I think for those of us who are in complementary, alternative, integrative medicine, we have to be advocates. And that could be something as simple as presenting on clinical research during, an event such as this, or it could be, I sit on the board for the California State Association and our National Association for Advocacy. Not everyone has to do that, but I think we do have a responsibility to share the knowledge that we do have. So licensed acupuncturists who know this medicine should be writing protocols and doing studies and contributing to furthering that research and educating practitioners in other disciplines. It was such a shame to hear that these surgeons had never heard that acupuncture could help for post-surgical healing. But if every acupuncturist was talking to one surgeon or, one complementary healthcare provider about the benefits of this modality, it would make a huge difference. And patient education. I hate to put the onus on the patients because they're just trying to get better, but patients are very strong advocates when they advocate for themselves. And just looking at more integrative medical models, we're seeing this happen a lot more in the US. It's certainly better in other countries. Some, again, I can't speak for every country, but as we see medicine get more and more integrated, people will learn about the benefits of these different modalities. So it's an area of opportunity. We have some obstacles, such as the current standard of care and some limited research addressing key issues, but there is good research on those key areas about post-surgical recovery. And again, more to be done. Licensed acupuncturists need to be involved. So I think we have a couple minutes for questions. If not, I tried to catch us up on time. I know we're still behind by a few minutes, but I appreciate everyone taking the time to be here. I've learned so much from all of you. And I think what Emily said earlier about, over here, there's COVID and the craziness and everything going on. And then here is the silver lining and our ability to help affect change. So I'm definitely taking that to heart. So I appreciate Emily for bringing that up. And thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions, please?
I want to make a question.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Juan Weilin. I am a medical doctor from Brazil. I want to know how is the process to the surgeon to ask the acupuncturist to go to the hospital to do the acupuncture, if the medical insurance covers acupuncture here in US, or the patient need to pay.
Okay. So in the US, it's different for different insurance carriers and different states. In California, acupuncture is considered an essential health benefit. So insurance carriers are required to cover acupuncture. Doesn't mean that the coverage is enough or that there might be enough sessions that's covered under insurance, but in California, insurance does cover. The procedure is different. Some people have hospital privileges, but because I treat the day after surgery, I'm generally either going to a patient's home or they're coming to my office or a combination of both. So they might start out at their home for the first few visits while they're really needing to rest, and then they're able to come into the office. So it's one of those things that's individual based on the patient and definitely the type of surgery that they have. Because if it's like an arthroscopic, easy, I'm out, no problem, I can come to your office, it's a very different situation than a more serious internal medicine surgery where they need to be on bed rest for a period of time. So it does depend, and sometimes patients do end up having to pay out of pocket, but with US insurance, unfortunately, they're ending up paying out of pocket for a lot of procedures, or they're paying for a portion of a lot of procedures, not just additional acupuncture.
Okay. But usually is the surgeon that indicates or the patient go alone? by
For
himself?
like if the patient wants to get acupuncture,
Yeah.
you're saying?
Or
So-
the surgeon is indicating acupuncture, or the patient wants to go to the acupuncture session?
So now usually it's that the patient wants to go for acupuncture. My point is surgeons should also be prescribing acupuncture. What's difficult is, again, in California, acupuncture is primary care. So patients do not require a referral in order to see me. They can choose to see me. A doctor doesn't have to say, oh, you need to get acupuncture. But that's, you know, unfortunately, like the reality is patients also have to be their own advocates and say, oh, I heard that acupuncture can help for this, which is what happened with my knee replacement patient. It wasn't his surgeon that recommended it. It was just his surgeon that after the fact was like, oh, that's very interesting. And then that surgeon has more of an openness to it. So a lot of times it is coming from the patient before the surgeon is hearing about it.
And one more question, and the medical insurance, they covers the needles and all the materials that you are using, or only the session and is included the needles costs?
It only pays for the session. I take on the cost of any materials that are used through my practice.
Mhm. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was perfect.
So, Mr. Nawaz, we're going to the next.
Yes.
I think I'm next.
Yes. So our next speaker is Beth Hooper. She is from United States, and she is going to present on the topic how to use Chinese medicine to treat small intestine bacterial overgrowth, either on its own or integrated with Western medicine.
Okay. Guess everybody's hanging in there at the end of the day. Thank you all for hanging around. I appreciate it. And Dr. Nell, I appreciate actually coming after you, because I think my presentation kind of dovetails after yours in terms of just recognizing how many people in the Chinese medicine community, particularly here in the US, how we need to take a role in terms of not just educating patients, but educating other medical providers on the value that we bring, and in working in ways that we can see patients together and work together. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So the topic that I'm going to discuss today is treating small intestine bacterial overgrowth with integrated medicine. I am a doctor of acupuncture and Chinese medicine and a licensed acupuncturist. My training was at Pacific College of Oriental Medicine in both New York and San Diego, here in the US. And the reason that I became interested in small intestine bacterial overgrowth was a little bit more by accident. It wasn't something I was necessarily taught in school. In school, I was taught a lot about digestive disorders, but back when I was in acupuncture school 20 years ago, small intestine bacterial overgrowth wasn't something that it was even a diagnosed condition. And so what became important is that I had a child who, when she was 12 years old, which I can't believe was 6 years ago, developed this. And, all we kind of knew was that she was sick, and I was trying to treat her, and I was taking her to different doctors. And we finally, after a period of time, I was actually in a continuing ed class with someone in California, and they mentioned SIBO as a diagnosis. And the next day we were seeing a gastroenterologist, and I asked if she could be tested for it. And sure enough, that came up. And that kind of sent me down a journey of really learning about how this was treated with Western medicine, and then how much more Chinese medicine and alternative methods could
could provide for patients who suffer from this. And that's kind of how I ended up becoming an expert. So I now have 6 years of experience of treating a wide variety of patients. And what's good is that gastroenterologists are a lot more aware of and test for this much more now. And so that has helped with providing not just patients for me, but helping me in terms of being able to, be in a position to help others. So let's first just talk about what SIBO is. So it falls kind of as a subset of irritable bowel syndrome. When they test people who have IBS, about 85% will come up as a test positive for SIBO. It's controversial because there's not really a lot of randomized controlled studies around this. And part of that is because it's not a condition in of itself. It's usually caused by something else. Current treatments are short-term in nature, and it has a high rate of reoccurrence. So as I just said, Chinese medicine can offer more balanced treatments to patients using a combination of herbs, acupuncture, qigong, and dietary therapy to restore balance to the whole system for long-lasting results. So what is SIBO exactly? It occurs when commensal bacteria, so regular bacteria, not bad bacteria, not infectious bacteria, but regular bacteria from the large intestine migrates to the small intestine through the ileocecal valve. The large intestine is meant to be and is normally colonnaded with many, many bacteria. We're all told take probiotics and, to feed the good bacteria in your large intestine. By contrast, the small intestine is actually meant to be relatively bacteria-free. And so what happens when bacteria gets into the small intestine and there's a lot of food there for it, it can easily overgrow and then can kind of wreak havoc on the digestive system. The types of SIBO are kind of diarrhea type SIBO, which is where the bacterial overgrowth that's in the small intestine produces hydrogen gases and it disrupts digestion. It impairs nutrient absorption, causes abdominal pain, diarrhea, and the person's exhausted because their nutrients are kind of being stolen by the overgrowth. They often have distension. They, aren't really sure what to eat. They'll eat something and they'll feel fine one day, and then they'll eat the same thing the next day and they'll feel terrible. And so it can be a really frustrating condition to have. In constipation SIBO, the opposite occurs where it's both hydrogen and methane gases are produced by the bacterial overgrowth. It also disrupts our digestion and impairs nutrient absorption and causes pain, but it also causes very severe constipation, acid reflux, and burping. And that's because the methane gas that's being produced in the small intestine has nowhere to go but up. And so it's pushing everything up into the stomach and not allowing foods to actually move through the system in a normal fashion. And so when you have patients that come in with a lot of these GI issues, having them get a SIBO test is important for that. Both types of SIBO will cause gastritis, damage the lining of the small intestine. This leads to leaky gut, which allows more larger molecules of food to enter the bloodstream, and that can trigger food sensitivities and potentially even autoimmune diseases. So, as we look at health from a standpoint of Chinese medicine, it's always kind of the spleen stomach system. You want that to be strong, and it's always said that having strong digestion is good for all health, and we know now that that's really important for immunity and really good health to have that. And what I think is interesting in COVID, since I live and work in New York City, where we were hit very, very hard in the spring, the patients that I have who had COVID in the spring, the ones who suffered the most were people who were also SIBO patients. Other patients who I was seeing for completely different things seemed to really pass with them very easily. With The SIBO patients, it was much, they suffered much more and needed to be hospitalized and on oxygen and, had more challenges in dealing with that. So it kind of plays into that whole component of immunity and people who had kind of challenged immune systems already suffering more in the, just in that acute situation. Luckily, everybody survived and is healthy today. So I'm happy to report that. In terms of how Western medicine treats SIBO, this was a term that was coined by Dr. Mark Pimentel of Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles, where he has a whole center that studies SIBO. So he's a tremendous resource. He noticed that many of his IBS patients, that their symptoms improved when they were taking antibiotics for other conditions. So he started to research this more. He initially would do a small intestine biopsy through an endoscopy to diagnose that there was bacteria there that was not supposed to be there. But now the testing is done through a lactulose breath test. Normally, we don't produce, humans don't produce hydrogen or methane. So if there's any detectable in someone's breath after drinking a lactulose solution and then measuring their breath over the course of several hours every 20 minutes, if you see noticeable methane and hydrogen production, you realize that it's coming from something else. It's coming from this bacterial overgrowth. Once again, it's not bad bacteria, it's just bacteria that is in the wrong location. It should not be in the small intestine. How Western medicine typically treats this is they just give people antibiotics. They'll give them a dose of rifaximin for 10 to 14 days. And that people generally feel really good when they're on it. They're like, oh, wow, my diarrhea cleared up like that. And I felt great. But then, sometimes people, as soon as they go off it, they notice that their symptoms come back right away, or a few months later, their symptoms are back. So it's not necessarily a long-term solution. It just kind of treats the overgrowth immediately, but it doesn't really get into kind of more of why did that person develop the condition in the first place. With constipation type SIBO, which is more difficult, it's that there's also not just bacterial overgrowth, but an archaea or single-celled organism that that is producing the methane that also needs to have its numbers brought down. So the rifaximin, in addition to neomycin or metrodiazinol, together are used for a couple of weeks. And while those things are, like good quick fixes, and some people respond really well to them, if they're not really dealing with the underlying conditions of why somebody has this to begin with, it sets up a situation where someone's kind of continuously on antibiotics. And we know from an antibiotic resistance standpoint that isn't necessarily a good thing. And it creates a situation where their gut microbiome actually never heals. It takes 4 years after just one round of antibiotics for the gut microbiome to come back into a full healthy state again. And when you think about how many antibiotics are prescribed, at least here in the US, with the frequency that they're described and the number of conditions they're described for, and I understand that there's a number of times where that's absolutely necessary, but you can see where this can become problematic to have someone continuing to take them. The underlying causes that are thought to contribute to SIBO development are H. pylori and other parasitic infections, hyperchlorhydria, where someone doesn't make enough stomach acid, food poisoning can trigger SIBO sometimes, autoimmune diseases that impair digestive transit times, such as Hashimoto's thyroiditis, rheumatoid arthritis, and diabetes. Those are three very common autoimmune diseases, and it's kind of, no one's kind of sure which came first, the chicken or the egg. Was digestive transit time slowed, so then a lot of food was stuck in the small intestine fermenting and creating this overgrowth, or did the autoimmune disease cause the slowing of the transit time, which then led to the situation where the food was stuck in the system and could overgrow? No one's quite sure. Antibiotic use, overuse, proton pump inhibitor overuse, NSAID overuse. Those are all things that can seem to be contributors. So if this comes up with any of your patients, those are all things to look for as to reasons why they may need to take a SIBO test. From a Chinese medicine standpoint, SIBO is really considered like damp heat in the lower jiao. Excuse me. I'm having a problem with my computer. Okay, I apologize for that. So in Chinese medicine, SIBO is really considered damp heat in the lower jiao. The first step to treating SIBO with Chinese medicine is to clear that dampness and heat. So for diarrhea type SIBO, we use the berberine herbs, which are like huangliang, huangqin, huangbai. And you can usually have somebody do that for a couple of weeks. That clears up the overgrowth. And then while a patient is doing that, it's important to have them also adhere to a low carbohydrate anti-inflammatory diet, such as the specific carbohydrate diet. What that does is it removes foods that take a long time to digest in the body, and such as carbs or even some more like kind of starchy vegetables and things. So an apple takes longer to digest, for example, than a strawberry. So an apple would be something you would want to have them and avoid in that time frame. It gives the small intestine time to heal, which the Huangliang Su is excellent in terms of healing the gut lining, while it is also serving an antimicrobial function of bringing down that bacterial overgrowth. Other things that are important is to have a patients spread out their meals 3 to 4 hours in between each meal is essential, because you want the person actually having enough time for their stomach to digest food and push it through. And the other thing I've discovered is that a lot of SIBO people, because they're kind of always tired, they're always snacking. So if they can space their meals every 3 to 4 hours and eat a little bit more at those meals, that tends to help their digestion work better. On top of that, these tend to also be people who are like 3 chews and a swallow. If they can really chew their food really well, that also, digestion begins in the mouth, and it helps them digest their food better over time. One of the things that I recommend that they also drink throughout the day is Xingjian or ginger tea. It's a natural prokinetic. It also will break down biofilm around the bacteria. So those are a great thing to help with digestion. It helps increase gastric acid and will help move things through. Constipation type SIBO is a little difficult. It has an additional step where we ask people to take medical grade allicin from garlic for 2 to 3 weeks before taking the Huangliang Su. So that'll help take down the archaea and will help with reducing their acid reflux and other burping and things like that before they take the berberine. And so kind of doing it in that order tends to work better. In terms of acupuncture, here's a list of points. Obviously, for people who are acupuncturists, they can do differential diagnosis with that patient and see, adjust accordingly. But those are ones that tend to work really well for patients. And then in terms of formulas, that really depends. This is more after they've taken the initial getting rid of the SIBO component. That really depends on, for them, do they have an excess pattern? Is it a liver qi stagnation? Is it liver overacting on spleen stomach? Is it a stomach qi stagnation? Then they would use formulas to address those underlying conditions, or a deficiency pattern. Are these the people who are really wiped out? So spleen qi deficiency, spleen yang deficiency, wei qi deficiency. often sometimes you have a little bit of both. So you may need to treat a liver qi stagnation or a liver overacting on spleen and stomach, and then follow up with something to address their wei qi to really kind of help boost their immunity again. So that tends to part of that. Other things that are important are, if they're taking herbs or doing acupuncture, there tends to be a lot of stress involved in this. So if the person can have a meditation practice in whatever form, if that's yoga, if that's qigong, if that's just doing the Calm app, in whatever way that they have. Again, this has taken a lot of education on my part with gastroenterologists. So where, I send them articles and studies, and I talk to them in their terms. I never say to them liver qi stagnation and damp heat in the lower jiao. I talk to them, only in their terminology and things that they can understand. I've taught GIs how to read a SIBO breath test. And, things like a lot of them will only want to just give rifaximin, but they'll give rifaximin to somebody who has constipation type SIBO and then be like, well, why didn't that work? Because you didn't actually give them the right medications. And so, and then I'll share with them resources written by Western medical doctors that they can respect, and say, this isn't just me talking, but this is what the research bears out. So over time, there's been more research, which is then helpful to make a case. And then like with you, once they see that their patients feel better after I've given them, dietary instruction, and when I've had them on herbs and that they're able to feel better over a longer period of time, that helps get them on board with feeling more comfortable with sending people to me. But when I first started doing this 6 years ago, there was nobody and nothing.
Yeah.
So it's improved. Are we 100% there yet? No.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, well, if there's no one else, then I think there's one more presenter today.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Huang Weiling from Brazil. She'll be speaking on Apex ear bloodletting and dietary counseling in patients with anxiety treated with auricular acupuncture, a double-blind study.
Can you hear my data show? Can you see?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Good. I think it's good evening here in Brazil, but I don't know, it's good afternoon to all or good midnight. My name is Huang Weiling. I'm from medical doctor from Brazil. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to thank the organizing committee to invite me to share some of my experiences. The team that I will present today is Apex ear bloodletting, dietary counseling, and psychotropic medication influencing in patients with anxiety treated with auricular acupuncture, a double-blind study. First of all, I would like to discuss anxiety. We all know what anxiety is and how to recognize it among our patients. We decided to conduct a study to evaluate if auricular acupuncture with or without Apex ear bloodletting, dietary counseling, and psychotropic medication would have an influence in the treatment of anxiety. And in traditional Chinese medicine, anxiety can also be accompanied by or be caused by the deficiency of blood and or by excess or normally by heat, or by a combination of deficiency and excess, normally insufficiency with heat from emptiness. The aim of this study was a retrospective investigation of effectiveness of auricular acupuncture in the treatment of anxiety, observing the prevalence of age and gender any previous treatment and use of psychotropic medications. I also investigate the difference in the use or non-use of apex beta-lactam and the influence of dietary recommendations on the results. This is a double-blind retrospective study that consisted of a research of 1,500 patients' records. These patients were treated at my clinic, Medical Acupuncture Clinic in Brazil, from 2009 to 2011, and the initial selections of the subjects was done by the clinic secretary, where she noted all the patients' names and telephone numbers who had anxiety diagnosed on their records. And this list consisted of 97 subjects, or 6.5% of the total. Another person who had never had contact with the patient was contracted to make all the telephone calls and interviews. Attempts were made to contact all of them by phone. However, only 46 patients were reached, which correspond to 47% of the subject chosen, and 35 consent to be interviewed. In all the medical records of patients at my clinic, there are notations using Western medicine diagnosis and also using Chinese medicine diagnosis, which include the reference to the energy disturbances according to traditional Chinese medicine. I usually make the blood deficiency diagnosis when the patient doesn't go to have daily bowel movement. This could be blood deficiency. Qi deficiency is when the patient has sweating during the day. Yin deficiency is when the patient feels more hotter, and here when the patient feels colder, and here heat retention when the patient has bad breath or bleeding gums, itchiness, or abdominal pain, microhematuria, and red spots in the skin. And here is the questions that we asked at the telephone. And it was 13 questions. And here is the hospital depression anxiety scale test. And we separate this test, separating from the anxiety and depression. There is questions for anxiety and for depression. And here it is, in order to facilitate the study, I separated the anxiety questions from the depression one, which were used in the study of depression. And the data from the questionnaire were put on an individual spreadsheet that identify all the name of the patients containing all the information in the questionnaire. And after this, using Excel software, research and references, logic and statistical functions were used to compare the tables referencing the information. Also, data filters were applied to associate more easily the data in common. Apart from this, an individualized graph spreadsheet was elaborated for each question, containing sector graphs in pizza form to facilitate the visualization of the answers. And finally, the tabulated questionnaire was presented in a Word document. This table shows that most of the patients were females, and more than 3/4 were females, and less than 1/4 were males. In this table, we can see that the breakdown in age for males, the distribution is quite even, but for the females, we can note that there are more young adults to middle age before the time of menopause. After menopause, there are less women with anxiety. of those selected, you can see that the majority have anxiety as the main symptom, and they search for acupuncture treatment for the treatment of anxiety itself. When they sought the acupuncture as a form of a treatment. And we can see here that the vast majority had more than 4 sessions of auricular acupuncture or more than a month of treatment, as the sessions were weekly. Here are the points that I usually use to treat the patient. Here is the group that I didn't do the apex ear bloodletting. Here I'm doing the apex ear bloodletting. The shaman, the kidney, gallbladder, liver, spleen, heart, lungs, large intestine, occipito to treat the anxiety and to sleep better. And here I'm demonstrating that in this slide, we can see that 6% improved after only 6%, only one session, 40% after 2 sessions, 31% after three sessions, and 3% after 4 sessions, and 20% improved after more than 4 sessions. So we can see that in the first month of the treatment, a total of 80% of the patients have improved of their anxiety symptoms. In the following chart, we can see that how the patient had evaluated their treatment. 46% evaluate their treatment as excellent and 54% as good. And this chart shows us if the patient had any medical care before his auricular acupuncture treatment. 60% didn't, but of 40% who did the treatment before the acupuncture, we can see that 43% had seen a neurologist and 57% had seen a psychiatrist. 57. Okay. In this slide, we are showing the use of psychotropic medication among the patient study. 60% had not taken any medication before the acupuncture, and 15% of the 40% who had taken this kind of medication, 15% were taking anxiolytic, 42.5% were taking antidepressant, and 42.5% were taking both anxiolytic and antidepressant medication. This slide shows the average time the psychotropic medication was used, and the majority of them, or more than 62%, had been under medication for more than 12 months. And 2 groups of 15% have been using medication for 4 to 6 months and 7 to 12 months. Only a small percentage had been using medication for 1 to 3 months. The majority were taking more than many months. In this chart, we can see how many patients had undergone apex ear bloodletting during their treatment. More than half of the patient study had did the treatment. But yes, the more than half of the patient did the apex ear bloodletting, but the another remaining patient did receive the apex ear bloodletting. And in this slide shows how many patients claim to have followed the Chinese dietary recommendation during their auricular acupuncture treatment. 80% claimed that they had followed them, and the other 20% didn't. A special focus on dairy products were made during this study because in Brazil, there is a main part of the daily diet. As in our previous slide, the majority, or 80%, claimed that they had eliminated dairy products from their diets, and the rest said they didn't. In this slide, I am explaining how I evaluate the degree of anxiety. I use this hospital anxiety scale evaluation scale test and asking the patient about his feeling of anxiety. And the questionnaire was filled twice during the same interview, asking about his anxiety symptoms before the acupuncture sessions and after his acupuncture treatment. And the total of the 7 questions indicates the degree of the anxiety. Between 0 to 7 indicates no anxiety or normal. From 8 to 10, it's a borderline situation, and I score 11 or more considered anxiety. The results from the questionnaire of the patient's anxiety states before acupuncture showed 23% as normal, as you can see in blue, and 20% was classified as borderline, shown in red, and 57% as having anxiety in green. Now, in relation to the results of the questionnaire obtained from the patient's emotional state after acupuncture, we can see before and after the results, where 23% of the normal state has increased to 63%, as you can see in the blue sections. This normal state increased after acupuncture. More patients that with anxiety went to the normal state. And borderline cases were reduced from 20 to 17%. 20 to here, 17%. As you can see in red, and those classified as having anxiety were reduced from 57% in green to 20% only. Also, with regards to the hospital anxiety evaluation scale test, we can see in this slide an analysis of apex bloodletting and the influence of this procedure in the treatment of anxiety. I found it interesting to study this because in the literature on acupuncture, normally apex bloodletting is not suggested for the treatment of anxiety. So this chart shows that comparing the results of who did and who didn't do the apex bloodletting, we considered an improvement when the patient migrates from one level to another level, as from anxiety to borderline or normal, or borderline to normal. Of the total, 57% had apex bloodletting, and 43% did not. Summing the results of the patients who migrate from anxiety to borderline or normal to borderline to normal, we can see that 70% improved and 30% did not. In relation to those who did not do the apex bloodletting, you can see that only 27% showed improvement and 73% did not. In this chart, I'm showing the possible influence of the dietary recommendations in the results of the auricular acupuncture treatment for anxiety. In this recommendation, even though we have to make many alterations in the diet, I focus on the restriction of dairy products. 53% of this group who followed the dietary recommendations avoiding dairy products had some improvement, comparing to only 43% of the group that did not. And in this last chart, we are showing you the possible influence of the use or not the psychotropic medication in the results of the auricular acupuncture treatment for anxiety. 40% of the total were using medication and 60% weren't using. And from this group that were using medication, more than 35% stopped during their auricular acupuncture treatment, but 64% did not. And comparing the patients in these two groups, 60% of the patients who stopped their medications had some improvement compared to 67% who did not stop their medications. In this chart, we are showing how the patients felt about their treatment with regards to feeling cured, improving, or not cured. And during this study, most of the patients, or 85%, felt improvement, and almost 6% felt cured of their anxiety. And the rest, or 3 patients, claimed that they felt no improvement in their condition. What all these 3 patients had in common is that they did not have did the apex bloodletting. Finally, from our questionnaire in relation to the recommendation or non-recommendation of their treatment for anxiety, we can see that 100% of all patients would recommend their auricular acupuncture for anxiety treatment. And the conclusion of this study that more than 90% who had undergone auricular acupuncture for the treatment of anxiety symptoms had felt an improvement. And from this group, 80% felt this improvement in the first month of treatment. Dietary recommendations, apex bloodletting in this study showed an almost 3 times more chance to improve compared to the group that did not. And you can see that it's important to do the apex bloodletting in patients with anxiety. And when you don't do the apex bloodletting, the patient could aggravate the symptoms of anxiety when performing the auricular acupuncture. And dietary recommendations avoiding dairy products showed in this study a significant difference in the results in the treatment of anxiety compared to the patients who had not followed this recommendation. It is important to say that the orientations about the avoidance of dairy products, it's important to orientate this patient to take out all dairy products. And the suspension of psychotropic medication during auricular acupuncture was not important for the improvement, but in this study, we didn't consider the side effects of this kind of medications that could influence the decision of maintaining or not the medication. And this could be a reason for more studies with regards of this theme in the future. Here is only one publication that I did. Why do patients still have anxiety symptoms despite the use of psychotropic medication? The maintenance of these medications in treatment, because they can reduce the vital energy of this patient, leading to more formation of internal heat, leading to more anxiety. And that's why it's important to do the apex bloodletting to take out this heat retention. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Dr. Huang, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm curious, with auricular, did you use only the apex bleeding, or did you also use points? And if you use points, I'm curious what points you used.
No, I didn't tell you the history about for what reason I'm treating all the internal organs, because I'm not treating this case only the anxiety, because the anxiety comes from the deficiency of energy of the organs. And that's why it's important to treat all the organs, because normally here in Brazil, I use another technique that I didn't mention, because when I did this study, I was not doing the radiesthesia. I don't know if you use, if to measure the energy of the chakras, that we can measure the energy of the internal organs. Nowadays, I usually use, and what I'm finding, this is my other research, is that all the patients in my clinic, more than 90% of them, I study more than 1,000 patients. More than 90% of the patients had no energy in their internal organs. I think this is because of the exposition to electromagnetic waves, that the whole world is about the 5G technology of the cell phones, and is leading to this lack of energy. And this is why when the patient has deficient in energy, they can induce the formation of internal heat. And that is why it's important to, in all kinds of anxiety patients, you take out the heat before you tone the organ. Because if you don't take out the heat, only tone the organs using acupuncture or other kinds of treatment, you can aggravate the anxiety symptom. That's why sometimes the patient who undergo the acupuncture treatment and you use only the points to tone the energy and don't take out the heat, the patient normally can say that, oh, the acupuncture makes me more anxiety, more anxious than before I went to acupuncture session. This is very common. We see the patients that say that, I went to another doctor and I didn't feel very well with the acupuncture because I became very irritated or some. This is why I did this research, because even in the Dr. Juan's book, she didn't put the need to do the apex ear bloodletting in the chart of the anxiety. Only she is putting the point in the anxiety point and other points, but she didn't mention about the use of apex ear bloodletting in the treatment of the anxiety patients. And that's why I did this research, to compare patients who did and who did not use. And there is a very different result, because when you do the apex ear bloodletting, the results in the anxiety is much better than if you don't do the apex ear bloodletting. And I didn't tell you the history because in all my research that I'm presenting, I am treating the root, that are the energy imbalances, and not only the symptom of anxiety. And in all my presentations, I put like the human body, like a figure like a tree, that Western medicine treats the leaf level of the tree, and we need to treat the root of the tree, that are the energy imbalances between yin and yang, and the 5-element theory. That is normally not seen by the naked eye because they are under the earth. And that's why some of our the acupuncturists, they are treating the leaf level too. They are not treating the root of the tree, that are the energy imbalances. And that's why usually in all my treatments, in all my presentations, in all kinds of the disease, I treat only the root, and that can improve the leaf of the tree, that are the symptoms. And I'm explaining this because all this began in 2006 when I treated one patient of 70 years old. He had leg pains and was using anti-inflammatory medications for more than 6 months. And he didn't improve from this kind of treatment, only using medication. And he went to my clinic. I did the energy imbalances. He had kidney iron deficiency because he had colder in the feet. And we did on 10 acupuncture sessions and with Chinese dietary counseling. And after these 30 days after this treatment, he returned to me and he told me that he improved with his leg pain, but also he improved from his intraocular pressure that I was not aware that he had glaucoma, and he was treating glaucoma for more than 40 years with eye drops with any improvement of his condition. And these and this case became the cornerstone of all my studies, that treating the energy imbalances, the root of the tree, you can treat all the patient's symptoms at the same time. And this study was presented in 2007 at American Acupuncture Congress in Baltimore. And it was presented again 2015 at Acupuncture Research Conference in the Harvard Medical School. And that's why using this kind of reasoning, when you treat the root of the problem, you can treat all the patient's symptoms at the same time. And that's why I'm using in auricular acupuncture treatment the treatment of the energy imbalances and not only the symptoms.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great presentation. Thank you.